Chapter 25. Is this another strange space? The dark red dragon was surprised. Lin Xian shook his head. No, look at the ground below. It's exactly the same as the floors of the palaces in the ancient tomb. It's filled with a desolate aura. Come to think of it, we should still be in the ancient tomb. I'm guessing that this should also be a large hall, but it's too spacious and we can't see anything. Damn it, we've been teleported again. Could it be that the saint's hand bone triggered some mechanism in the ancient tomb? That's possible. Lin Xian nodded. The dark red dragon's mouth twitched. Little Xian, do you think the pressure emitted by the saint's hand bone triggered the saint's corpse? Don't talk nonsense. Hearing that, Lin Xian was so scared that his scalp went numb. They could not even resist a wisp of the saint's pressure. If the ancient saint buried in the ancient tomb was resurrected or his corpse mutated, then all of them would be finished. Not to mention the clan of the ancients or the peerless sacred grounds. Even if they had the Black Earth, they would not be able to survive. The saint was too far away from them. One look from the saint could probably kill all of them. The dark red dragon was also shocked by its own thoughts. Impossible! Someone who has been dead for tens of thousands of years can't be resurrected. Suddenly, the dark red dragon exclaimed, "Kid, the saint's hand bone is back." Sure enough, they discovered that on the floor of the Black Earth, there was a white hand bone quietly lying there. At this moment, the saint's hand bone was sealed again. Great! Seeing that, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He waved his hand, and the saint's hand bone floated into his hand. It's indeed sealed. He was originally worried that they would be teleported away. What would happen to the saint's hand bone? Wouldn't they lose it? He did not expect it to come back on its own. This is very strange. Don't move around. Let's see where we are first. In the sky, spatial cracks appeared, and figures appeared one after another. It seemed that other than Lin Xian and the dark red dragon, the others were also teleported to the vast and boundless hall. More and more people appeared. As soon as they appeared, they also shone brightly and formed a protective barrier. Then they looked around in bewilderment. What was that? When they saw the black spirit boat floating in the sky, they all looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. With a flash of light, the spirit boat disappeared. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon appeared in the void. It was that brat. These people were shocked. They didn't expect it to be Lin Xian. We were teleported here as well. Lin Xian said indifferently. He didn't want to start a war for no reason. These people heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the other party had been teleported here just like them. Damn it! What was going on? What happened? These people discussed animatedly. They didn't know that it was caused by Lin Xian's saint's hand bone. Otherwise, these people would have gone up and fought Lin Xian to the death. Young master, Xing Tian was teleported over as well. He took a step forward and arrived beside Lin Xian. Other than him, Elder Lu, Elder Wang Peacock, Hu Yidao, and the others had rushed over from all directions. Older brother Xian, Morong Qingqing, was also there. Lin Xian, big brother, Xin Jingqiu, ran over cheering. Lin Xian hugged the two of them in his arms and asked with concern, "Are the two of you hurt?" Seeing this scene, the others were envious, jealous, and hateful. Fuck! Having two lovers on each side was the pinnacle of life. That damn brat! How dare he show off his love on the spot? Someone go and kill him! The sound of teeth gnashing could be heard. Boom! They stopped talking because a golden figure was teleported out of the sky. This person was tall and had a golden body. He was exuding vitality like an ancient demon god. Yi Wudao! Why do I feel that his aura has become stronger again? Heavens! Did this sacred physique get some heaven-defying opportunity and breakthrough? Everyone screamed in horror. The saints and saintesses were also facing a formidable enemy. Indeed, they felt that Yi Wudao's aura was much stronger than before. Moreover, it wasn't his full strength. It was just an aura that was occasionally emitted when he stood there casually. He had broken through. The four symbols, saints, clenched their fists. It was unbelievable that he had broken through a small realm in such a short time. The saintess of the illusion palace's eyes were also shining. As expected of a sacred physique, he had such a great opportunity. A prince of the Nine Li dynasty was also very envious. After Yi Wudao appeared, he stood in the void and looked around. Soon, he saw Lin Xian and greeted him with a smile. Lin Xian also responded. Behind Leaf Daudenier, the other elders and experts of the Yi clan hurried over to join him. After him, the Alcade Saint also arrived, and the light on his body was even brighter. Why do I feel that the Alcade Saint's aura is even stronger than before? After the Alcade Saint appeared, he also looked around. The light on his body was so bright that no one could see his expression clearly. Only his eyes were like divine lamps. Powerful figures descended one after another. Among them, there was a handsome man in a green robe. He was spirited and handsome, like an immortal. The Taixien, saint of the Taixien sacred ground. As soon as he appeared, the light on his body quickly disappeared, and he looked like an ordinary person. Everyone glanced at him and did not pay attention to him, because his aura seemed to be slightly weaker than the Alcade Saint and Yi Wudao. More and more people gathered. Among them, the people of the Nine Heavens sacred ground, the Five Elements Palace, and the Thousand Thunders sacred ground had all arrived. However, these people did not know what had happened. Otherwise, they would not be so calm. Among them, among the people of the Nine Heavens sacred ground, a man's eyes were shining, and he looked very excited. When he looked up and saw Lin Xian in the sky, he immediately sneered. "Kid, let's see how you die later." He was a candidate of the Nine Heavens sacred emperor. Previously, he had done something big. If this matter were to spread, he believed that it would definitely shock everyone. Moreover, no one would suspect him. Everyone would suspect that Lin Xian. In this way, not only did he benefit from it, but he also framed others. It could be said that he had killed many birds with one stone. Around them, where exactly was this place? The others were discussing it. Those elders also gathered together and began to discuss the matter quickly. Boom! Boom! However, at this moment, the sky split open again, and three powerful auras came over. As soon as the auras appeared, the void collapsed. Everyone's hair stood on end, and they retreated crazily. Some of the martial artists who retreated too slowly were directly sent flying. Damn it! Who is it? There's danger. Hurry up and defend! Exclamations came one after another. Everyone was on guard, but when they saw the attackers, they were stunned. In the sky, three black holes appeared. An immortal palace floated, and a lightning pool spread out. A five elements flag swayed in the sky. The three artifacts appeared in the sky. They did not attack, but the aura they emitted casually sent those people flying. Heavens! So powerful! This was the trump card of the Five Elements Palace, the Thousand Thunders sacred ground, and the Nine Heavens sacred emperor. Why did they use it? What happened to them? Chapter 25-26. The people from the Myriad Thunders sacred ground, Nine Heavens sacred ground, and Five Elements Palace were also stunned. They quickly flew up to welcome them. They're here. Below them, the saint from the Nine Heavens sacred ground sneered. Whoosh! In the sky, the immortal palace opened, and 7 or 8 elders walked out. They were not staggering, but their faces were pale, and there was blood on their bodies. It was a shocking sight. What happened? The people from the Nine Heavens sacred ground who came to welcome them saw this scene, and their hearts beat wildly. They had a bad premonition. Could it be that they had encountered a killing array in the ancient tomb? The others were also puzzled. The people from the Five Elements Palace and 10,000 Thunder sacred ground became nervous. Even the Nine Heavens sacred ground elder who came out of the immortal palace was injured. Then, would the people from the lightning pool and 5 elements flag be affected as well? Sure enough, when the people from the lightning pool and 5 elements palace walked out, they were also stunned. Because these people's auras were weak and their eyes were red. Their killing intent was shocking and their bodies were covered in a bloody light. What happened? They asked, and the others also watched with wide eyes. But in the next moment they were stunned. Because the 3 great sage, sacred ground elders were crying together. They were crying like crazy. It was as if they were newborn children. Heavens, what's going on? Are these elders dazed? A peerless almighty expert was actually crying? These people couldn't believe their eyes. The 3 great sage, sacred ground elders who came to welcome them were also stunned. What happened? Their hearts were beating faster and faster. It seemed that the situation was more serious than they thought. No, where's the saint? Where's our saint? The people from the great sage, sacred ground elders finally reacted. So many experts had come, and the others seemed to have arrived as well. Only the 3 great sage, sacred ground elders were missing. Could it be that the holy sun of their holy land was trapped by some kind of array formation? Our holy sun has been killed. The people from the 5 elements palace were the first to scream. What? This voice was like a bolt from the blue, and the 5 elements palace's experts fainted on the ground. The others also cried out in surprise, not daring to believe their own ears. The 5 elements saint was killed? Heavens, that's impossible. I don't believe it. What a joke. Who dared to attack the 5 element saint? Who could kill the 5 element saint? Everyone was talking about it. Among the crowd, the 9 heavens holy grounds holy prince was dumbfounded. What's going on? He was stunned. He was waiting for news. He knew that Zhu Xiaoseiko had been killed. If this news were to come out, it would definitely shock the world. However, the 5 elements saint had actually been killed. Heavens, did he kill Zhu Xiaoseiko? Why was the 5 elements saint killed as well? What exactly happened? He didn't know. The other saints and saintesses also frowned. Yi Wudao, the all-Kate holy sun, and the prince of the Grand Xia all had grave expressions on their faces. Murong Qingqing and the others were also puzzled. Lin Xian coldly snorted. As expected, these people still came out alive. Our holy sun has also been killed. We won't be able to answer to the holy land. The elders of the 9 heavens, sacred ground, and the myriad thunder, sacred ground, screamed in agony. Their faces were filled with despair. The people from the remaining 2 holy lands were also stunned when they heard the news. 3 of the great sages, holy sons, had been killed. The countless experts, holy sons, and holy daughters in the hall were all dumbfounded at this moment. To be honest, when they first heard that the 5 element saint had been killed, they didn't believe it. However, after thinking about it carefully, it wasn't impossible. Although the 5 element saint was powerful, he was only average among all the saints. If there was a powerful saint with enough trump cards, it wasn't impossible to kill the 5 element saint. However, no one was willing to kill a saint and offend a holy land. Therefore, at first, they suspected that it might be some itinerant cultivator or a lunatic like the twin kings of Middle Ground. However, when they heard that the Zhu Xiaoseiko and the myriad thunder saint had also been killed, they couldn't accept it. They couldn't accept it. What a joke! The death of a saint might be an accident. However, 3 saints had died at the same time. What was going on? Could it be that they had encountered a peerless killing array in the ancient tomb? Their hearts beat wildly. After all, this was the ancient tomb of a saint. There were some things left behind that they couldn't resist at all. For example, if the 99 heads of invincible kings were released, not to mention 3 saints, even 30 saints wouldn't be able to resist it. These 3 people from the great sage were too unlucky. Could it be that they had encountered a peerless killing array at the same time? The others were discussing. The saint from the 9 heavens, holy land, also had a gloomy expression. What a coincidence. Well, it'll help me cover it up. However, that kid got lucky. He looked at Lin Xian. The saints and saintesses of the other holy lands had their eyes flickering. The three great sage experts hurriedly asked, "Damn it, what did you say? How could our saints have been killed? What's going on? What's going on? Tell us, who killed our holy son?" Could it be that it was really a peerless killing array in the ancient tomb? It wasn't a peerless killing array. The three great sage elders went crazy. They looked around. Then they stared in one direction. These surviving elders roared and pointed forward. "It's him. It's that kid. He was the one who killed our holy son." What? It wasn't a killing array. It was killed by someone. Who was it? Was it really the twin kings of Zhongzhou? These people went crazy. They followed the finger of the three great sage elders and looked into the distance. Along the way, those martial artists instantly dodged in the direction pointed by the finger. Even the older generation and saints also dodged. Their scalps went numb. What kind of joke was this? They didn't kill any saints, and they didn't want to be the scapegoat. Therefore, in an instant, everyone fled faster than rabbits. However, there was a group of people who didn't dodge, and that was the people of Immortal Palace. Everyone looked in that direction. When they saw Lin Xian and the Immortal Palace experts, their scalps went numb. It wasn't the twin kings of Zhongzhou, but the people of Immortal Palace. Could it be that the Immortal Palace experts killed the three great sage sons? But that shouldn't be the case. No matter how powerful the Immortal Palace experts were, they couldn't compete with the three great sage sons. After all, if the three great sage sons joined forces, even a clan of the ancients like the Yi family would have a headache, let alone Immortal Palace. For a moment, countless eyes fell on Lin Xian and the others. Among them, Shen Jingqiu, Morong Qingqing, and the others were also stunned. Peacock, Hu Yidao, and the others were also confused. The Immortal Palace martial artists were even more stunned. Elder Li, Elder Wang, and Elder Lu were stunned as well. Xing Tian shouted coldly, "Nonsense!" Elder Li also stood out. "If you want to fight, we'll accompany you. But don't use such unnecessary excuses. We're not afraid of fighting with you." The other two elders stood out. They emitted powerful auras. The Immortal Palace martial artists behind them also had cold expressions. Chapter 25-27. Damn it, do you think we're afraid of you? Today we'll kill all of you. The people from the Great Sage Land had gone mad. Their killing intent overflowed into the sky like a vast ocean, making everyone's hair stand on end. What was going on? The surviving elders were so mad that they didn't hesitate to burn their life force and soul to attack. Could it be that this kid really did it? Saintess! Everyone retreated. Seeing that a great battle was about to break out, the elders of the Purple Dawn Holy Land and the Jade Lake Holy Land cried out in alarm. Their saintess was still beside Lin Xian. Lin Xian let go of the two girls and said, "You too, go back to your respective holy lands first." "Brother Xian," Morong Qingqing shouted. Xin Jingqiu was also puzzled. They realized that Lin Xian hadn't explained anything until now. This made them have a thought, but they didn't dare to be sure. Be obedient and go back. Lin Xian patted them on the back. Then, with a burst of energy, he pushed the two of them out. When the two of them returned to their respective sacred grounds, they still wanted to go back. However, they were held back by their respective elders. What a joke! Seeing the Great Sage Land's desperate appearance, they didn't want their saintess to take any risks. "Kid, today you will die without a doubt. No one in the heavens or earth can save you. I'll use your blood as a sacrifice to our saintess. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I'll pull out your tendons, skin you alive, and refine your soul. I'll suppress you in hell forever. You and these people from the Immortal Palace, I won't let any of you go." The cultivators of the Great Sage Land surged with killing intent and surrounded Lin Xian and the others. The others frantically retreated, afraid of being implicated. However, No Flower, Gu Santong, Yi Wu Dao, and the others frowned. No Flower chanted Amitabha. Brother Lin, do you need help? Yi Wudao took a step forward. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. His golden blood surged to the sky, making people want to kneel down. Seeing someone step forward, the cultivators of the great sage land frowned. The surviving elders, on the other hand, went crazy. Whoever dared to stop them would be dealt with together. They've really gone crazy. What? Are these people of the great sage land crazy? Are they going to start a war with the ancient families? Lin Xian finally spoke up when he noticed that the atmosphere was getting tense. That's right, I did kill the 5 Elements Saint and the 10,000 Thunder Saint. What? Everyone was stunned. Heavens, what is he saying? He's killed 2 saintesses. No way, this brat actually admitted it. How? How could he possibly have the strength to kill 2 saints? I don't. What's happening? Countless cries of alarm rang out, and even Leaf, Dowdenier, and No Flower were stunned. They also didn't expect Lin Xian to admit to it. Previously, they had acted because they felt that the people from the 3 holy lands were being unreasonable. That was why they couldn't stand by and watch. But now the other party had admitted it. This made them feel like they had no justification. Humph. Lin Xian spoke again. However, I didn't kill Juxiao Seiko. I don't know who killed that unlucky guy. But if the people of the 9 heavens holy land want to put the blame on me, I don't mind. Anyway, killing 1 more or 1 less doesn't make a difference to me. No difference. Everyone's mouth twitched. You killed a saintess. Do you think you're cutting cabbage? At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. They really couldn't understand what had happened. How could the other party kill 3 of the great sage's sons in a row? The cultivators of the great sage land who didn't know the truth were furious when they heard this. Each of them was filled with killing intent. Damn kid, kneel down and accept your death. Kill him. You must kill him. Avenge our saintesses. Originally, they didn't believe that their saintesses had been killed. But now, it seemed that their 3 great sages' sons might really have been killed. Moreover, the murderer was the person in front of them. The elders of the 3 great sage land were so angry that they were trembling. Good, good, good. Kid, you've got guts. You actually dared to admit it. Since that's the case, kneel down and accept your death. Not only you, none of Immortal Palace's people will live. I want all of you to taste the feeling of living a life worse than death. Murderous intent filled the sky. The people of the 3 great sage land were like killing gods as they surrounded Lin Xian and everyone from Immortal Palace. Brother Xian, Brother Lin Xian. Murong Qingqing and Xinjingqiu were extremely nervous. The others also frowned. Of course, there were also many who sneered. They thought that Lin Xian and Immortal Palace were too arrogant. They actually dared to kill the saintesses. They deserved to die. Immortal Palace's side was also angry. The other party was so aggressive. So what if their palace master killed these saintesses? Did they really think that Immortal Palace was easy to bully? They did not think that Lin Xian would kill these people for no reason. Lin Xian must have his reasons for killing the 3 great sages' sons. They also knew that these 3 great sages' sons were not good people. They had targeted their palace master more than once or twice. Sure enough, Lin Xian said in a deep voice, I killed them because they deserve to die. If you are not convinced, just attack. I'll take it. Lin Xian was not afraid. At most, he would tear the saint's hand bone. He did not believe that these people could resist. Don't talk nonsense with him. Kill. The elders of the 9 heavens holy land, 5 elements palace, and 1,000 thunder holy land roared. Countless figures charged over. Attack! Xingtian and Elder Li's side also roared. The people from Immortal Palace all attacked. A great battle broke out. However, there were too many people from the 3 great sages' lands. It could be said that they were 3 times more than Lin Xian's side. Therefore, Lin Xian's side was at a disadvantage for a while. When the surrounding Holy Land saw this scene, they began to discuss. This immortal palace was too reckless. 1 against 3. This was a sure death situation. Unless they had some trump card. So what if they had a trump card? Did they think that the 3 great sages' lands were vegetarians? The strength of these holy lands was not too different. Moreover, the 3 great sages' combined strength was enough to make up for everything. Even the remote antiquities families did not dare to fight them easily. This time Immortal Palace was dead for sure. Many people sneered. Sure enough, Immortal Palace's people were retreating. The eyes of the 3 great sages' people were red, like demons. Do you really think that you can fight against us? Do you really think that you can fight us? Do you really want to kill all of you? Murong Qingqing and Xin Jingqiu cried out when they saw the scene. They wanted to send people from their holy lands to help. However, they were stopped by their elders. Holy Maiden, you can't. This is not a child's play. Yes, this is not an ordinary battle. The death of the 3 great sages, holy sons, could be said to have driven these people crazy. If they attacked now, they would definitely fight to the death with the 3 great sages' lands. Although Jade Lake and Purple Dawn Holy Land were powerful, they were not willing to offend the 3 great sages' lands for no reason. Don't worry, Holy Maiden. At the critical moment, we will take action and save Lin Xian. Chapter 25-28. Hearing this, Murong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. Xin Jingqiu also said, Granny Qian, you said it. You have to help later. On the other side, Yi Wudao, No Flower, and the others also had flickering eyes. Although they also wanted to help, the current situation was too complicated. They did not dare to act rashly. However, they also decided that at the critical moment, they would definitely help. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. He was prepared to take out the Black Earth and fire a few shots at them. He would kill a few peerless almighties first. However, before he made a move, Elder Li roared from the side. Competing in numbers? You are too inexperienced. Buzz! Elder Li waved his sleeve, scattering out tens of thousands of rays of light. The surrounding people were surprised because they could see that the tens of thousands of rays of light were actually hundreds and thousands of beans. Each of them was like a golden bean floating in the sky. What kind of divine ability was that? Or was it a magical treasure? The surrounding people were shocked. They did not know what the other party was doing. The people from the Great Sage Land sneered in disdain. Just a mere bean, and they wanted to make them retreat? What a joke! They had to kill the other party until not a single one was left alive. However, soon they were stunned. In fact, their faces became extremely ugly. The crowd uttered cries of astonishment. Heavens! What kind of divine ability was that? Everyone was stupefied because the golden bean was trembling in the sky. Then they suddenly became bigger and turned into figures. Heaven and earth trembled rapidly, and the void cracked, unable to withstand the energy. 1, 2, 3, hundreds and thousands of figures appeared in the sky. When these people appeared, they roared in the void, and the energy, sound waves, shook the blood of the people, causing the surrounding martial artists to retreat. The eyes of the Holy Land elders were like divine rainbows as they stared ahead. They sucked in a breath of cold air because the figures that appeared in front of them were too strange. They had the upper body of a human, but their lower body was the tail of a snake. They held long sabers, spears, and pikes in their hands. Terrifying killing intent swept in all directions. What was that? Puppet mechanism? The cultivators of Zhou dynasty were discussing this matter. The people from the Great Sage were also shocked. One of the young men laughed coldly. You're just a mere puppet and you want to fight us? He was really courting death. He rushed forward, wanting to kill those puppets. He was a genius of the 9 firmaments, Sacred Emperor. No matter how strong the puppet was, how could it be compared to them? Kill! With a furious roar, light filled the sky and turned into a silver arc that slashed forward. The void was sliced in half in an instant. From this, One could imagine how terrifying that attack was. Clang! Among them, a figure with a human body and a snake tail stabbed out with a spear. Bang! It collided with the silver light and made a clanging sound. The heavens fell, and the earth cracked as thunder rumbled. The silver light was shattered, and the bronze spear pierced through the void, smashing into the body of the genius from the 9 heavens' holy ground. What? Everyone was stunned by this scene, especially the people of 9 firmaments, Saint Emperor. They screamed like crazy. The faces of the others turned ugly. What kind of puppet was this? That was too terrifying. The one who attacked was a young genius. Although he was not as strong as a saint, he was still a powerful figure. However, he was unable to resist the opponent's spear. The level of these puppets was too terrifying. If there was such a puppet army, no one would be able to resist it. However, they had never heard of anyone who had such a terrifying puppet technique. No, damn it, impossible. The people of 9 firmaments, Sacred Emperor roared. At this moment, an elder of the Yi family narrowed his eyes. This was not a puppet technique. This was magic bean soldiers. What? Magic bean soldiers. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. A few elders who were like living fossils trembled in fear. Was casting beans to create soldiers the divine ability of the legends? It was rumored to be an immortal technique. How could these people know it? Immortal technique. Everyone trembled. Anything related to immortals was definitely the most mysterious and powerful. How could these people from the Immortal Palace have such a strange ability? Could it be that they were related to immortals? They did not know. Their faces were pale. Now, they finally understood why the Immortal Palace dared to fight against the 3 great sage. With this magic bean soldiers, they could instantly gather thousands of experts. They could definitely fight against the 3 great sage. Damn it! The 3 great sage roared in anger. They were also stunned by the other party's move. For a moment, they did not attack. Instead, they stood there in bewilderment. The people of the Immortal Palace heaved a sigh of relief. They cheered and sneered. Lin Xian was also stunned. He did not know that the Immortal Palace had such an ability. It seemed that the Immortal Palace was even more mysterious and powerful than he had imagined. He knew that although he was the palace master now, the Immortal Palace he had come into contact with was probably only the surface. The true core was probably still in the hands of the old palace master. As for the true strength and foundation of the Immortal Palace, he did not know how far it had reached. Perhaps other than Xiajiao, no one else knew. So, are we still going to fight? The corners of his mouth curled up as he asked indifferently. The dark red divine dragon sneered again and again. The 3 great sage, are you that awesome? Come and attack together. Let's hurt each other. With this great ability and so many powerful puppets, they definitely did not fear the 3 great sage. Therefore, the Immortal Palace's side was full of confidence. In particular, the dark red divine dragon pointed at these people and cursed. Others were embarrassed to curse, but he could not care less. Come, 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 the 3 great sages' grandsons. Fight 300 rounds with this emperor. This emperor will definitely turn each and every one of you into golden roasted meat. That damn snake. You're courting death. Kill him. You must kill them. Humph. So what if they have great abilities? They're just high-level puppets. Do they really think they have immortal methods? That's right. How can puppets be compared to us? They were really provoked and went crazy. They attacked again. In an instant, the 2 sides fought. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 great sages people rushed up. When Elderly saw this, he snorted coldly and formed a seal with his palm. Boom! In front, thousands of human-shaped puppets held weapons and roared. They were wearing bronze armor. Runes lit up and flickered incomparably. They turned into a green wave and surged forward. Bang, bang, bang. The attacks of thousands of top-notch puppets were incomparably powerful. They collided with the 3 great sages. Immediately, The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Boundless energy swept in all directions. The surrounding warriors retreated one after another, not daring to be affected at all. Bang, bang, bang. The surging green wave was like a heavenly blade, slashing at the three great sages' people. Pooh! Those young warriors vomited large mouthfuls of blood and were sent flying with miserable screams. There was nothing they could do. The elders could resist, but their strength was not enough. They were sent flying in an instant. Chapter 25-29. Many sacred land martial artists turned into blood and scattered in the void. The scene was very miserable. Ah, damn it! Seeing this scene, the three great sage powerhouses roared crazily, "Use your trump cards!" They used the Immortal Palace, Lightning Pool, and Five Elements flag again, preparing to kill these top puppets. Humph! Elderly snorted coldly and formed a seal with his palm again. Thousands of top puppets roared. The runes on their bodies flickered quickly and circled continuously, forming a huge phantom in the sky. This phantom also had a human body and a snake tail. It held a desolate ancient artifact in its hand and emitted a desolate aura as if it had crossed time and space. Was this a half-demon? Many young disciples were puzzled. Those living fossils were trembling. Don't talk nonsense. This was a totem. It was said that countless years ago, the ancestors of the human race had this form of a human body and a snake tail. This immortal palace was too terrifying and mysterious. I'm afraid they're even more terrifying than we imagined. What? Totem! The surrounding people were stunned. The eyes of the Yi family, Jade Lake Sacred Land, Dao Yi Sacred Land, and other great sage powerhouses flickered. The elders of the imperial dynasties also had solemn expressions. Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu breathed a sigh of relief. Their expressions eased and they even smiled. The stronger immortal palace was, the safer Lin Xian would be. The more relieved they were. However, the elders behind them were completely stunned. Previously, they had planned to save the other party's life in a critical moment. But now, it seemed that there was no need to do so. The other party's foundation was beyond their imagination. In the sky, the huge totem emitted a desolate aura and quickly pressed down. It collided with the trump cards of the three great sage powerhouses. An even more intense explosion sounded as if the world was about to be destroyed. At this moment, all the surrounding sacred land martial artists activated their armor and defense to resist. They were like small boats swaying in the wind. Boom! 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 Suddenly, in this violent energy, there was an even more terrifying, murderous aura. 7 rays of light pierced through the entire space like pillars. They tore apart the storm that filled the sky. Damn it, what happened? Could it be that Immortal Palace used another trump card? The surrounding people were terrified. They all trembled and couldn't help but want to kneel down. This power was too strong. Even the Immortal Palace, the Lightning Pool, and the 5 Elements flags in the sky were trembling nonstop. How could this be? How could they possess such powerful strength? The faces of the people of the great sage changed. Could it be that it was the pressure of the sage again? They thought that Lin Xian had unraveled the saint's hand bone and produced this power. Immortal Palace's side was similarly shocked. This was because Lin Xian did not use the saint's hand bone. He looked around and found that other than Elder Li's Bean soldiers, no one else had used any other terrifying trump cards. Then what was with this terrifying aura? Elder Li also noticed this point, and his expression was uncertain. Elderly, don't do anything, Lin Xian said from the side. He had a feeling that there was something wrong with the tomb. Sure enough, Elderly nodded and withdrew the huge totem in the sky. The 1,000 top-notch puppets quickly retreated and circled around them. It disappeared. The totem's aura disappeared. The eyes of the experts outside flickered. Whoosh! The light that filled the sky was pierced through. Finally, everyone could see the scene in front of them clearly. What was that? They were stupefied, because they discovered that the trembling power that made them feel despair wasn't released by Immortal Palace. It was not released by the Great Sage either. It was something else. The Great Sage was also stunned. What exactly was that? Damn it, it wasn't Immortal Palace's people. In the space between them and Immortal Palace, 7 streaks of light appeared. To be more precise, they were 7 coffins. 7 bronze coffins appeared on the ground. They emitted a heavy aura. The 7 streaks of killing intent that connected heaven and earth were released by these 7 bronze coffins. As soon as they appeared, it was as if 7 demonic mountains were pressing down on everyone's hearts. It was so heavy that they couldn't breathe at all. Each of the 7 bronze coffins was incomparably huge, as if they had existed for countless years. Looking from the sky, they formed the shape of the Big Dipper. In fact, there were stars engraved on the 7 bronze coffins. The Big Dipper coffin. Everyone swallowed their saliva crazily. They were facing the bronze coffins that suddenly appeared as if they were facing a great enemy. Whose coffin was that? Who was buried inside? Why would it appear at this time? Could it be that they had encountered some kind of restriction when they were fighting earlier? Would it be dangerous for them after it appeared? They had no idea. Boom! Boom! Crack! While they were still in shock, one of the bronze coffins suddenly began to tremble. Damn it! What happened? Could it be that it was going to turn into a corpse? Everyone was terrified. No, they had to stop it. They were too terrified because the corpses and heads they had discovered so far were at least at the level of an invincible king. Moreover, the Een soldiers from before had also left a huge shadow on them. Therefore, they did not allow the bronze coffin to revive. They did not allow the things inside to come out. In an instant, countless people unleashed formation after formation to seal the coffin. They flew down, wanting to completely seal the coffin. Boom! The people from the 5 Elements Palace were the closest, and they were the first to set up the 5 Element seal. Buzz! 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 5 mysterious runes floated down and enveloped the bronze coffin. Whoosh! Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Bang! Damn it! Not good! They cried out in alarm again because they discovered something. The 5 Element seal. It was actually shattered in an instant. On the bronze coffin, a flickering star. It directly broke through the 5 Element seal, and the bronze coffin trembled even more violently. Ice whirled. A delicate shout sounded and countless ice spread out. Immediately, the trembling bronze coffin was sealed in ice. Not only it, but the surrounding space was covered in snow, turning into a world of ice and snow. An elder from the Moon Palace made a move. However, everyone did not relax and continued to watch intently. Sure enough, in the next moment, the world of ice and snow that filled the sky quickly melted, turning into countless puddles of water that sank into the ground and disappeared. The bronze coffin was still trembling, and it was getting more and more intense. Don't hesitate. Hurry up and make a move, the Yi family elder said coldly. The people from the wavering light, sacred land, also shouted coldly. In an instant, everyone in the surroundings made a move. The light that filled the sky condensed, trying to seal the bronze coffin below. However, before they could make a move, the bronze coffin in front of them cracked open. Damn it! It opened. Everyone trembled and almost fell from the sky. They did not expect the coffin to open so suddenly. Chapter 25:30. Whoosh! When the bronze coffin was halfway open, a pale hand grabbed the edge. Then a figure sat up. Crack! Crack! The purple figure walked out of the coffin and floated in the air. What's that? Everyone was stunned. They finally got a clear look at the figure. To be exact, it wasn't a human. It was very strange. It was very similar to the puppet from before. It had a human body, but its body was covered in scales. There was also a tail behind it that looked like a snake's tail. However, it had a different tail. The snake's tail was extremely smooth, but the tail was covered in poisonous thorns. As it swayed, it easily shattered the void. Monster beast. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that the thing that came out of the bronze coffin was not a human, but a monster beast. What was going on? Everyone was stunned. They had encountered all kinds of strange things before. They had even encountered the heads of 99 invincible kings. However, those people before were from the human race. They didn't look like monsters at all. But now, one of the coffins of the Big Dipper contained a demonic beast. What was going on? Were the other 6 demonic beasts as well? They didn't know. They couldn't even fight against one of them. That was because the monster with purple scales and a purple tail in front of them was floating in the air. 2 balls of white flames suddenly appeared in its eye sockets. Attack quickly. Boom, boom, boom. Countless powerhouses attacked, turning into a sky full of energy that slashed at the fist technique. In an instant, the purple figure was shrouded. Light erupted. Sword chi and saber light flashed. The space in front of them exploded in an instant, turning into nothingness. That's great. Was it destroyed? Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Although the other party had come out, it definitely couldn't withstand the attacks of so many people. Gulp! Gulp! Suddenly, a purple light appeared in the sky. It was like a heavenly saber that cut open the sky. Boom! The energy was also cut open. A pair of purple hands destroyed everything. A purple silhouette walked out from within. Whoosh! Whoosh! It wasn't injured. How was that possible? Damn it, was it still human? What level had this corpse reached? Everyone was stunned. The purple monster beast didn't receive any damage at all. What was even more frightening was that several purple mouths grew out of its body, quickly absorbing the surrounding energy as if it was enjoying delicious food. Oh no, it was going to attack. Boom! The purple palm covered the sky and the earth, slapping toward them. It was as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on them. With a bang, many people were pushed back, and the violent energy in the sky was also torn apart. Damn it! It was so powerful. It seemed that its strength had exceeded that of a supreme. These people were terrified. They didn't expect the other party was too powerful. Furthermore, from the looks of it, the corpse that had been dead for tens of thousands of years had mutated and was now alive. Foolish humans! How dare you trespass into the tomb of the demon race's saint? All of you will die. A cold and ruthless voice. Ancient tomb of a demon saint? What? How was that? This is clearly the tomb of the human race's saint. All the martial artists from the Holy Lands and great sects were stunned. Lin Xian frowned as well, because from all the previous signs, all the methods were of the human race. Whether it was those Tao patterns or the treasures, the 99 heads were all of the human race. That was obviously the ancient tomb of the human race's saint. But now, the Big Dipper coffin appeared, and the corpse inside was resurrected. It actually said that this was the ancient tomb of the monster race. Impossible. What was going on? Everyone was stunned. Moreover, more people were puzzled. How could the corpse be resurrected after tens of thousands of years? That was too abnormal. They didn't know the reason, but it was similar to the Een soldiers. It wasn't a real resurrection. The one that came out of the bronze coffin was already so powerful. If the other 6 bronze coffins came out, wouldn't they be able to defeat everyone? No, they had to kill it quickly. And stop it. Why don't we run away? All kinds of discussions sounded. Many people's eyes flickered as they stared at the bronze coffin. They didn't know what was inside the bronze coffin. They felt that it was necessary to check it out. Behind them, the people of the Demon Emperor Palace were overjoyed. That was great. Finally, someone from the monster race appeared. Like I said, this is the ancient tomb of the monster race's saint. Those despicable humans didn't believe me. Now, they know how powerful we are. What should we do now? Should we go up and meet up with the powerful corpse and kill these humans together? An expert voiced his opinion. However, Yen Ryu shook his head. Do you want to be the target of public criticism? Do you think you can exterminate all humans? If one of them goes out, all the holy lands and major sects in the world will attack the Demon Emperor Palace. Do you think the Demon Emperor Palace can survive? If the Saint Physique dies here, I'm afraid the Yi family outside will bring extreme weapons to attack. Hearing about extreme weapons, the experts of the Demon Emperor Palace trembled, and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. What should we do? Others asked. Hua Tiandu's eyes flickered. We can stay here and watch. Let them kill each other. These people of the Demon Emperor Palace didn't move forward. Instead, they retreated to a corner. At this moment, no one paid attention to them. After all the Holy Land warriors were staring at the purple figure in front of them as if they were facing a great enemy. At the front, those people were also discussing. Let's fight. We have to deal with this demonic beast. Otherwise, we won't be able to move forward. 5 Elements Palace, 9 Heavens Holy Land, and the 1,000 Thunder Saints people had gloomy expressions. They wanted to take revenge, but they didn't expect such a situation to occur. They gritted their teeth and stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted. Why? You want to fight? I don't mind playing with you. As he spoke, the top-grade puppets around him flickered with mysterious runes and formed a powerful force that intimidated everyone. Damn it, Brat, just you wait. I won't let you off. The people of the great sage, Holy Land, gritted their teeth and didn't continue to attack. Compared to Lin Xian, the purple demonic beast in front of them was a greater threat. Lin Xian sneered. Elder Li waved his hand and kept the top-grade puppets. These were trump cards and couldn't be used for too long. He would only use them in times of danger. Seeing this scene, the 4 symbols Holy Land, Yin Yang sect, Toba family, and others had gloomy expressions. Originally, they wanted to let the other party take the lead and use these puppets to kill the purple demonic beast. They wanted to exhaust Immortal Palaces, trump cards. However, they didn't expect the people of Immortal Palace to be so decisive and put away their trump cards in an instant. A young expert from the Tuoba family didn't give up and snorted. Fellow cultivator, why put them away? These top-grade puppets don't have life and can't feel pain. Moreover, they are very strong. Chapter 2531. As soon as these words came out, everyone turned their heads to look. The faces of the people of Immortal Palace changed. Lin Xian snorted coldly, flicked his finger, and a sword wave flew out, directly killing the young powerhouse who spoke. Damn it! What are you doing? The people of the Tuoba family roared crazily. They didn't expect that the other party would dare to attack them. Moreover, it was a fatal blow right from the start. They couldn't react at all. Give me a reason to protect you? Lin Xian asked coldly. Hearing this, everyone fell silent and didn't speak. That's right, when Immortal Palace was besieged and killed, they didn't go forward to help. Now, they wanted the other party to protect them? How was that possible? Damn it, we are all humans. Now that we are facing the demon race, we naturally have to unite against a common enemy. The people of the Tuoba family wanted to use righteousness and reason to suppress the other party. After Lin Xian heard this, he sneered in disdain. Are you all humans? In my eyes, you are not humans. You are just a bunch of animals. What qualifications do you have to say that you are all humans? The people of the Tuoba family were so angry that they vomited blood. They were a dignified family of spirit seekers, dominating a region. When the various holy lands saw them, they had to be courteous. But now, someone actually scolded them in public. How could they endure this? They must kill them. This kid was too arrogant. Damn kid, kneel down and kowtow. Countless roars came. Lin Xian's body erupted with endless sword light. If you want to die, I can fulfill your wish. As soon as the sword light came out, it swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. Damn it! His strength had become stronger again. This sword chi was so terrifying. No wonder he could kill the 3 sons of the great sage. His strength was much stronger than before. Could it be that this kid had also broken through? Exclamations came one after another. At this moment, the Alcade saint's eyes flickered. The Zhongzhou twin kings' faces were ferocious. Yi Wudao smiled. As expected of Brother Lin, he didn't let him down. No Flower also chanted Amitba with a smile on his face. Both he and Lin Xian had obtained a small bronze cauldron. Inside the small cauldron, he had obtained a great opportunity. Come to think of it, Lin Xian should be the same. Stupid humans, even now you're still killing each other. Go to hell. The Purple Monster King's cold voice resounded once more. His palms blotted out the sky and covered the earth, sweeping in all directions. From the looks of it, he should be a protector, protecting the peace of this ancient tomb and hunting down all outsiders. Dodge quickly. Seeing this attack, the Holy Land martial artists were so scared that their scalps went numb. They fled like crazy. Pum! The void cracked open, and a huge black hole appeared. Boundless energy surged and swept out in all directions. Many people vomited blood and were sent flying. Boom! However, the experts from the various holy lands also made their moves. Leaf Dao Denier roared, and golden light erupted from him, making him look like a golden sun. Then he thrust his hand out, unleashing a massive sealing mark. Wang. On the Alcade saint's body, phantoms of gods and demons filled the sky. Above his head, a ball of holy light condensed and flew out quickly. Kill! The middle ground twin kings roared. Demonic chi and Buddhist light flickered. It was strange and terrifying. In addition, the other saints and saintesses all made their moves. Not only the young disciples, but the experts, elders, and living fossils also made their moves. Wang. Lin Xian circled around him. Under his control, the 5-shaped sword Qi also flew forward. Flying Flower. Murong Qingcheng waved her hand, and petals scattered in the sky, forming a huge light blade that slashed down from the sky. Purple Qi from the east. Xin Jingqiu's face was cold, and her jade-like hands kept waving. Purple Qi floated in the sky, carrying with it a supreme divine power. When these people attacked together, it was really terrifying. Nothing could resist. No matter how powerful the Purple Monster King was, he was still forced back. This is great. He was not an invincible existence. Seeing this scene, everyone was overjoyed and their confidence increased. If they joined forces, they might be able to kill him. Roar! The Purple Monster King was forced back, and he was mad with anger. In his eyes, white flames flickered, and an incomparably mysterious power burst out from his body, sweeping in all directions. The attacks from the experts of the great sage were all sent flying or disappeared into the black hole. Quickly, form a formation. These elders and saints might be able to withstand such a violent attack, but those young warriors simply couldn't withstand it. Many of them were directly blasted to pieces. Therefore, the elders hurriedly asked the young disciples to form a powerful formation to resist. Sure enough, the foundations of the great sage were very terrifying. The young disciples combined into a formation, and the power of the formation was doubled. It could resist the energy attacks that filled the sky. Damn humans, you have angered me. I will definitely kill all of you, the Purple Monster King said coldly. Wang. His body expanded, and he turned into a peerless monster king like a purple mountain. The power of his body also suddenly erupted. Mysterious runes appeared on his body one after another, shining incomparably. Tao patterns. These were Tao patterns. Damn it, he had been refined. The elders of the Yi family, the Gu family, and the other clan of the ancients screamed. The pupils of the powerhouses of the various imperial dynasties also shrank. Not good. Retreat. They retreated crazily. However, it was still too late. A purple fist tore through the void. Terrifying energy rushed towards Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian and the others felt a great sense of danger. The sky was filled with sword qi. He crazily activated the great dragon sword soul and erupted to the extreme. Lin Xian's defense was not the strongest, but his attack power was strong. He used offense as defense and destroyed all the energy that rushed over. He dodged the fatal attack, but the aftershock of the energy still knocked him back. His blood boiled. On the side of the immortal palace, the three elders had used their trump cards, so they were safe. The other saints and experts also displayed their trump cards one after another. The replica dragon pattern cauldron and the golden sword all flew out. On Murong Qingqing's side, a huge lotus flower wrapped around her. On Shan Jingqiu's side, countless purple clouds surrounded her, making her look like a fairy. Although these people also used their trump cards, they were all knocked back. Their attacks were also shattered. Although their lives were not in danger, many of them still vomited blood. The formation formed by the young disciples was torn into pieces in an instant. Many of them were directly blasted into a bloody mist by the punch. Damn it! How could he be so strong? Those who were still alive were extremely terrified. The elders' faces were gloomy. Lin Xian also frowned and asked, "Are you saying that the light flickering on the Monster King's body is Tao patterns? Could it be that he is a saint?" He was too shocked. Now he knew that Tao patterns could only be formed by saints. Those below the saint level could not form them at all. They could only observe. However, Tao patterns appeared on the purple Monster King's body, and there was more than one. Chapter 2532. This was too terrifying. If this was really the corpse of a saint, then none of them would be able to stop it. It was better to think of a way to escape as soon as possible. No, it wasn't. Palace Master, this was not the corpse of a saint. The Tao patterns on his body were probably carved on by someone else. Carved on? Who had such great strength? Lin Xian was shocked. Suddenly his pupils constricted. You mean carved on by a saint? Why would a saint carve Tao patterns on this demon king? Was it just to protect it? That's right, it should be to protect it, Elderly said. With such a powerful corpse guarding it, even if an invincible king came, he probably wouldn't be able to steal the last thing. Could it be that there was some shocking treasure in the saint's ancient tomb? Xing Tian frowned. The dark red dragon's eyes lit up. Could it be the saint's inheritance? Hearing this, everyone's hearts beat wildly. The saint's inheritance. That was the essence of the saint's lifelong learning. Whoever could get it would be able to grow to the invincible king level. Or, if they were lucky, they might become the next saint. This made everyone excited. This was much more precious than any natural treasure, spirit pill, or miraculous medicine. But soon he laughed bitterly. Even if there was really the saint's inheritance, so what? With the current situation, they couldn't resist at all. Moreover, this was only one of the bronze coffins. If all 6 of them came out together, no one would be able to resist them. Now, it was better to think about how to escape. Not only Lin Xian and the others guessed so, but the other sacred land martial artists were also discussing. They also guessed that there was a possibility that there was the saint's inheritance. The people of the Demon King Palace in the distance were even more excited. They were the most suitable to cultivate the demon saint's inheritance. After all, although they were half demons, the blood of the demon race flowed in their bodies. Some of them were even mutated species. The demon saint's tradition was very important to them. If they could get one, a living demon saint would appear in the Demon King Palace. In that case, the strength of the Demon King Palace would undergo an earth-shattering change. No, they had to get the last inheritance of this saint's ancient tomb. The people of the Demon King Palace clenched their fists. Hua Tiandu was even more excited. They had to kill him. The great sage discussed for a while. He attacked again. The elders of the Yi family made their move. Leaf Daodenier was even more powerful than Yang Qi, and as he did, a golden domain sprang up around him. Endless golden light enveloped the entire sky. Whoa! The wavering light, Saint pushed the replica dragon pattern cauldron. The elders of the wavering light, holy land behind him, pushed together and poured all their energy into the dragon pattern cauldron. Whoa! The imitation dragon pattern cauldron kept getting bigger and bigger, crushing the void. The two dragons on it seemed to have come alive. Earth-shattering energy poured down in torrents. The Grand Xia Empire, the prince of the great Xia dynasty, also wielded his golden sword. The sky was filled with golden swords, and they slashed down from the sky. Taishian Holy Land, a young man stretched out his palm. In the center of his palm, there were 99 stars revolving around. It was extremely mysterious, as if it was a universe. At this moment, everyone was attacking madly. Furthermore, this time around, those people had all used their most powerful trump cards. Elder Wang, Elder Liu, please protect our disciples. The rest of you, follow me and attack. Lin Xian instructed. He did not order everyone to attack. He held back because he was afraid that the people from the Five Elements Palace would suddenly assassinate him. With the two elders guarding, the rest of the young disciples retreated to the back. Lin Xian, the dark red dragon, Xing Tian, Elderly, and Peacock attacked together. Damned human, go to hell! In front of them, the purple demon king roared. The 8 Tao runes on its body flashed rapidly. Wang! The 8 Tao runes flew out and shone brightly, forming a Tao diagram in the sky. It pressed down. The Tao diagram was extremely hazy, but it was like a millstone that could destroy the world. Everything that collided with it turned to dust. Nothing could stop it. Slash! The prince of the great Xia dynasty roared. The golden sword slashed down on the Tao diagram, making a clanging sound. Then the golden sword was sent flying. On the imitation dragon pattern cauldron, the two dragons roared and turned into two dragon shadows that rushed over. They clashed with the Tao diagram, but soon they were also destroyed. Lin Xian's sword Qi collided with it and was also sent flying. Not only that, nothing could stop it. Saber light, sword Qi, spatial power, sea of fire, wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. In short, all kinds of energy were useless in front of the Tao. Bang! Bang! Everyone was sent flying again. Many people vomited blood. Some of their bodies even cracked. A few unlucky elders were touched by the Tao diagram. Their bodies collapsed and could no longer reassemble. How terrifying! A trace of the Tao diagram's energy was enough to kill a peerless powerhouse. Everyone trembled in fear. Lin Xian also retreated. He frowned. The enemy was so strong. Why didn't these people retreat? On the side, Xing Tian explained, "Young master, it's not that simple. The foundations of the various holy lands were very strong. It was likely that they had many trump cards in their hands that they had yet to use. Not to mention them, Immortal Palace also has many trump cards that we haven't used yet. We haven't used them yet." Lin Xian was surprised. Forget about their Immortal Palace for now. Their Immortal Palace was perfectly preserved. Apart from them, the other weaker ones all withdrew from the battlefield. Therefore, there weren't any casualties for the time being. However, many of the geniuses of the other holy lands had been killed. Were those holy lands still not going to use all their trump cards? It had to be said that these holy lands could really endure. Wang! Just as they were discussing, suddenly, a green stream of light tore through the void in the distance. Everywhere it passed, the void shattered. Everyone looked up frantically. Damn it, what kind of power was this? They were all trembling uncontrollably. Even Shen Jingqiu, Murong Qingcheng, Yi Wudao, and No Flower, who had top bloodlines, were shocked. Whoosh! An earth-shattering sound rang out. The bronze coffin that the purple fiend crawled out of was broken in half. What was going on? What happened? Everyone was shocked. Why did someone attack the bronze coffin? Could it be that they had found some clues? They were puzzled. The green light flashed in the sky and disappeared. Ah, The purple fiend king screamed. Damn it! His strength was weakening. The Tao patterns on his body were quickly dimming, as if they would disappear at any time. What was going on? Seeing the scene, everyone was shocked. Was the purple fiend king going to be killed just by breaking the coffin? Could it be that the coffin was the key? Everyone was stunned. Who was so powerful? Even the powerful array masters in their holy lands didn't notice this weakness. Chapter 25:33. Damn it, you're not human. Everyone followed his gaze, their hearts thumping wildly. Demon Imperial Palace. It's the people from Demon Imperial Palace. Oh my God, it's actually Demon Imperial Palace. Everyone came to a realization. The people from Demon Imperial Palace were half demons, and the blood of the demon race flowed in their bodies. No wonder they could find the other party's flaw. However, who was the one who attacked just now? What was that green light? Was it their trump card? These people didn't know. There was also one thing that they were very puzzled about. These people from Demon Imperial Palace said that this was the ancient tomb of a demon saint the moment they entered. At first, they didn't believe it. Now they had doubts. Could it be that Demon Imperial Palace knew more than them? For a moment, everyone looked at Demon Imperial Palace with unfriendly expressions. After all, no matter how powerful the other party was, it was only a sacred ground. There were many sacred grounds here. If they joined forces, they might be able to take down the other party. Humph! Seeing the gazes of the sacred grounds, Hua Tiandu snorted coldly. A purple bead rushed out of his body, emitting a powerful demon qi. The demon qi emitted made the warriors of the sacred grounds frown. Of course, there were also saints who sneered. Wasn't it just a trump card? They had one too. However, soon, these saints were stunned and began to tremble uncontrollably. Beside Hua Tiandu, a beautiful woman walked out. A green light flickered on her body. As soon as the aura of the green light appeared, it seemed to carry a supreme pressure, making people want to kneel down and worship it. Damn it! What kind of aura was this? How could it be so powerful? The expressions of the elders of the sacred grounds also changed drastically, and their faces were filled with fear. Could it be a treasure of a saint? This aura was too terrifying. Moreover, they discovered that it was this green light that directly shattered the bronze coffin earlier. Boom, boom, boom. While the warriors of the sacred grounds were exclaiming, the purple demon king in front also roared angrily. The Tao patterns on his body finally disappeared completely. His body also slowly shrank and finally returned to normal. The white flames in his eye sockets disappeared. His entire body became a corpse again. That's great. It was broken. When the warriors of the sacred grounds saw this scene, they were pleasantly surprised. The people of Demon Imperial Palace also heaved a sigh of relief. They looked at Yenryu and were also extremely nervous. To be honest, not to mention those humans, even they didn't know what the cyan light in Yenryu's body was. Attack! Take the bronze coffin back, Yenryu ordered. Hua Tiandu also coldly shouted. The experts on the Demon King palaces side all attacked. Not good. Stop them. Although the sacred ground still didn't know what was inside the coffin, they still didn't know. But when he saw the people from the Demon Imperial Palace make a move, those elders also roared in anger and attacked one after another. For a moment, all kinds of light flashed in the sky, fighting until the sky fell and the earth cracked. The bronze coffin below was once again shattered by this violent energy. The huge coffin was shattered into hundreds of pieces and fell apart. Whoosh! One of the experts from the Wind Dynasty, God, took a look and cried out in alarm. Tao pattern. There were Tao patterns carved on it. What? Tao pattern. Could it be that the Taoist pattern on the Taoist king's body came from the coffin? They had seen how terrifying the Tao pattern was. So now they were frantically attacking. For a moment, everyone was crazily snatching. Whoosh! Lin Xian stretched out his palm, and the azure dragon palm spiraled and whistled. He directly grabbed 3 pieces and dragged them back. "Damn it, put them down!" An expert from the Nangong family roared, but he was sent flying by Xing Tian's slap. On the other side, Yi Wudao was incomparably powerful and also obtained a few pieces. The Prince of Great Xia, No Flower, and the others also attacked. Murong Qingqing and Shun Jingqiu also obtained a few pieces. In the sky, the pieces of the coffin became fewer and fewer, and everyone fought even more fiercely. At this moment, the sound of metal trembling sounded and instantly spread throughout the surroundings. These people trembled and almost fell from the sky. They stopped fighting and turned their heads to look down in bewilderment. Below, a bronze coffin was rapidly trembling. Not good. Something was going to come out again. Everyone was scared out of their wits. The one that came out previously already terrified them. It killed many of their disciples. If not for the mysterious woman from the Demon Imperial Palace, their losses would probably be even more serious. Hurry up and attack. Shatter that bronze coffin. They now guessed that the bronze coffin was the fatal weakness of these corpses. As long as it could be shattered, the corpses inside would not be able to revive. Kill. These sacred land experts attacked and quickly attacked the trembling bronze coffin below. Boom! 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 After a series of attacks, they were dumbfounded. They discovered that the bronze coffin was intact without a single crack. The people from the Demon Imperial Palace also frowned. Their attacks were also ineffective. Therefore, they looked at Yan Ryu. Yan Ryu frowned, and the green light on her body bloomed again. She raised her jade-like hand and was about to attack. However, at this moment, a cold voice came from the bronze coffin below. "If you attack again, don't blame me for being ruthless and killing you." Hearing this voice, Yan Ryu frowned. She lowered her hand and did not attack again. Instead, she turned around and said, "Let's go." She directly flew forward. Hua Tiandu's eyes flickered as he gritted his teeth and roared. "Follow her." The people from the Demon Imperial Palace directly left. Although they did not know where the path ahead led to, they did not stay here. Previously, when they heard the cold voice, it was filled with killing intent and thick, demonic qi. It was something that they could not resist. They knew that this was also a powerful Demon King. It was even more terrifying than the Demon King from before. The remaining sacred land warriors were shocked. They did not expect that a voice would come from the bronze coffin before it was opened. Moreover, it directly scared away the people from the Demon Imperial Palace. This phenomenon was even stranger than before. Could it be that the thing inside was even more terrifying? They gritted their teeth and attacked crazily again. Boom! The bronze coffin below trembled. A wave of power swept out like a heavenly blade, slashing in all directions. It collided with the energy. "Reckless humans, all of you can go to hell." Not good. Retreat. It was too powerful. In the sky, the power caused the surrounding warriors to tremble. They retreated crazily. They quickly left. Exclamations sounded one after another. These sacred land elders and experts had made a decision. They let the saints leave with the young disciples. These elders and experts would stay here to fight. Go! Yi Wudao shouted coldly and quickly left. Chapter 2534. Yi Wudao led the young disciples of the Yi family into the sky and flew into the distance. Wavering Light Sacred Land, Dao East Sacred Land, Moon Palace, and Taishan Sacred Land. The great sage lands and sects were all like this. Lin Xian was the same. Only Xing Tian remained by Lin Xian's side. The 3 elders remained behind. Brother Xian, Brother Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, and Shun Jingqiu also brought people over. They turned into a torrent and quickly rushed into the distance. Boom! As soon as they left, a world-shaking energy came from behind. The young cultivators who were leaving turned back. They saw a sky full of light that tore through heaven and earth. Even though they were so far away, they still felt a wave of fear and trembling. It was too terrifying. These elders had all used their trump cards. It was incomparably terrifying. Ignorant humans, since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. An even colder voice sounded. A black shadow covered heaven and earth, devouring all the light. Immediately after, angry roars sounded. The black shadow continued to devour everything in front of it, and it seemed to be spreading in all directions. Seeing this scene, the young cultivators felt their scalps go numb. They fled as if they had gone mad. Hurry up and leave. Lin Xian also led the cultivators of Immortal Palace, Morong Qingqing and Qiu'er. They turned into streams of light and disappeared into the sky. They flew and flew for about half a day. Finally, a light screen appeared in front of them. It was incomparably hazy. The young cultivators who were fleeing all stopped. They looked at the light screen in front of them and frowned. They couldn't pass through it. They were blocked. Damn it! Angry roars rang out one after another. The young cultivators even used their trump cards and charged forward. However, they still couldn't open it. The light screen in front of them flickered with flowing light. There was clearly the power of Tao patterns on it. Perhaps even an invincible king couldn't open it. Damn it, there was no way. What should they do? Did they have to go back? Or wait here for the battle to end? Everyone was discussing. Many of them looked at Yi Wu Dao, Wavering Light Saint, and the others. They wanted to see what these top geniuses could do. Brother Lin, what do you think? Leaf Dao Denier didn't respond. Instead, he looked over at Lin Xian. A golden light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes and surrounded him. Although the hall was huge, it was enveloped by a light screen. There were Tao runes flickering on the light screen. Obviously, there was nowhere to run. He raised his head and looked at the sky. There was a ceiling high up in the sky. The ceiling was decorated with the sun, moon, and stars. It was like the universe. From the looks of it, it was an extremely terrifying formation. Thinking about it, it would be difficult to break it. The ground was also filled with veined patterns. However, Lin Xian frowned. This time, through his heavenly secret divine eyes, he discovered that there seemed to be a tunnel underground. Attack downwards. Lin Xian pointed down and said in a deep voice, "Attack downwards." Everyone was stunned. What kind of joke was this? There were also formation runes below. That's right. Even if they could break through the ground. So what? Since there's no path below, why don't I just attack from above? Many people shook their heads, not believing that Lin Xian was right. However, no flower. Leaf Dao Denier nodded. Fine, we'll attack downwards. We'll help too. Xin Jingqiu and Morong Qingqing also stepped forward. At the same time, they called for the martial artists of their respective sects to attack together. Damn it! How could Leaf Dao Denier and the others trust that kid? The people of Tai Dynasty, Five Elements Palace, Yin-Yang Sect, and Tuoba family gnashed their teeth. They didn't have a good relationship with Lin Xian, so naturally they didn't want to listen to Lin Xian. However, even Leaf Dao Denier and the others were attacking downwards. It was useless for them to resist. Let's see what's down there. The martial artists of Five Elements Palace, Nine Firmaments Divine Emperor, and Myriad Thunder Sacred Land snorted. They didn't attack because Lin Xian had killed their holy son. Why would they help him at this time? Leaf Dao Denier glanced at them and said coldly, "If you don't want to fight, then scram. We don't raise trash here." These people were so angry that they vomited blood and trembled. However, there was nothing they could do. The other party was a holy physique. They couldn't beat him. They could only attack together with a dark face. These young disciples were all geniuses, and they had their holy sons and holy daughters to open the way. Damn it, he's too strong. We can't blast it open. These people were shocked. There were so many of them, and they were so strong, but they couldn't blast it open. Lin Xian frowned. That's not right. The people of Demon Imperial Palace? Why aren't they here? He looked around and found that there were still many people from the sects who hadn't arrived. It seems that they went in a different direction from us. How about this? Let's lure all of them here and combine their strength to blast it open. Okay, hearing this, Leaf Doudenier raised his palm, and golden light burst out and swept in all directions. Sure enough, the martial artists in other directions saw this scene and turned their heads. That's the Yi family's holy physique. What happened? Is there a battle? No, it seems to be a signal. Let's go over and take a look. Someone exclaimed. The martial artists in other directions flew in the direction of the golden light. Soon, more and more people gathered. Whoosh! The people of Northern Plains are here. The people of Southern Ridge are here too. The people of Demon Imperial Palace are here too. Everyone exclaimed. Sure enough, Hua Tiandu and Yan Ryu led the experts of Demon Imperial Palace and rushed over. Woo ji in the sky. A squeak sounded, and then a beautiful figure descended from the sky. It's the holy daughter of Yao Guang. Everyone exclaimed as they stared at that beautiful face without blinking. The people of Yao Guang's sacred land heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't see the holy daughter before and thought that she had fallen. Now that they saw her, they were naturally relieved. Isn't that little white? Shen Jingqiu saw a snow-white monkey in the arms of the holy daughter of Yao Guang and immediately exclaimed. Murong Qingqing and Lin Xian also forgot about it. The dark, red divine dragon was a while away. Damn, why is this little guy here? The holy daughter of Yao Guang walked forward, wanting to meet up with the holy son of Yao Guang. But at this time, little white in her arms jumped away and returned to Lin Xian's shoulder, jumping excitedly. What? Everyone was stunned, including the holy daughter of Yao Guang. She turned her head to look at Lin Xian and exclaimed softly, Little guy, come here. However, little white ignored her. The holy daughter of Yao Guang took out a few more spirit fruits, wanting to lure it over. The junior shook his head. The holy daughter of Yao Guang frowned, and the faces of those who followed her turned black. This guy wants to leave after eating his fill. How can there be such a good thing? Damn monkey, get over here. A martial artist roared, but the holy daughter of Yao Guang waved her hand to stop him. In the next moment, she walked forward. Sir, can you transfer your little monkey to me? I like it very much. A good show is coming. Everyone was excited. Even the holy daughter of Yao Guang turned her head to look. Lin Xian shook his head and said, I think you are mistaken. Little White is not a pet, he is my partner. Between us, there is no such thing as a transfer of ownership. If he wants to follow you, he will naturally leave me. But now it seems that he prefers to stay with me. Chapter 2535. Yao Guang Saintess's eyes lit up. Her face was gloomy. The disciples behind her roared. Damn it! This monkey had eaten so many of their treasures along the way. But now he ignored them? This made them vomit blood. They wanted to attack, but they were stopped by Yao Guang Saintess. Since that's the case, I won't take away your love. Yao Guang Saintess turned and left. That's it. Everyone was surprised. Those from 5 Elements Palace and 9 Heavens, Holy Land, gritted their teeth. They were still hoping that Yao Guang Saintess would fight with them. If that was the case, Yao Guang Saintess and Yao Guang Saintess would be able to kill each other. Of course, this was only their beautiful wish. Yao Guang Saintess wouldn't attack Lin Xian just because of a monkey. Ladies and gentlemen, I have called you all here for an important matter. Yi Wu Dao said in a deep voice. There were Dao runes in all directions. We can't leave. After Brother Lin's investigation, he found that there might be another world underground. So, let's attack the ground together. What? There's a way out underground? The newcomers were discussing animatedly. The martial artists from Demon Imperial Palace also had their eyes lit up. Indeed, they had changed many directions, but they couldn't leave. They also thought of attacking the ceiling, but the array in the sky was even more terrifying. With their strength, they couldn't leave. No one tried to go to the ground. They didn't expect that the most important thing was still on the ground. This time, the number of people was twice as many as before. Everyone joined forces again, and violent power poured out, bombarding wildly for 2 hours. Finally, a crack appeared on the ground. Great, a crack has appeared. Hurry up and attack. Yi Wudao roared, and the power in his body erupted. Imitation dragon pattern cauldron, golden sword, gods, Buddhas, terrifying saber light, terrifying sword chi, and dragon roars sounded. The crack on the ground became bigger and bigger. Dang! Lin Xian's ancient dragon abyss sword hit it, and the crack became bigger. Spiderweb-like cracks spread in all directions. The last attack was made by Yen Ruyu. Another green light appeared in her body and slashed down. As soon as the azure light appeared, everyone felt their scalps go numb. Even Lin Xian felt his blood churn within his body. The great dragon, Sword Soul, roared uncontrollably. Leaf Dao Denier's blood surged, and everyone looked on in shock. Buzz! The ground beneath their feet completely collapsed, and a huge black hole appeared. Get down! Light blossomed from everyone's bodies. Battle armor appeared, and they all walked down. What is this? After going down, they frowned. Although they had left the vast hall, they found that they had not left the ancient tomb. Below him was still an ancient wall, exuding a desolate aura. Clearly, he had experienced countless years. Let's go and take a look. Many martial artists from the Holy Lands were excited. They took the lead and rushed out. Although they didn't leave the ancient tomb, they had at least left that terrifying bronze coffin. Moreover, this place was so well hidden. Perhaps there were some heavenly treasures. Most importantly, they were concerned about the sage's legacy. Humph, foolish human. Even if there is a sage's inheritance, it belongs to our demon emperor palace. You humans can't cultivate our demon saint's legacy. The people from the demon imperial palace sneered. The powerhouses from the Holy Lands snorted. Whether or not it is the demon saint's legacy is uncertain. Humph, just wait and see. The people from the demon imperial palace snorted. After walking for a while, the faces of the martial artists from the Holy Lands darkened, and they even frowned, because the passage below was completely different from the one outside, although it had an ancient aura and the vicissitudes of time. However, the runes here were different from the ones above. After walking for about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, they found that the surrounding walls were all carved with demonic beasts. Each of them had a green face and fangs, and they were strangely shaped and emitted a demonic aura. Damn it, what is this place? Could it be a demonic beast's nest? Why are there so many demonic beast carvings? Many people frowned. The people from the Demon Imperial Palace were excited. These carvings were all demonic beasts of heaven and earth. Ha 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 ha. As expected, this is our demon saint's tomb. Damn it, could it really be the demon saint's tomb? But what was going on with the situation up there? They were very puzzled. In front of them, another empty cave appeared. There were a total of 12 demonic pillars around it, supporting the entire cave. There were also strange beasts carved on them, as if they would come to life at any time. Let's take a break. The attack just now left me with little strength. Many people complained, and they all stopped here. This place was very spacious, enough for everyone to rest. Therefore, the great sage lands all rested here. Those from the Demon Imperial Palace were the most excited. They circled the 12 pillars and looked carefully. The dark, red divine dragon also looked around, as if looking for treasures. The powerhouses of the other holy lands, saints and saintesses all heaved a sigh of relief. They had finally left the terrifying Big Dipper coffin. Now they could no longer feel the terrifying pressure brought by the Big Dipper coffin. Damn it, I really don't want to stay here any longer. There's no exit. I want to leave. Some people couldn't take it anymore. After all, they had never experienced such a dangerous thing. Especially the heads of the 99 invincible kings and the Big Dipper coffin. The shock they received was too deep. They were afraid that if they stayed any longer, they would die here. Of course, there were also some who didn't care. Although this place was dangerous, there were many treasures, and many of them had broken through. Under normal circumstances, they would probably need to cultivate for hundreds of years before they could break through. However, in just 1 or 2 months, they directly broke through. How could they let go of such an opportunity? No matter how dangerous it was, they had to try. Cultivation was a path that defied the heavens. In front, a few powerhouses of the Gu family stood up. A middle-aged man formed a seal with his palm. 9 ancient runes appeared on his fingertips and imprinted in the void. Pooh! The void was torn open, and a black hole was created that led to the void. What are the people of the Gu family trying to do? The surrounding people also turned their heads in puzzlement. Lin Xian and the others also narrowed their eyes. Soon they were shocked. That was because they discovered that a light image suddenly appeared in the void of the black hole. Why is the image so blurry? Light filling the sky? Where is this? Could this be the place where the battle took place? Sure enough, when they looked carefully, they found that the light image was indeed the scene of their elders fighting the Big Dipper coffin. What method is this? The Gu family is too powerful. It must be a spatial technique. Great, we can see the battle situation. These people were excited. However, after watching for a long time, their expressions did not look good. That was because their elders did not have the upper hand. They were very frightened. So many elders and powerhouses of the Holy Lands had used their trump cards, but they were still unable to suppress a dead body. Chapter 25:36. Needless to say, they were invincible kings. Not necessarily. The reason why the corpses were so powerful was because of the runes on their bodies. Those runes were so mysterious that even invincible kings couldn't control them. Only saints could. That was why the corpses were so powerful. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the screen in the sky. They were watching the battle. Unbeknownst to them, something was happening in another secret chamber not far away from them. This secret chamber was covered in dust. Evidently, it had been here for countless years. In the 4 corners of the secret chamber, there were 8 statues. These statues were carved in strange shapes, in the shape of 8 demonic beasts. Each of them was fierce and lifelike. Those who didn't know better would think that they were real. Buzz! All of a sudden, the eyes of the 8 demonic beast statues glowed with a green light. Their eyeballs actually swiveled a little. Crack! 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 Then the bodies of the statues began to shake. Dust fell from their bodies. The statues had come back to life. They could sense the pure bloodline of the monster race. They could sense the aura of humans. Trespassers of the ancient tomb, die. Cold voices came from the 8 statues. If one looked closely, they would see that they were bats. After the dust fell from their bodies, they were blood red, as if they were made of blood. If someone else was here, they would definitely cry out in shock. The 8 blood-red bats were very similar to the legendary creatures of heaven and earth, the Bloodwing Bat Kings. They were also the protectors of this ancient tomb. They were refined by someone using unmatched magical power, and their corpses were planted with Tao patterns. Even if they were dead, they still had to protect the ancient tomb. Now that they sensed the aura of humans, they instantly woke up. Whoosh! 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 The 8 Bloodwing Bat Kings tore through the void and disappeared from the secret chamber. Outside in the cave, Lin Xian, Yi Wu Dao, and the others were all watching the screen in the sky. They were extremely nervous. The battle inside the screen was too intense. So many elders of the sacred land had brought along shocking treasures, but they were locked in a fierce battle with the bronze coffin. In the sky, countless runes emitted mysterious power. Damn it, who was buried in the bronze coffin? Why was it so powerful? This guy was much stronger than the Purple Beast King from before. This was only the 6th bronze coffin. He really didn't know what was in the first coffin. These young warriors were discussing animatedly. When they talked about the first bronze coffin, their bodies trembled. However, those holy sons did not think so. They had full confidence in their elders and their sacred grounds. They knew that their elder had many trump cards in his hands, and from the current situation, he hadn't used all of them yet. In other words, the current situation was not the most dangerous. As long as their elders used all their trump cards, it should not be a problem to eliminate the 6 bronze coffins. Puff! Ah! Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed throughout the cave. Damn it, what happened? The others quickly turned their heads over, only to see a young disciple lying on the ground, twitching nonstop. His body deflated like a deflated balloon and turned into a human skin. The blood inside was completely gone. Damn it! The people from the Great Development Holy Land shouted furiously because the young disciple who had just died was from their Great Development Holy Land. The others were also shocked. They stood up, no longer looking at the light screen in the sky. Instead, they looked around. Their eyes were like lightning as they scanned the surroundings. Who was it? Come out. Ah! Another blood-curdling scream rang out. A warrior from the Taishan Holy Land fell to the ground and turned into a human skin. Damn it! Everyone be careful! The Taishan Holy Sun roared, and 99 stars surrounded his body, instantly covering the surroundings. However, Yi Wu Dao, the Alcade Holy Sun, No Flower, and the others all snorted and released their king domains. Lin Xian's sword Qi burst out, Murong Qingqing's lotus danced, and Xin Jingqiu's purple aura surrounded her. They were all on high alert. Among them, Seiko Dian and the Taishan Holy Sun quickly checked the corpse that had turned into human skin. Soon they frowned. Their pupils constricted. This was because there were 4 marks on the corpse's neck. They were very thin, and it seemed that someone had bitten the neck and sucked the blood dry. When the others saw this scene, they all gasped. In the next moment, they all turned their heads and stared at the people from the Demon King Palace who were still searching for treasures. Damn you guys! How dare you make a move here? The people from the Demon King Palace felt a great pressure and stopped. They turned their heads and snorted. Stupid humans, how dare you frame us? We didn't do this at all. You want to fight? If you don't like it, then fight. These half-demons from the Demon King Palace had very bad tempers. Nonsense. Who else could it be other than you monsters? We humans don't have such an evil, blood-sucking technique like the human chain. Damn it, I said it wasn't us. If you don't like it, then fight. Demonic qi erupted from the bodies of the powerhouses from the Demon King Palace and swept out. Yen Ruyu also frowned, and Hua Tindu snorted, killing intense surfacing in his eyes. The 2 sides confronted each other and were about to fight. At this moment, countless runes suddenly lit up around them. Under their feet, in the sky, the same runes flickered. A terrifying force instantly enveloped them. Oh no, it's an array. Hurry up and leave. These people's expressions changed drastically. They turned into rays of light and dodged one after another. However, it was already too late. Many people crashed into the light screen and were bounced back. Damn it! Ah! They roared crazily. The entire cave was completely enveloped by a large array. They couldn't escape at all. Moreover, this array was very strange. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a monstrous blood aura that made one's soul tremble. Their blood was about to freeze. Oh no, we've been hit. The saints and saintesses' faces were gloomy. Lin Xian's eyes also flickered. They were indeed careless. This was the ancient tomb of a saint, and it was definitely extremely dangerous. They actually didn't take precautions before. Now that they were trapped by the array, it would probably be very difficult to escape. Damn it, they didn't expect to be trapped in an array just after escaping danger. They didn't know if this was a killing array. Those young martial artists were trembling. The people from the Demon King Palace also shouted coldly. Did you see that? Damn humans! I've said it before, we didn't do it. Hua Tiandu and Yen Ruyu didn't speak. They looked around, their eyes flickering. Ryu, did you notice? The aura of this array is so familiar. Indeed, looking at the runes and the way it was set up, it seemed to be a demon race array. This was indeed the ancient tomb of a demon saint. A demon race array? Chapter 25:37. Demon Race's Formation? When the surrounding people heard this, their expressions changed and they all became uneasy. Lin Xian also frowned. He said to the disciples of Immortal Palace beside him, "Be careful!" Ha 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 ha! It is indeed our demon race's formation. Those half-demons laughed loudly. Damn humans, do you see that? This is our demon saint's ancient tomb. You mere humans want to touch our demon saint's ancient tomb. You deserve to die 1,000 times. The people of Demon Imperial Palace sneered. Clang! Suddenly, a stream of light appeared and turned into a blood-colored light, fighting forward. One of the experts from the Demon King Hall roared and spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. Half of his body had been sliced apart. Damn it! Who is it? The people of Demon Imperial Palace roared, thinking that it was the warriors of the Holy Lands who attacked. Stupid half-demons, it was clearly the formation that attacked. So what if you want the demon saint's ancient tomb? Do you think your Demon Imperial Palace can survive in this formation? Seiko Dian sneered. Damn it, this is impossible. The people of Demon Imperial Palace gritted their teeth. Hua, Tiandu shouted coldly, "Release your aura!" I don't believe that the demon race's formation will target us. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding formation runes flickered, drawing out countless blood-colored light that shot out in all directions. It enveloped the people of Demon Imperial Palace. At the same time, the warriors of the Great Sage Land were all attacked. Damn it, how could it be like this? The people of Demon Imperial Palace roared. These formations actually attacked them. How is this possible? They had already released their demonic chi, so why was it still like this? They couldn't understand. The holy sons and holy daughters of the Great Sage Land shouted coldly, "Hurry up and defend! Hurry up and attack!" Buzz! On Lin Xian's body, the dragon's sword domain appeared and quickly transformed into countless sword chi that intertwined. Pung pung pung! The blood-colored light collided with it, emitting an earth-shaking sound, shaking Lin Xian's blood and chi. On the other side, countless petals fluttered around Morong Qingqing, blocking the attack. The purple chi that filled the sky enveloped Xin Jingqiu. Everyone tried to defend, but they were all affected. Their expressions changed drastically. Damn it! What kind of formation was this? Why was it so terrifying? The defensive armors of the weaker young disciples were instantly pierced through by the blood-red light, and many of them were split in half. Damn it! Leaf Dao Denier roared, unleashing his golden domain to cover the Yi clan disciples. The Yaoguang saint controlled the imitation dragon pattern, and the cauldron floated above the Yaoguang sacred land disciples. The Grand Xia dynasty, the Nine Li dynasty, the four symbols Holy Land, the Dian Holy Land, and the Taishan Holy Land. All the holy sons took out their trump cards to protect the martial artists of their holy lands. On Lin Xian's side, he similarly opened up the dragon's sword domain, enveloping Immortal Palace's martial artists. Damn it, what kind of array is this? How could it be so terrifying? Boom! Just as the cultivators of the Holy Land exclaimed, the people of the fiend Monarch Palace in the distance roared. A surging scarlet light filled the sky, creating a scene of apocalypse. These people from the Demon King Palace had strong physiques and fierce means. Logically speaking, it should not be difficult for them to block the attack. However, at that moment, they were roaring in anger. In fact, many of the Demon King Palace's martial artists were pierced through. Even Hua Tiandu took out a purple bead. It froze a piece of land. Damn it! How could it be like this? The people of the Demon King Palace gritted their teeth, because they realized that this array was attacking them more fiercely than the humans. It seemed to be specifically targeting them. Impossible! This is the ancient tomb of the ancient saint of the demon race. It's the demon race's array. Why would it target us? It should be killing the humans. The people of the Demon King Palace went crazy. Even Yen Ryu and Hua Tiandu frowned. They could not understand it either. When the martial artists of the great sage saw this scene, they sneered. You think this is the demon saint's place? What now? Have you tasted the power of the demon saint? These people naturally noticed this and sneered. They did not expect this array to be so evil. It seemed to be specifically targeting the people of the Demon King Palace. Boom! 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 Suddenly, the surrounding void trembled, and the runes flickered even more. Blood-red saber lights appeared in the void, slashing in all directions. Boom! Boom! Heaven and earth trembled, and cracks appeared on the defense created by the powerhouses of Nashi. Damn it! How could it be so terrifying? The holy sons and holy daughters felt their scalps go numb. On Lin Xian's side, the dragon's sword domain whistled and was attacked. He shouted coldly, and the dragon's sword domain rotated, emitting countless sharp sword lights to contend with the attack. The two collided, and the sky collapsed, and the earth cracked. Those blood-red saber lights were sent flying, but they did not shatter. This scene shocked Lin Xian even more. One had to know that the sword qi emitted by his great dragon sword soul was extremely sharp. Nothing below a heaven-grade treasure could contend with it. However, these blood-red saber lights did not shatter, not even a crack. Kid, be careful. This seems to be the work of a saint. Damn it, it's too evil. We're trapped. The dark red dragon's face was gloomy, and he gritted his teeth. Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu led the people of the great sage and merged. The three great sage joined forces to resist. Don't panic. This formation has existed for so long, and it definitely can't display the power it should have had back then. It's not that we can't resist. Although Lin Xian was attacked fiercely, they could still resist. However, they did not know how long this formation could last. They could still hold on for a short period of time, but as time went on, they would be in danger. After all, they were humans. Although they were powerful, their strength was not endless. Moreover, this formation had existed for tens of thousands of years, so it must have its own energy. As time went on, they might really be killed. No, they couldn't continue like this. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Attack, they must break this formation. He was a formation master, so he naturally knew that passively defending was not the best way. Taking the initiative to attack was the way to go. Set up the universe formation. Behind him, Xing Tian shouted coldly. The warriors of Immortal Palace moved quickly. They combined to form a strange formation. This was an extremely terrifying offensive formation of Immortal Palace. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, when these young disciples used it, its power was indeed boundless. On the side, Shen Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing also organized their disciples to counterattack. Among them, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground set up the Green Lotus Sword Formation. Purple Afterglow Sacred Ground. Purple Afterglow Six Directions Formation. When the other saints and saintesses saw this scene, they also shouted coldly. They also set up their own sacred grounds, unique formations. No flower. The monks of Lanrua Temple formed the dragon, subduing tiger formation. Yin-yang formation, five elements formation. For symbols formation, Big Dipper formation, all kinds of formations appeared one after another. They attacked crazily, resisting the blood-colored saber light that filled the sky. On the side of Demon Imperial Palace, they also fought back with all their might. The warriors of Demon Imperial Palace formed the 8 Desolation Blood Sea formation. Hua Tiando activated the purple bead, emitting 10,000 rays of light to resist. Any blood-colored saber light that approached was instantly blasted away. Chapter 2538. The Monster King Palace seemed to be the focus of the attack. Therefore, they were under a lot more pressure. Although the 8-directional blood sea formation was terrifying, it gradually became fragmented and could not withstand the attacks. Humph! Yanryu snorted coldly as a green light appeared in her eyes. A green stream of light rushed out from her body and slashed forward. In an instant, the surrounding blood-colored saber light shattered. This scene shocked everyone. The dark red divine dragon exclaimed, "Damn, this chick is too powerful!" Sure enough, after one attack, Yanryu controlled the green stream of light and destroyed all the surrounding blood-colored saber light. The crisis of the Monster King Palace was resolved. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The void trembled again as 8 blood-colored figures appeared in all directions and froze the sky. Everyone's expression changed. They looked up at the sky with fear in their eyes, be it the Monster King Palace or the sacred grounds. Lin Xian also frowned. Sure enough, something else had appeared. Moreover, these 8 figures brought with them a monstrous aura that was much stronger than the previous blood-colored saber light. Demonic beasts. Xing Tian's pupils constricted. At this moment, everyone looked up at the sky. Ah! Exclamations could be heard. Between heaven and earth, the 8 blood-colored figures were extremely terrifying. They seemed to be formed by blood-colored light and emitted a monstrous aura. Huge blood-colored wings were hidden behind their backs, and when they flapped, they brought with them a strong demonic wind. What are these? Bats? Someone exclaimed. Yes, they were indeed bats. And judging from the aura, it should be the Bat King. Damn it! Seiko Dian's face instantly turned gloomy as he recalled that they had a disciple who had his skin sucked dry. Could it be that the Bat King did it? Kill! A genius from the Dian sacred ground charged over. Damn you, stinky bat! Return my junior brother's life. A blue sword light flashed across the sky and shone in all directions. It was like a wave that slashed forward. Accompanying it was a loud roar. The surrounding people exclaimed. This sword technique was terrifying. Judging from its power, it was definitely at the level of a top-notch almighty. Buzz poof! There was a scream as the blue sword light in the sky shattered. The genius from the sacred ground was sent flying, and his arm turned into a bloody mist. What? How could he be so powerful? Everyone was stunned. Seiko Dian's pupils shrank. The other saints and saintesses also gasped in astonishment. What did they see? A crimson Bat King had severely injured a genius from the sacred land with just a flap of its wings. Wasn't this method a little too terrifying? What realm had these blood-red Bat Kings reached? They did not dare to imagine. So powerful! At the very least, it was an 8-star Supreme Demon King. Moreover, it was not an ordinary Supreme Demon King. It was very likely that he was in the middle to late stages. Thinking of this, everyone's heart turned heavy. Humph! So what? It's just a demonic beast. I'll kill it. A young man from the Nangong family walked out. This young man was very handsome, and his body shone with boundless light. Nangong Holy Sun! The surrounding crowd exclaimed. They did not expect that a saint-level genius was about to make a move. They watched the battle nervously. Nangong Xingzi soared into the sky and stared at a blood Bat King in the sky. The blood-colored Bat King was challenged. It flapped its blood-colored wings, which turned into dozens of sharp saber lights that slashed toward Qin Mu. Boom! Boom! The void was shattered in an instant. Soon, dozens of saber lights shrouded Nangong Xingzi. Nangong Xingzi sneered. An unparalleled power erupted from his body, forming a sphere that spread out in all directions. Boom! The saber lights hit the sphere with a deafening sound. Boom! 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 The saber lights were shattered and turned into a bloody mist. Nangong Xingzi laughed. You want to hurt me with mere saber lights? Go to hell! As he spoke, he threw out a palm. His palm covered the sky and was completely black. It was as if a demonic mountain was pressing down. The sky was torn apart in an instant. The violent energy caused the surrounding young disciples to exclaim. Boom! The palm landed on the Bloodbat King and completely shrouded it. This is great. He hit it. The disciples of the Nangong family cheered. Humph! Let's see how he dies. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? You don't know what's good for you. Cold laughter rang in the air. Nangong Xingzi revealed a smug smile. It was nothing in front of his black demonic palm. However, he was stunned the next moment. What was going on? He felt that his opponent had not turned into a bloody mist under his black demonic palm. Whoosh! The huge black demonic palm was raised. Countless winds and clouds changed. The surrounding people widened their eyes and looked forward. Damn it! How could this be? He's not injured. That's impossible. The people of the Nangong family were the first to exclaim. The geniuses of the other holy lands were also shocked. Lin Xian frowned. Yi Wudao's eyes were like golden lightning that streaked across the void. Damn it! How could this be? Nangong Xingzi was also stunned. His black demonic palm was an ultimate technique. With such a palm strike, even a pinnacle almighty would be smashed into pieces. Even a peerless almighty would be seriously injured. However, his opponent was not injured at all. There was not even a crack on his body. Damn it! Die for me! The black demonic palm struck again. This time, its power was even more violent than before. It could be said that it could destroy heaven and earth. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out. The entire cave shook and large cracks spread in all directions. However, Nangong Xingzi's face turned even uglier. He was the attacker, so he could naturally sense the situation of the Bloodbat King under his black demonic palm. The Bloodbat King was still intact. Whoosh! Suddenly, the black demonic palm broke into pieces. A blood-colored crack burst open. Two blood-colored wings were like heavenly blades that tore through the void and destroyed the black demonic palm. Damn it! Nangong Xingzi retreated. Cracks had appeared on his palm, and blood was flowing out. His handsome face had become extremely distorted. Xingzi! The martial artists of the Nangong family exclaimed and rushed over. The others all looked ahead in horror. It was too terrifying. The blood-colored bat was so terrifying. It could injure Xingzi. The opponent's strength was completely above the Xingzi's. Moreover, the opponent had only flapped his wings. He did not even move his body. This made the faces of all the Xingzi and saintesses turn gloomy. Damn it! What the hell is that? Many people were terrified. The people of the Fey Imperial Palace exclaimed, Damn it! It's the Blood Wingbat King. It's a mutated beast. Wasn't it said to be extinct? They actually appeared here, and there were 8 of them. The Blood Wingbat King was an ancient peerless beast. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This ancient tomb was too strange. It even had such an ancient beast that was about to go extinct. Whoosh! 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 The 8 Bloodwing Bat Kings moved at this moment. Chapter 2539. The martial artists of the great sage land suffered a violent impact. The tornado was even more terrifying than the previous saber light. Quickly block it. Lin Xian snorted coldly and activated the dragon's sword domain. It roared in the sky and tore apart the surrounding tornadoes. The other saints and saintesses also used their ultimate skills to resist. Whoosh! The 8 Bloodwing Bat Kings moved. As soon as they appeared, they brought with them a powerful storm and a terrifying blood aura. Those array attacks were instantly shattered. Among them, 5 Bloodwing Bat Kings charged towards the human race's holy lands. The other 3 charged towards the demon Imperial Palace. The faces of the people of the demon Imperial Palace instantly turned green. One had to know that no matter how powerful they were only a holy land. There were so many holy lands on the other side, but they were only attacked by 5 Bloodwing Bat Kings. Their holy land was attacked by 3 Bloodwing Bat Kings. How could they contend against this? Moreover, these were not ordinary bloodwing bat kings. Any one of them could easily injure a saint-level genius. Sure enough, in an instant, miserable cries came from the demon Imperial Palace. More than a dozen martial artists of the demon Imperial Palace were instantly torn apart. A large amount of blood, mist, filled the air as miserable cries sounded. It was like hell on earth. The other disciples were also affected and vomited blood as they flew backward. In the blink of an eye, the demon Imperial Palace was severely injured. Damn it! Get lost! Huatiendu's eyes instantly turned red. He activated the purple orb and shot out a piercing light. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out. A bloodwing bat king was blocked and forced back, but soon it charged over with a roar. It did not suffer any injuries. Damn it! Hua Tiandu roared and attacked again, fighting with the bloodwing bat king. The other two charged towards Yan Ruyu. This scene caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Yan Ruyu snorted coldly and formed a seal with her palm. Immediately, a green treasure bottle appeared in her hand, and thousands of rays of light shone down, enveloping her body. Boom, boom, boom. The blood-colored tornado collided with it, making a sonorous sound, but it did not break. This scene made the people of the Demon Imperial Palace heave a sigh of relief. However, they did not relax, because the two bloodwing bat kings had already reached Yan Riyu's side. What's going on? In the distance, the martial practitioners of the great sage also cried out in surprise. They were attacked by 5 bloodwing bat kings. In an instant, a great battle broke out. However, the holy sons and holy daughters used a wisp of their souls to investigate the situation at the demon Imperial Palace. When they saw the 2 bloodwing bat kings attacking Yan Ryu, they cried out in alarm. From the looks of it, the target of these bat kings seemed to be that mysterious woman. What's going on? Just what kind of identity did that Yan Ryu have? How could he alarm 2 bloodwing bat kings? One had to know that they had saint bodies on their side, and each of the great sage's sons and saintesses only had 5 saint bodies. One, Yan Ryu, had actually attracted 2 of them. Could it be that the other party possessed some kind of unique bloodline? Or perhaps his status in the Demon King Palace was very special? They didn't know. Lin Xian also became nervous when he saw this. Yan Ryu was Zhao Shui. He didn't want anything to happen to her. Pum! Damn it! Lin Xian roared. He saw Yan Ryu being sent flying, but fortunately, she didn't seem to be injured. The people of the Demon Imperial Palace went crazy. Among them, a few powerful demon kings roared. Protect the young master. They charged at the bloodwing bat kings crazily. Boom! Boom! The battle was very intense. The sky full of attacks collided with the bloodwing bat kings, making sonorous sounds. However, the attacks did not break through their bodies. Impossible! Damn it! Could it be that these are invincible demon kings? Those powerhouses screamed because it was too unbelievable. Their attacks were extremely swift and fierce. Even if they were peerless demon kings, they would have been blown up long ago. No, they were not ordinary demon kings. It seemed that they had been refined like the Big Dipper coffin outside. They might also have Tao patterns on their bodies. This was no longer an archfiend. It was more like a guardian of the tomb. Their defense was astonishing and their combat strength was powerful. They must be careful. Exclamations sounded one after another. As expected, although Lin Xian's side had the advantage in numbers, the young disciples' attacks could not hurt the bloodwing bat kings at all. Even a single holy sun could not suppress them. They had to work together to suppress them. This was too strange. Every single thing in this ancient tomb was extremely terrifying. One had to know that these holy sons and holy daughters were all peerless geniuses who dominated the world. Which one of them did not dominate a region? Now they could only fight to a draw with the Demon King? If this were to spread, no one would believe it. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that the 5 bloodwing bat kings were not just attacking alone. When the 5 of them worked together, they formed a strange formation that enveloped everyone. At that moment, Lin Xian and the others began to roar in anger. Lin Xian also knew that this was not everyone's true strength. For example, Yi Wu Dao, the all-Kate Holy Sun, and the others probably still had a lot of trump cards that they had not used. Not to mention them, even he had not used the Holy Sun's hand bone. Black Earth. Puff. In the distance, the illusion, Holy Sun screamed. One of his arms was torn off and instantly turned into human skin. Among them, a bloodwing bat king charged toward him and kept sucking his blood. Damn it, get out of my way. The illusion, Holy Sun, was so scared that his face turned green. He roared, and his severed arm instantly regrew. A majestic force surged out. It blasted the bloodwing bat king away. Phew! The illusion, Holy Sun, exhaled, his face pale. It was too dangerous. He was almost killed just now. When the other Holy Sons and Holy Daughters saw the scene, their expressions turned grave. The young disciples were scared out of their wits. It was too terrifying. Even a Holy Sun would be killed if he was not careful, let alone them. Oh no, don't get hurt by it. Lin Xian shouted coldly. His soul was super strong, and he instantly realized that there was something wrong with these bloodwing bat kings. Their strength was constantly rising. Damn it, don't let them suck blood. They can increase their combat strength. Lin Xian shouted coldly again. What? Hearing this, everyone sensed it. As expected, they found that the bloodwing bat king's combat strength was getting stronger and stronger. Damn it, if this continued, they would definitely die. They could not delay any longer. They had to use their land cards. The illusion, Holy Sun, gritted his teeth and took out an illusion pearl that emitted a strange and bright light. As soon as the illusion pearl was taken out, it tore apart the sea of blood and the terrifying red storm. The other Holy Sons and Holy Daughters also used their trump cards. However, these bloodwing bat kings were too terrifying. They were puppets that had been refined with holy weapons and were the guardians of the ancient tomb. Therefore, even if they used their land cards, these Holy Sons and Holy Daughters would not be able to kill them in a short time. Chapter 2540. They were severely suppressed. Damn it! Damn it! Why are they targeting us? We also have the blood of the demon race flowing in our bodies. Those experts roared angrily. They really couldn't understand. Why would the array specifically target them? Yan Ruyu and Hua Tiandu's faces were gloomy. Damn it, bloodline. They're here for our bloodline. Hua Tiandu gritted his teeth and hurriedly protected Ryu. He couldn't let her get hurt. The eyes of the experts of the Demon Imperial Palace also turned red. They crazily surrounded Yan Ryu to protect her. They resisted the attacks of the 2 bloodwing bat kings. They had no choice. Firstly, they had to listen to Hua Tiandu's orders. Secondly, Yan Ruyu's identity was too special, not only to the Demon Imperial Palace, but to the entire demon race. It was extremely important. They couldn't let her suffer any losses. Kill. The eyes of the 2 bloodwing bat kings bloomed with a strange green light. They stared at Yan Ryu. Kill. Cold roars sounded. That's right, their target was indeed Yan Ryu. Of course, they wouldn't let those humans go. You want my blood? Humph. What a good idea. Yan Ryu snorted coldly. She didn't expect that these guardians would attack her in this ancient tomb. Could it be that the deceased ancient sage of the monstrous beast tribe was plotting against her? But how many tens of thousands of years had it been? Didn't he die long ago? On Yan Ryu's body, a green light surrounded her like a bunch of lotus flowers, completely enveloping her. Pung pung pung. The green lotus phantom was very tall, like an immortal flower. It danced in the air, turned into a divine rainbow, and swept out. With a bang, one of the bloodwing bat kings was sent flying. The bloodwing bat king smashed through the void and directly retreated far away, rolling countless times before stopping. But in the next moment, it screamed and charged over. The two Bloodwing Bat Kings attacked crazily. They waved their wings, claws, and teeth, constantly biting the Green Lotus Phantom. The Green Lotus Phantom was bitten into pieces and would shatter at any time, but it recovered in an instant. It grew and multiplied endlessly, as if it was indestructible. It blocked the attacks of the two Bloodwing Bat Kings. This scene shocked everyone. Heavens! How could this Yenryu be so terrifying? She could actually resist two Bloodwing Bat Kings alone. How could this be? Could it be that her strength far surpassed the saints? These people were all crazy. Yi Wu Dao, the Yao Guang Saint Sun, the Dao Yi Saint Sun, the Grand Xia Prince, the Central Continent Twin Kings, and the others all wore solemn expressions. They felt a huge pressure. Someone had actually surpassed them. Humph, impossible. That girl must have some kind of super trump card. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to withstand it. The twin kings of the Central Prefecture snorted coldly, and the Alcade Saint Sun's eyes flickered. Her Green Lotus Phantom was terrifying, and it was definitely a precious treasure. Leaf Dao Denier didn't say anything. Instead, he shouted coldly, unleashing his golden spirit domain and unleashing deadly attacks on the Bloodwing Bat King. All of a sudden, the power of the Holy Physique was displayed. It was earth-shattering as it fought with the Bloodwing Bat King. Lin Xian and the others also fought back with all their might. However, Lin Xian did not display his full combat strength. He had been accumulating strength all this time. Who knew if there was something even more terrifying after these Bloodwing Bat Kings? Now, all he had to do was protect himself. The Immortal Palace could still hold on for the time being. Xin Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing were not in any danger. In the distance, Yenryu unleashed a powerful Green Lotus Phantom and temporarily resolved the crisis. All of this made Lin Xian breathe a sigh of relief. Ruffian Dragon, hurry up and find out if you can break this formation. At the same time, Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret divine eyes, trying to control one of the Bloodwing Bat Kings. However, his ocular technique was instantly reflected back. In fact, there was an even more terrifying backlash force that surged toward him. It was overflowing with blood and wanted to devour his soul. Soul ignition. Lin Xian activated the secret art of soul ignition in an instant, burning away the cold, bloody energy. Damn it! There was indeed something mysterious in the Bloodwing Bat King's bodies. He guessed that it should be something like a Dao pattern. Otherwise, it couldn't be so powerful that it could resist his heavenly secret divine eyes. Roar! The situation in front of them changed again. The bodies of the three Bloodwing Bat Kings suddenly expanded, and blood-red patterns appeared on their bodies. They opened their bloody legs and enveloped the people of the Demon Imperial Palace. The expressions of the people of the Demon Imperial Palace changed instantly. They felt that the blood in their bodies was rapidly draining. Not good. They want to forcibly rob us of our blood. The expressions of the powerhouses of the Demon Imperial Palace changed drastically. Damn it, this is the Bat King's innate ability. They've activated their bloodline power. Hurry up and activate our own. Countless angry roars rang out. The people of the Demon Imperial Palace quickly activated their bloodline power to resist. The Bloodwing Bat Kings were a rare species of heaven and earth in ancient times. They were extremely terrifying, peerless beasts. In addition to their ferocity, their bloodline power was extremely terrifying. They could directly rob others of their blood. This method was extremely strange and impossible to guard against. For a moment, the people of the Demon Imperial Palace screamed miserably. Hua Tiandu threw out a purple pearl that kept expanding. It was like a purple sun that froze the sky and blocked the attack. On Yenryu's side, the green lotus illusion on her body also expanded, turning into a divine tree of heaven and earth that enveloped all of the people of the Demon Imperial Palace. On the other side, the 5 Bloodwing Bat Kings also activated their deprive ability and forcibly robbed the martial artists of their blood. The young martial artists instantly screamed miserably. Their faces were pale, and blood rushed out of their bodies, turning into a river that flew into the sky. The 5 bloodwing bat kings crazily devoured. Many of the weaker ones were directly turned into human skin, and their blood was forcibly taken away. The immortal palace side was also affected. The disciples of the immortal palace screamed miserably. Their armor and king domains were useless at this moment. The blood in their bodies flew out uncontrollably. Seeing that they were about to be sucked dry, Lin Xian shouted coldly, "Great dragon, sword soul!" In the spirit domain, countless dragon-shaped sword energies flew out and slashed towards the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Countless cracks appeared between heaven and earth. The blood that filled the sky flowed back. The martial artists of the immortal palace cried out in surprise. Too good. They felt as if they had just survived a festival. Seeing this scene, the other saints and saintesses also followed suit. They slashed the void, wanting to stop it. However, almost no one succeeded. They couldn't sever this connection at all. Damn it! How could that kid sever it? Could it be that there was something special about his sword chi? The surrounding saints and saintesses couldn't understand. Chapter 2541. Of course, the other saints and saintesses did not have the great dragon sword soul, but some powerful saints and saintesses had other means. For example, the golden sword, dragon pattern cauldron, only in heaven and earth, and the power of the saint physique could all destroy the divine power. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, after such a long time, it would still be a great crisis for the human race. Perhaps, other than a few saints and saintesses, everyone else would be killed. Damn it! Lin Xian roared and rushed into the sky. His body emitted a powerful light as he waved the ancient dragon abyss sword in all directions. Streaks of sharp sword waves burst out like divine swords, shattering the void. They were saved. Everyone exclaimed as they felt their blood returning to their bodies. In the next moment, they looked at Lin Xian. It was this kid who saved them. At this moment, they had mixed feelings. The saints and saintesses looked at Lin Xian's figure with solemn expressions. His opponent's sword chi was simply too sharp and too bizarre. Lin Xian ignored them. His figure flashed and instantly arrived at the side of the demon imperial palace. With a few slashes, he broke the Bat King's divine power. They were saved. The people of the demon imperial palace also heaved a sigh of relief. They looked at Lin Xian with complicated expressions. Yan Ryu smiled. "Thank you, young master, for your help." She wanted to smile. "Beautiful." Hua Tiandu snorted, but he still said, "Thank you for your help. I will remember this favor." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the sky, the 8 Bloodwing Bat Kings stopped attacking. They stood in 8 different directions and stared coldly at Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt a great pressure. It was extremely dangerous to be stared at by so many peerless demon kings. Humph! He snorted coldly. The sword chi in his body rushed out and shattered the void, destroying the powerful pressure of the 8 demon kings. Lin Xian stood in the sky and looked in all directions. "Everyone, I think we should work together. Brother Lin, do you have any ideas?" Yi Wudao asked. The other saints and saintesses also looked up. Among them, the 5 Elements Palace, the 9 Firmaments Divine Emperor, and the Tai Dynasty were furious, but they did not say anything. This was because the other party's sword technique was very powerful. It was able to destroy that kind of blood-sucking divine ability. To them, this was undoubtedly a life-saving straw. They didn't dare to provoke him now. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as tens of thousands of sword beams radiated from his body. He was like a sword immortal. My companion is an array master. He should be able to find the key to breaking the array. When the time comes, we can attack together and break this array. Then he could leave this place. However, during this period, I ask for everyone's cooperation. Cooperate. Hearing this, The expressions of the people from the Nangong family and the Inyang sect changed. They remembered what had happened before. Previously, when they were trying to break the 8 trigrams formation in the secret room, they had worked together with the other party. However, at that time, they were not very willing. In the end, they were tortured to death by the other party. The current scene was extremely similar to the one before. This made them gnash their teeth and their faces turn ashen. However, there was nothing they could do. The other party's attainments in formations were far above theirs. All right, no problem. We'll listen to you. Leaf Daudenier nodded. No Flower also made a statement. The prince of the Great Xia also said that it was fine. Since the top holy princes had said so, the other holy princes and holy maidens didn't dare to have any objections. Ruffian Dragon, it's up to you. Lin Xian opened up her dragon's word domain. Countless dragon-shaped sword beams surrounded her and cut off the blood-sucking divine ability. The dark red dragon led the people from the great sage land to break the array. However, it wasn't that easy to break the array. There were still 8 Bloodwing Bat Kings eyeing them covetously. As expected, as soon as they began to break the array, the 8 Bloodwing Bat Kings attacked like crazy. This time, their power was even more terrifying than before. Rays of blood-colored light shot into the sky like a surging sea of blood. Although Lin Xian had temporarily suppressed the blood-sucking divine ability, the Bloodwing Bat Kings were still very terrifying without it. For a moment, miserable screams rang out again. They split into 2 groups. One group broke the array, while the other attacked. Lin Xian roared and slashed out with his sword. He sent a Bloodwing Bat King flying as he roared loudly. Ching Ching, Jingqiu. Break the array with Ruffian Dragon. I'll attack with No Flower and the rest. Murong Qing Qing, Shan Jingqiu. Lead the others and the dark red dragon to break the array. On the other side, Lin Xian, No Flower, Leaf Daudenier, the Alcade Holy Prince, and the others began to attack. Of course, in addition to them, countless geniuses and powerhouses also attacked. They destroyed a part of the world. However, the 8 Bloodwing Bat Kings were too terrifying. Their bodies were like heaven-grade treasures that couldn't be broken at all. After a fierce battle, the Bloodwing Bat Kings were sent flying countless times. However, each time they would quickly charge back. It was as if they were endless and couldn't die. Lin Xian's side was miserable. The better ones had exhausted too much energy, and the worse ones were injured. In fact, 2 holy princes were torn apart and almost killed. Humph! Yan Ruyu snorted coldly. She took off a bronze octagonal bell from her waist and gently shook it in her hand. Ding ding dang dang. A crisp sound was heard. Suddenly the void shattered. Not good. It seems to be Flower Protector. The surrounding people's faces changed. They didn't expect that the other party would have a Flower Protector. Damn it. Weren't the 3 Flower Protectors taken away? Why is there a 4th one? Someone exclaimed. Even Lin Xian was surprised. Leaf Daudenier and the Alcade Holy Prince were also surprised. The 3 Flower Protectors were divided among the 3 of them. They didn't expect another one to appear in the other party's hands. Defend! Exclamations were heard. Everyone retreated. The light of Flower Protector blasted the Bloodwing Bat Kings, sending them flying again. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Mysterious patterns appeared on the Bloodwing Bat Kings' bodies. Their bodies flowed like blood. It was incomparably demonic. A terrifying demonic aura spread out. No, help me. I can't unleash the full power of Flower Protector. Indeed, although Yan Ryu was powerful, she was only at the level of a genius. Although Flower Protector was terrifying, they couldn't unleash its full power yet. Attack! Lin Xian also took out Flower Protector. Not only him, but Leaf Daudenier and the Alcade Holy Prince also took out their Flower Protectors. 4 Flower Protectors floated in the sky, stabilizing the 4 sides of the Heaven Palace. Then they began to shake. They attacked carefully, controlling all the sound waves within a certain range to avoid being affected. Flower protectors were very powerful, although they could only unleash a trace of power. If they attacked, any martial artist below the level of a peerless almighty would be turned into ashes in an instant. Roar! Chapter 2542. The 4 Bloodwing Bat Kings roared angrily and pounced forward, fighting with Flower Protector. As for the other 4, they charged over once again. Damn it! Yi Wudao roared. Their Flower Protector could only restrain 4 of them. They needed other methods to deal with the other 4. However, Yanryu began to breathe a sigh of relief. There were still 4 left, and the danger for them had greatly decreased. It wasn't that they couldn't win. Thinking of this, a green light appeared on her body, and she slashed out, sending one of the closest ones flying. Everyone attacked together, suppressing them. Kill! Angry roars sounded one after another. The cultivators of the Great Sage attacked, forcing the 4 Bloodwing Bat Kings to retreat. That's great! Everyone cheered wildly. They saw hope. However, the 4 Bloodwing Bat Kings roared, and endless bloody light spread out from their bodies. Buzz! 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 For other blurry figures appeared beside them, and they began to combine and transform, forming another 4 Bat Kings. Damn it! How is this possible? Are they clones? The Alcade Saint waved his palm, sending one of the condensed Bat Kings flying. However, he found that there were no cracks on the other party's body. It was also terrifying. Not good. I'm afraid it's not clones. Damn it, what is this? It can't be broken. Exclamations sounded, and despair appeared in everyone's eyes. At this moment, the Bloodwing Bat Kings that were fighting against the 4 Flower Protectors also split into 4 clones. 8 Bat Kings became 16 Bat Kings. Each of them was incomparably powerful. Their bodies were like heaven-step artifacts, and their attacks were even more powerful. Damn it! No, I don't believe it. Everyone was in despair. It was already difficult for them to fight against the 8 Bat Kings. Now that the number had doubled, what could they do? 16 Bloodwing Bat Kings. How could they fight? Everyone's faces were filled with despair. Yi Wudao, the Alcade Saint, and the others' faces were gloomy. Unless they used all their trump cards, could they kill the other party? They had no confidence in their hearts. Ka! Boom! At this moment, the dark red divine dragon exclaimed, Great, the array is broken. Everyone run. Kid, let's hurry up and leave. The dark red divine dragon roared. The eyes of Lin Xian and the others lit up. In an instant, his dragon's sword domain enveloped everyone from a mortal palace and flew into the distance. Let's go. He called out to Murong Qingqing and Xin Jingqiu and quickly left. Off to the side, No Flower, Leaf Daudenier, the Grand Xia Prince, the Alcade Holy Sun, and the others all shouted coldly. They took their people and left. It was impossible for them to fight back now. There were 16 terrifying Bat Kings, and they simply couldn't fight back. They could only hurry and escape. Those who were too slow would probably be killed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Everyone fled in all directions. Everyone fled in different directions. Their speed was extremely fast. Some were even willing to burn their spiritual power, take secret pills, and use secret techniques to increase their speed. Roar! The 16 Bloodwing Bat Kings chased after him. One of them headed toward the Demon Emperor Palace, and the other toward Leaf Daudenier. One of them charged towards the Gu family. These 3 great sage were very powerful and acted alone. The others had more or less joined forces. Roar! Among them, 2 of the Bat Kings charged towards Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian's face darkened, and the dark red dragon cursed. Phut! Why are there 2 of them? They were about to go crazy. Even Leaf Daudenier and the Gu family had one. Why were there 2 of them on their side? Could it be that the Bloodwing Bat King had recognized their strength? But what kind of joke was this? They suddenly felt the treatment of the demon emperor palace. Damn it! Xing Tian also roared. Xin Jingqiu and Morong Qingqing also focused their gazes. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He roared, and the dragon's sword domain turned into an azure dragon, enveloping everyone and increasing his speed again. However, the two Bloodwing Bat Kings followed closely behind. In the end, they even directly blocked their path. Not only them, but the others were also affected. For a moment, a great battle broke out. Kid, fight! With so many of us, I don't believe that we can't kill him. Don't you have a flower protector? Let's set one first. Lin Xian nodded, and the flower protector floated above his head. To be honest, they were not particularly afraid of the two Bloodwing Bat Kings. Lin Xian had many trump cards on his side. There was also the sage's hand bone and the black earth. Buzz, buzz, buzz! But in the next moment, his face turned green. That was because he discovered that the two Bloodwing Bat Kings had once again created 3 more doppelgangers. Damn it! 5 Bloodwing Bat Kings appeared on their side in an instant. How could they fight? They were not the only ones. Roars could be heard from other places as well. Those Bloodwing Bat Kings that besieged the sacred ground also transformed into clones. More Bloodwing Bat Kings appeared. For a moment, screams were heard. No, why would they transform into clones? Lin Xian supported the dragon's sword domain and floated the flower protector, blocking the void first. They did not act rashly. The 5 Bat Kings were also glaring at him. There must be a reason. There must be a reason. Why did these guys have clones? Damn it, why is this happening? Lin Xian thought quickly. Previously, they were targeting Yan Ruyu, and now they were targeting them. Not only that, but the Gu family and the Yi family were also targeted. Could it be a bloodline? Lin Xian's pupils constricted. Bloodline? What bloodline? The dark red dragon was puzzled. Lin Xian said, "That's right, it must be the power of bloodline. We don't know Yan Ruyu's identity, but it seems that her identity and status are even more powerful than Hua Tiandu's. Thinking about it, the power of her bloodline must be very terrifying. That's why these Bloodwing Bat Kings targeted her. Apart from that, the Gu family and the Yi family were also clan of the ancients, and the bloodline of the great emperor flowed in their veins. Especially Yi Wudao, who had a sacred body. That was why they were targeted. No Flower also had a mysterious bloodline. There were also other saints and saintesses. All the major sects and clans with bloodline power were targeted. We have more on our side. Ruffian Dragon, you don't have to say anything. If the monster race knew about your bloodline, they would probably go crazy. Qing Qing and Qiu also have shocking bloodlines. Peacock also has the bloodline of the Great Bright Lord. That's why we are being targeted. Damn it, that's really the case." The dark red dragon thought for a moment and realized that Lin Xian's guess was right. The others' expressions changed. That shouldn't be the case. 5 of them had bloodlines. How could there be 5 of them? There must be bloodline power among the others. That should be because they didn't have enough bloodline power. Whether it was Ruffian Dragon, Qiu Qing Chang Yi Wudao, or No Flower, their bloodline power was top-notch. It could be said that it could shatter the past and present. These Bloodwing Bat Kings were guardians. Could it be that the monster saint gave them an order before he died? Did he ask them to collect the top-notch bloodline power? Chapter 2543. Lin Xian still couldn't figure it out, but he guessed that it was most likely the case. These Bloodwing Bat Kings were indeed there to collect bloodline power, which was why they were targeted. 1, 2, 3, for there was still one left. Temple Master, what bloodline power do you have? Peacock asked from behind. Lin Xian shook his head. I don't have bloodline power. No. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe it. Their temple master was so powerful, but he didn't have bloodline power. That was too unbelievable. That didn't seem right. Who was the extra one targeting? The dark red dragon frowned. It's me, the 1 pound Xingtian said. I have a spatial bloodline. As expected, the dark red dragon sighed. That makes sense. However, we should think about how to deal with these 5 big guys. It seems that if we don't move, they won't move either. Why don't we stay here and wait for them? Xingtian, take out the black demon ship. The other disciples boarded the ship and controlled it. Yes. Xingtian waved his hand, and the black demon ship appeared. Immediately, the disciples of the Immortal Palace all entered the black demon ship and activated the formation inside to resist. I'll seal one with Flower Protector and another with the Sage's Hand Bone. There are 3 left. Qingcheng, take one with Qiu-Er. Xingtian, take Peacock and the others and fight one with the black demon ship. Leave the last one to me and Ruffian Dragon. In an instant, Lin Xian distributed the tasks. These people quickly took action. Lin Xian took out the Sage's Hand Bone and floated it in the air. A terrifying pressure surged. An entire space froze in an instant. Soon he and Flower Protector sealed 2 of them. These 2 weapons of mass destruction were already very powerful even before they were unsealed. If they broke the seal, they would probably be able to seal them. However, Lin Xian didn't want to break the seal unless he had no other choice. After all, the appearance of the Big Dipper coffin this time was related to him breaking the Sage's Hand Bone. He couldn't guarantee that something terrifying would happen if he broke the seal again. He might as well resist it himself first. If he really couldn't hold on, he would use it. Erupt together. Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon God, Morong Qingqing, Shan Jingqiu, Xingtian, and the others were all using their own unique skills. Peacock and the rest coordinated their attacks with the black demon ship. This battle was earth-shattering, and it took a very long time. It had already lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Lin Xian and the others were about to run out of energy. Fortunately, they had a lot of natural treasures in their hands. Moreover, the more they fought, the more excited they became because this was the best battle they had ever had. They could use this to improve their combat awareness and experience. After all, it wasn't something that could happen at any time. Finally, on the 7th day of the battle, Lin Xian felt that it was about time. He began to use his trump card to kill. Whoosh! The great dragon sword soul erupted, and the 4 seals on the ancient dragon abyss sword were undone. A bloodwing bat king was sent flying. There was a sword wound on its body that couldn't be healed. This scene shocked the people at the checkpoint. They didn't expect their temple master's sword chi to be so terrifying. As expected, Lin Xian managed to severely injure a bloodwing bat king with the help of the great dragon sword soul. However, the bloodwing bat king was too terrifying. There were Dao patterns in its body. Unless the Dao patterns were erased, it would be impossible to kill it. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to kill it completely. Kid, use that thing. Didn't you catch a lot of insects like the gold-devouring beetles? See if you can destroy them. The Crimson Dragon God reminded. Okay. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He had forgotten about this. When he first entered the cave, he caught 100 of these black insects, and he could use his soul to control them. Now that he used it, the 100 black insects flew out. They fought against the severely injured Bloodwing Bat King. The Bloodwing Bat King sent the black insects flying. However, these insects were made of darkness magic crystals and were very sturdy. Their bodies were not inferior to the Bloodwing Bat King's. Therefore, they could fly out and come back again. For a while, the 2 sides were locked in a fierce battle. However, not only were these black insects hard, but they could also devour everything. Sure enough, before long, one of the Bloodwing Bat Kings let out a miserable roar. Many holes appeared on its body. They were all bitten by these black insects. Bite its head. Lin Xian controlled these black insects to crawl toward the Bloodwing Bat King's head. He guessed that even if there were Dao patterns, they should be in the head and the heart. Therefore, he split up and attacked the Bloodwing Bat King's head and heart, respectively. The Bloodwing Bat King struggled frantically. Its body was overflowing with blood, and mysterious runes flashed. However, these black insects were indeed very strange. They could cut through everything. In the end, they broke the Bloodwing Bat King's heart and brain, respectively. They bit the Tao patterns in them. The Bloodwing Bat King screamed. It was no longer invincible. In the end, it was killed and turned into a bloody mist. Whoosh! The bloody mist drifted in all directions. The Crimson Dragon God exclaimed. He felt that his dragon blood had been stimulated. This was great. Could it be that this thing could awaken the power of one's bloodline? Thinking of this, he crazily absorbed it. Not only him, but Murong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, Xing Tian, and Peacock also absorbed it. They felt that the power of their bloodline was boiling. For a moment, they looked at the remaining Bloodwing Bat Kings with shining eyes. Lin Xian was also surprised. However, he did not have the power of his bloodline. However, he had the dragon's sword soul. He realized that this thing also had a revival effect on the dragon sword soul. The power of the dragon sword soul was stronger than before. Although the improvement was not much, Lin Xian could clearly feel it. Kill! Lin Xian was overjoyed. He knew how difficult it was to raise the strength of the great dragon sword soul. Now that there was such an opportunity, how could he let it go? In an instant, everyone attacked again. Using this method, Lin Xian killed all the Bloodrobe Bat Kings, one by one. When he killed the last Bloodwing Bat King, Lin Xian did not kill it. Instead, he bit off the Tao pattern in its brain. Through his heavenly secret divine eyes, he directly controlled the Bloodwing Bat King and planted a beast slave seal in its body. Come here. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a golden light. The Bloodwing Bat King stopped attacking and floated over from the sky. It knelt on one knee on the ground and greeted its master. Very good. Lin Xian flashed a smile while the others around him sucked in a cold breath. No matter how one looked at it, this scene was strange. Such a terrifying Bloodwing Bat King had been subdued. Everyone else heaved a sigh of relief. That was great. This battle was really extremely dangerous. Sure enough, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He asked, "How long has it been?" Xing Tian calculated. It had been almost a month. Damn, a battle that lasted for a month. These Bloodwing Bat Kings were really terrifying. Chapter 2544. I wonder how the others are doing? Murong Qingqing frowned. They probably didn't feel too good either. Even we barely made it out alive. It was very dangerous. But thinking about it, Yi Wu Dao and the others must have made it through. Their trump cards aren't any less than ours. All right, let's rest here and recover our strength. Let's continue. I want to see what's inside this ancient tomb. Everyone sat down cross-legged and rested. After fighting for a month, they had expended a lot of energy. These people rested for 7 days and 7 nights in a row before they were completely recovered. Then they quickly set off and left this place. In other places, Yi Wu Dao, the Gu family, No Flower, and the others had also experienced a month of battle. They had used their super powerful trump cards to finally kill the Bloodwing Bat King that was chasing them. After recuperating, they set off again. The Fey Imperial Palace, the 4 Symbols Sacred Grounds, and the others did the same. However, some of the weaker ones were in trouble. Although they had killed the Bloodwing Bat King in the end, they had also suffered heavy losses. The 5 Elements Palace and the Myriad Thunder Sacred Ground were even more miserable. Their saints had already been killed. Now that they had encountered such a powerful Fey King puppet, half of their disciples had been killed. There were even cases where the holy sons of 2 holy lands were killed. The saints of the Illusion Palace and the Nangong family had both fallen. It could be said that this was a very tragic battle. The entire human race had been affected. The more serious ones had half of their members killed, while the less serious ones were covered in injuries and their strength had been greatly reduced. It could be said that the one that had been preserved the most was Lin Xian's immortal palace. As they had been well preserved, no one had died. They had only been injured and had expended too much energy. If the people of the other sacred grounds knew about this, what would they think? They would probably vomit blood from anger. Boom! 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 Lin Xian and the others flew forward quickly. They all boarded the black demon ship and turned into a black stream of light. Finally, they arrived at another hall. This hall was very dignified. There were demonic pillars around it, and there were engravings at its feet. It looked incomparably sinister. There were also several halls and secret chambers around it. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian formed a seal with both hands. A pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky and scanned the surroundings. He heaved a sigh of relief as he didn't discover any powerful array formations. Collect them separately and be careful. Don't touch the formation. Yes, Peacock, Hui Dao, Ghostly, and the others led Immortal Palace's martial artists in all directions and began their search. Lin Xian, the dark red dragon, Murong Qingqing, and the others also split up. Many palaces and pavilions were opened, some of them covered in dust. Yes, there was nothing. Damn it, could it be an empty city? These people are getting a little anxious. It wasn't easy for him to come here. If he didn't bring back some treasures, how could he be at ease? Ah, in the distance, Xin Jingqiu cried out in alarm. Brother Lin Xian, come quickly. Seeing this, Lin Xian's figure flashed and flew forward. After passing through several pavilions and halls, he finally arrived in front of Xin Jingqiu. After him, the dark red dragon, Murong Qingqing, Xing Tian, and the others also arrived. Xin Jingqiu pointed to the hall in front and said, Brother Lin Xian, look inside. There are treasures. Lin Xian and the others looked inside and then gasped. The dark red dragon's eyes were shining. We're rich, we're rich. The other martial artists from Immortal Palace, Purple Glow Holy Land, and Jade Lake Holy Land also flew over. When they saw this scene, they were also extremely shocked. Everyone was stupefied because inside the palace, there were countless treasure, qi emitting resplendent light. Swords, spears, staffs, axes, whips, and all kinds of treasures were arranged there. Each of them was like a small sun, emitting a sharp aura. Qiu, did you find this? Lin Xian was shocked. Shen Jingqiu said with a smile, Yes, Brother Lin Xian. Looks like my luck is really good. I actually found so many treasures. How is it? I'm awesome, right? Qiu is really awesome. Hey, let's split it among the three of us, Lin Xian said. He waved his hand. The martial artists from Immortal Palace walked in. The people from Purple Glow Holy Land and Jade Lake Holy Land were also extremely shocked. The female disciples from Jade Lake Holy Land looked at Lin Xian in surprise. The people from Purple Glow Holy Land were also shocked. In the crowd, the grandsons of the elders who went against Lin Xian had already been killed by the Blood-Winged Bat King in the previous battle. Now, they only had gratitude for Lin Xian. The people from Immortal Palace and the two great sage quickly walked in and distributed the treasures. Peacock and the others looked at this scene and exclaimed. There were earth-rank treasures inside. They were at least mid-rank treasures, and there were many high-grade and top-grade treasures. There were also a few heaven-ranked treasures. This made them extremely jealous. They quickly collected and recorded. When Lin Xian and the rest saw the scene, they smiled as well. Palace Master, we're really rich. Peacock walked out with a smile on her face. She had already counted clearly. There were 13,000 mid-grade Earth-rank treasures, 2,300 high-grade Earth-rank treasures, and 108 top-grade Earth-rank treasures. Hearing this, Lin Xian also counted these. The dark red divine dragon exclaimed, Damn, this is too much. They did not expect that there would be so many treasures in this palace. As expected of a saint's palace, it was indeed incomparably rich. Lin Xian also swallowed his saliva. It was indeed a lot. There are 4 treasures with sky-high prices. We've decided that Purple Glow Holy Land will get 1, Jade Lake Holy Land will get 1, and Immortal Palace will get 2. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. He took the 2 heaven-ranked treasures. One was a pagoda, and the other was a long saber. In addition, the remaining weapons could be chosen by Immortal Palace's martial artists on the spot. The rest would be rewarded according to their contributions when they returned. Immortal Palace's martial artists exclaimed again and again. They hurried forward to distribute the treasures. Lin Xian gave the heaven-ranked pagoda he obtained to Xing Tian. Thank you, young master. Xing Tian was also excited. He did not expect that Lin Xian would give him a heaven-ranked treasure. Lin Xian smiled. This was a great harvest. It was enough to fill Immortal Palace's treasury. The dark, red divine dragon went in and glanced around. He put away all the tables and shelves that held the weapons. These things had been preserved for tens of millions of years, without spoiling. They were definitely treasures. The others thought about it and agreed. Thus, they moved everything that could be moved away. The entire palace was empty. Nothing was left. Let's go. Everyone was overjoyed. Lin Xian nodded and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, he frowned and a golden light appeared in his eyes. Buzz! In the next moment, he stretched out his palm. A huge palm of light grabbed forward. Boom! The void trembled, and a secret compartment appeared on the ground. Then, a dark red stone platform appeared. It was more than a meter tall and appeared in the palace. The stone platform was about 2 meters in diameter. There were 17 simple treasures placed on it. Chapter 2545. On the mysterious stone platform, there were a total of 17 items. They were placed casually and emitted a terrifying aura. There were even some sparkling lights. Feeling this aura, everyone's expression changed. Heaven-grade treasures. Another heaven-grade treasures. 17 heaven-grade treasures. These people went crazy. Their eyes were red and their breathing was rapid. Heavens! Lin Xian exclaimed. As expected, there were still hidden treasures. The others were even more shocked. They did not notice at all. How did the other party find out? The other party's technique was too terrifying. Xin Jingqiu said, Brother Lin Xian, you're too amazing. You can even find them. Lin Xian smiled and pinched Xin Jingqiu's face, then walked up. Qingcheng, come, let's split them. After all, Shen Jingqiu and Morong Qingcheng were his women. Lin Xian did not feel bad about giving them treasures. Of the 17 heaven-grade treasures, Shen Jingqiu and Morong Qingcheng received 5, and Lin Xian received 7. The 2 girls were elated, and beautiful smiles hung on their lips. Brother Lin Xian, you're so good. Shen Jingqiu tiptoed and kissed Lin Xian's face a few times. Morong Qingcheng did not do so, but she looked at Lin Xian with eyes full of love. All right, continue searching. There are so many palaces here. Maybe there are treasures in other places. Lin Yuxuan waved his hand again. At the same time, he gave Peacock, Hui Dao, and Ghostly a heaven-grade treasure each. The 3 of them were overjoyed. Thank you, Hall Master. They were too excited. These people searched quickly. This time, they were full of enthusiasm and their eyes were red. In a single palace, there were tens of thousands of earth-grade treasures, and even a dozen heaven-grade treasures. How could they let go of such a huge treasure trove? These people searched carefully, not letting go of even a corner. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He felt that this place wasn't simple. Although there were treasures on the surface, the real treasures were probably hidden in the dark. For example, the stone platform from before. If he hadn't done anything, these people probably wouldn't have discovered it. It had to be kept here for who knew how many years before it could be taken by other intruders. He then activated his heavenly secret god eyes, and a pair of golden eyes floated in the sky looking down. Suddenly he frowned, and a fierce light appeared in his eyes. Whoosh! He floated into the distance. Kid, what did you discover? Seeing this, the dark red divine dragon swayed its tail and followed after him. Lin Xian came to a remote place. This place was very dilapidated and could not even be called a palace. It could only be called a shabby stone house. Are you sure it's here? The dark red dragon looked around, then looked at the magnificent palace and frowned. How could there be treasures in such a dilapidated place? Lin Xian was also confused. However, he said that he had indeed used his heavenly fate divine eye to sense a special aura here. It was very unusual. Xiaobai. Lin Xian took Xiaobai out. Xiaobai's stomach was bulging and he burped. He had followed the holy lady and eaten a lot of heavenly treasures along the way. His stomach was bulging. It had been more than a month and he still hadn't refined them. At this moment he was like a small ball. Therefore he had been hiding in the black earth and sleeping to digest the heavenly treasures that he had eaten. Now that he was caught by Lin Xian, the little guy waved his little claws in protest. Lin Xian knocked on his head, helplessly. Little brat, just how many good things have you eaten from the other party? Your stomach is bulging like a ball now. Wu Ji Xiaobai's eyes widened and kept moving around with a sneaky look. It seemed that he had benefited a lot from following the holy lady. All right, hurry up and let me see if there are any treasures here. Xiaobai nodded and began to search with the treasure bowl. Soon, his body swayed and he flew forward. Wu Ji pointed to a piece of land behind him. You said that the treasure is here? Lin Xian asked. Xiaobai nodded and waved his little claws. Let me see what it is. The dark red divine dragon waved his dragon claws and grabbed forward. The ground split open and a deep pit appeared. The dark red divine dragon's claws made a clang. He frowned. There was indeed something that could withstand his attack. It was definitely not an ordinary item. He waved his claws again, and the ground completely split open. It appeared. The dark red divine dragon cried out in surprise. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He found something in the deep pit below. That thing was very thin and folded into a square. There were dense patterns on it. It seemed to be a piece of clothing. However, it was too thin. The dark red divine dragon grabbed it. Sure enough, after the good clothes were unfolded, he found that it was something similar to a Taoist robe. Lin Xian looked at it and found that it was engraved with runes. Its aura was obviously a heaven stage treasure. Moreover, from the looks of it, it should be a medium-grade heaven stage treasure. Not bad. I wonder how effective it is. Lin Xian was somewhat happy. He was not worried about his attack power at all. With the dragon sword soul, his attack power could continue to increase. However, his defense was much weaker. Among the holy sons, he was only at the middle level. However, things were different with this Taoist robe. Lin Xian carefully checked the Taoist robe and found that there was nothing wrong with it. Then he put it on. Whoosh! He poured his power into it, and countless flames suddenly appeared on the Taoist robe. It was very strange. The flaming Taoist robe. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Ruffian dragon, try attacking it. When the dark red divine dragon heard that, it waved its dragon claws, and a sharp ray of light flew out. Lin Xian did not use anything, nor did he flash away. He wanted to see how strong the defense of the Taoist robe was. With a clang, the void split open, and the red ray of light crashed into it, producing a sonorous sound. Lin Xian did not use any power, and the attack was completely neutralized by the flames. So powerful. It's definitely a medium-grade heaven stage Taoist robe. You're a rich kid. The dark red divine dragon was also pleasantly surprised. It did not try to snatch the robe. Its body was very sturdy. Besides, it could not wear the robe. No, you have to give me something to compensate me. The dark red divine dragon coaxed and pestered Lin Xian to get 2 low-grade heaven stage weapons. Lin Xian would not be stingy with the dark red divine dragon. He had more than 10 heaven stage weapons in his possession. Moreover, He was even happier that he had obtained the flaming Taoist robe. With it, Lin Xian's defense would be more than enough. It would be very difficult for an ordinary, holy son to break through his defense, unless they used some powerful trump cards. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Lin Xian and the dark red, divine dragon raised their heads. Those people are here. As expected, they were martial artists from the other holy lands. Seeing that, Lin Xian's figure flickered, and he flew out. He put away the flames on his Taoist robe. In the distance, the martial artists from the Immortal Palace and the two great sage lands who were still searching for other palaces and pavilions also raised their heads. Oh no, they're here. Damn it, hurry up. These people are searching like crazy. If we don't find them soon, they'll snatch them away. Someone's here. When the martial artists in the sky saw that, they instantly cried out in surprise. What are they looking for? Could it be? It's a treasure. Hurry up and find it. Chapter 2546. Previously, they had suffered such heavy injuries that their hearts were itching with hatred. Now that there were treasures, they naturally wanted to snatch them. Otherwise, it would not make up for the resentment in their hearts. Humph! Seeing that these people were about to attack, a cold shout was heard. Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu appeared in the sky. It's them, the Jade Lake Saintess and Zixia Saintess. Seeing this scene, many people exclaimed in surprise. They did not expect it to be them. It seemed that they had also survived the pursuit of the blood-winged Bat King. They did not know. What happened to their little lover? It would be best if he was killed. That would relieve the hatred in their hearts. The person they were talking about was naturally Lin Xian. But soon the people of the Tai dynasty and Tuoba family were disappointed, because they saw two figures floating in the distance. It was Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. Damn it, this kid is still alive. Judging from his appearance, he did not seem to have suffered any injuries. How is this possible? How did they escape? The Tai dynasty's crown prince gritted his teeth. The Tuoba family's holy son also looked gloomy. There were also 5 elements palace, 9 heavens sacred ground, and 1,000 thunders sacred ground. They had paid a heavy price in order to kill the Bat King. Countless disciples and experts under his command had died. Lin Xian ignored these people. He looked around and saw Gu Santong, Yu Wudao, No Flower, and the others. He immediately smiled and said, "Everyone, how have you been?" "Brother Lin, I didn't expect you to be here so early." "Yes, there are no treasures here," Yu Wudao and No Flower said with a smile. "There are indeed many treasures. Hurry up and search," Lin Xian said. Hearing that there were treasures, Yi Wudao, No Flower, and the others were pleasantly surprised. They waved their hands and asked their subordinates to hurry up and search. The people of the Tai dynasty, 5 Elements Palace, and the others also moved. I wonder what treasures Brother Lin has found during this period of time. A cold voice was heard. It was the Yin-Yang sect's holy son. He did not expect the other party to arrive before them. Moreover, they did not know how long the other party had been here. If all the treasures were taken away by the other party, wouldn't they suffer a huge loss? The Yin-Yang saint wanted to check if the other party had snatched any incredible treasures. Why? Do you want to know what I got? Lin Xian's lips curled up. Hand over 10 deity crystals, and I'll tell you. Humph. The Yin-Yang saint's face darkened. Divine gems weren't cheap. 10 divine gems were a huge fortune. How could he give it to anyone just to get some information? Therefore, his expression was unfriendly. Young Master Lin, your clothes seem very special. Why haven't I seen you wear them before? In the Yaoguang Holy Land, the Yaoguang Saintess said indifferently. Her words immediately attracted everyone's attention. That's right. This Taoist robe looks very ancient and doesn't seem to be something from the modern era. This should be an ancient treasure. It couldn't be the treasure that this brat obtained, right? The saints and saintesses all stared at Lin Xian as they discussed among themselves. However, Lin Xian frowned. This Yaoguang holy daughter seemed to be speaking casually, but she was actually trying to sow discord between them. It seemed that she was still holding a grudge about the little white monkey. Indeed, the little white monkey had eaten so many treasures from the other party, but the other party did not get anything in the end. The other party had acted magnanimous then, but now it seemed that she was indeed holding a grudge. Everyone turned to look at Lin Xian and stared at his Taoist robe. Humph! What? You want my Taoist robe? Think about it first. Do you have the ability to do so? If anyone wants to accompany the 5 Elements Saint and 10,000 Thunder Saint on their way to the Netherworld, I don't mind sending them on their way. Lin Xian did not release any terrifying murderous aura, but his words made everyone's expression change, especially the holy sons and holy daughters. They all frowned. The person in front of them was not a kind person, nor was he a weakling. He was a terrifying demon king. He was a powerful being who had killed 3 holy sons. Ordinary people were no match for him. A bunch of trash. If you don't dare to fight with me, then scram. Disappear in front of me. Lin Xian shouted coldly. That one sentence was enough to intimidate these people. Come to think of it, these people weren't much. You're courting death. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Do you really think that no one can deal with you? That's right. Even if the 5 Elements Saint and the others are holy sons, they are only average among us. There are many holy sons and holy daughters who are more powerful than them. The Yin-Yang Saint's voice was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Is that so? Then have you surpassed them? Lin Xian stepped forward. Sword qi erupted from his body, forming a terrifying sword qi storm. Are you trying to stand up for the 5 Elements Saint and the others? Or are you trying to prove that you are more powerful than them? But no matter which one it is, go ahead. I'll take it. You're courting death. The Yin-Yang Saint was enraged. His opponent was so aggressive that he was about to explode. His Yin-Yang sect was an unparalleled sect in middle ground, and he, the Yin-Yang Saint, was an outstanding genius. Those princes and princesses had to be extremely respectful when they saw him, but now he was actually being looked down upon. Moreover, this was in front of all the young prodigies in the entire world. If he backed down now, he would probably lose all his face and never be able to raise his head again. Kid, I'll let you know the price of provoking me. The Yin-Yang Saint revealed a ferocious expression. Yin and Yang Qi erupted from his eyes and body. A huge hand that covered the sky slammed down. This hand was as black as ink. It was like a demonic mountain that mercilessly pressed down from the sky. With a loud boom, the entire space exploded. The surrounding light also dimmed. That terrifying power made the cultivators who were looking for treasures in the distance almost kneel on the ground. It was too terrifying. The Yin-Yang Saint was indeed very powerful. It seemed that he was more powerful than the 5 Elements Saint and Wan Leishengzi. Humph! Lin Xian snorted. If the other party really dared to attack, then don't blame him for being merciless. He used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and moved in the sky. Every step he took caused the entire space to tremble violently. Countless large black cracks spread out from under his feet in all directions. The sword qi on his body pierced through everything. They were like illusory true dragons that moved freely in the sky. It was too terrifying. At this moment, Lin Xian's aura kept rising. He was like a sword god that had descended from the 9 heavens. Everyone could not help but tremble. Even the saints and saintesses furrowed their brows. Many people's expressions changed drastically. Retreat quickly. They quickly retreated and made enough space. Indeed, in the next moment, the sword qi erupted and roared in all directions. It destroyed all the terrifying dark energy in the surroundings. Lin Xian did not attack. Just the sword qi on his body was enough to blast away the black hand. However, this was the Yin-Yang Saint after all. He was very powerful. Although the black hand was shattered, it still pressed down mercilessly. Boom! 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 The space collapsed. A huge black hole appeared and spread out in all directions as if it was going to swallow everything. Chapter 2547. Buzz. As expected, Lin Xian was swallowed by the black hole in the next moment. Countless berserk energies kept surging, wanting to destroy him. What? He was swallowed up. That kid didn't dodge. The surrounding people were shocked. The disciples of the Yin-Yang sect even sneered. What a mortal haul! How dare he compete with me, the Yin-Yang saint, with such strength? He's courting death. They thought he was a powerful figure after all the boasting. They didn't expect him to be so weak. That kid would be seriously injured, even if he didn't die from this attack. Countless mocking voices were heard. The Yin-Yang saint sneered. He exerted more force in his palm, and the yin and yang qi in his body exploded. He wanted to take advantage of the situation and kill Lin Xian completely. The violent energy lasted for a long time before it gradually disappeared. The sky regained its clarity and light reappeared. It was as if the dark clouds had left. Everyone turned their gazes forward, but the next moment they were stunned. What? Impossible! I don't believe it. Everyone was shocked. The eyelids of the saints and saintesses were also twitching. The Yin-Yang saint's expression was even worse. He realized that Lin Xian's figure was floating in the black hole in front of him. However, Lin Xian was unscathed. How could this be? His attack could even seriously injure a powerful figure, let alone Lin Xian. He could understand if Lin Xian had used some kind of treasure or secret technique. After all, they were all saints, who didn't have their own trump cards. But Lin Xian stood in the void and didn't seem to have used anything. This was unacceptable. Lin Xian didn't have a sacred body. How could he have such a strong physique? Even a sacred body wouldn't be so terrifying. Is this your strength? Just as everyone was stunned, a cold and disdainful voice was heard. Lin Xian stood with his arms crossed as he walked out of the black hole. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes shone like stars. He walked forward step by step. His ancient Taoist robe fluttered in the wind, making him look like an immortal. What Yin-Yang saint? You're so powerful. I thought it was some kind of world-shaking figure, but I didn't expect that your attack was so weak that it was pitiful. Lin Xian sneered again. Damn it. Kid, don't be arrogant. The Yin-Yang saint roared. The members of the Yin-Yang sect turned pale and trembled. They really couldn't imagine what was going on. Could it be that his physique had surpassed that of a saintly being? No, it was his Taoist robe. Damn it, this is a treasure. In the distance, the first prince of the Tai dynasty screamed. The people of the Tuoba family and the Nangong family also exclaimed. At this moment, everyone stared at the ancient Taoist robe. After the Yaoguang saintess's reminder, they realized that this might be the new treasure that the other party had obtained. However, to their surprise, the power of the treasure far exceeded their expectations. Such a terrifying attack had actually been completely blocked by the defense of the Taoist robe. This was at least a heaven-step treasure. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary heaven-rank defensive artifact. Damn it, this brat actually has such a treasure. How could his luck be so good? He had to snatch it. Many saints were envious. If they could get their hands on this Taoist robe, their defensive power would not be weaker than a saint physique. To them, this was definitely a huge temptation. The Yin-Yang saint was also tempted. 2 balls of black and white flames danced in his eyes, exuding a mysterious power. As expected, it was the effect of this Taoist robe. Humph, brat, what are you so arrogant for? You're just borrowing the power of a heaven-step treasure. Without this Taoist robe, you won't even be able to withstand a single blow. However, so what if you have this Taoist robe? Do you think that I can't defeat you? Speaking of this, his eyes shone with a cold light. Such a good thing. You're just a piece of trash. You don't deserve to have it. As he spoke, An unparalleled light exploded from his body. It was like a sun, making it hard for people to open their eyes. The black and white light flashed in the sky, illuminating the entire palace. The space collapsed and shattered. It couldn't withstand this power at all. So powerful! Everyone exclaimed. The saints also looked solemn. It seemed that the Yin-Yang saint was going to use his true power. The Yin-Yang sect had the mysterious and terrifying power of Yin and Yang. They were the two most ancient powers in the world. They couldn't be underestimated. The Yin-Yang saint's power was probably beyond their imagination. Sounds of discussion could be heard. These people looked solemn. Even Yi Wudao, the Alcade saint, No Flower, the twin kings of Middle State, and the others looked on with flickering eyes. Indeed, the power of Yin and Yang was mysterious and unfathomable. The Yin-Yang saint strode forward. The entire sky trembled. Everyone felt suffocated. It was as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on them. Buzz! Yin and Yang chi exploded, turning into a Yin-Yang image. It circled in the sky, trying to suppress everything. It was obvious that the Yin-Yang saint was really angry. Boom! Boom! Everywhere it passed, the space shattered. It couldn't withstand it at all. Lin Xian also felt a great pressure. He channeled his power into his Taoist robe. Suddenly, flames danced on the ancient Taoist robe, resisting the bone pressure. The power of a mid-grade heaven-step treasure wasn't a joke. After doing all this, Lin Xian looked up at the sky. The Yin-Yang sect? Just nice. Today, I'll experience the power of Yin and Yang and see if it's as the legends say. Lin Xian's sword chi became more and more terrifying. As the sword streaked across the sky, heaven and earth lost their color. The sun and moon dimmed, accompanied by the roar of a dragon. It was too terrifying. At this moment, the saints felt as if their chi and blood had frozen. It was as if their bodies had been cut in half by the sword. They had never felt such a thing before. Many people retreated frantically. Clang! Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out. The Yin-Yang image in the sky vibrated violently. A huge sword light slashed on it. The two collided. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Countless cracks appeared on the Yin-Yang image. With the sword light as the center, the cracks spread in all directions. It was about to cover the entire Yin-Yang image. Damn it! Suppress it! The Yin-Yang saint's pupils constricted. He didn't expect his opponent's sword to be so powerful. The sword was about to shatter his Yin-Yang image. Roar! With a roar, the power of Yin and Yang in his body spun rapidly. The Yin-Yang image spun, releasing two streams of qi. They were like two huge black and white dragons. The entire space trembled. This was an earth-shattering battle. Both of them were peerless prodigies. Now that they were attacking, they were using terrifying mystiques. It was truly a battle between a dragon and a tiger. It was too terrifying. The Yin-Yang saint lived up to his reputation. That kid was even more terrifying. He actually blocked the Yin-Yang image. Legend had it that the Yin-Yang image came from heaven and earth and contained unparalleled power. But at this moment, it couldn't suppress its opponent. The saints and saintesses discussed quickly. Yi Wudao, the Alcade saint, and the others watched with rapt attention. Boom! Streams of sword qi swept across. Suddenly, an even more dazzling sword light lit up in the sky. It was like a peerless divine light. Boom! Crack! Finally, the Yin-Yang image couldn't take it anymore and shattered. It was split in half by the sword. The Yin-Yang saint was sent flying. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He was injured. The Yin-Yang saint had actually lost in this competition. All the prodigies exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 2548. Damn it! Damn it! The Yin-Yang saint roared in anger. He did not expect that the other party could really injure him. This was a great humiliation. He snorted and wanted to use his trump card to fight the other party. However, at this moment, several other figures walked up to him. "Wait, Brother Yang." A cold sneer was heard. Hearing this, everyone turned their heads to look. Even the Yang saint frowned. A man in a dragon robe walked over from behind. It was the first prince of the Tai dynasty. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were extremely puzzled. What was the other party doing here at this time? But they also knew that he seemed to have a grudge against Lin Xian. Could it be that he wanted to join forces with the Yang saint to attack him? "What do you want?" the Yang saint asked coldly. The first prince smiled. "Brother Yang, why do you have to fight? There are many ways to get the robe." As he spoke, he sent a message to the Yang saint. "We've already joined forces with the Twin Kings, 5 Elements Palace, 9 Heavens Sacred Ground, 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground, and the Tuoba family. We're going to attack together with the Nangong family to kill this guy. We're holding him back. When he lets down his guard, we'll kill him." The Yang saint was stunned. Then his eyes shone with a terrifying light. He did not expect so many people to want to kill him. It seemed that he had really angered everyone. But this was good. The Yang saint suppressed his excitement and did not attack again. The first prince of the Tai dynasty smiled and said, "Brother Lin, we really like the robe you're wearing. Why don't you name a price? How about 1 divine crystal?" Hearing this, everyone exclaimed in surprise. What a joke! How could 1 divine crystal buy such an ancient robe? The first prince of the Tai dynasty clearly did not want to buy it. It seemed that he was here to mess things up. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as his lips curled into a cold smile. This first prince really did not know what was good for him. He did not have a chance to teach him a lesson. Who would have thought that he would take the initiative to do so? Did he really think that Yi Futian did not know what he was planning? He had heard everything when the first prince transmitted the Yang saint's life. This was because his soul power far surpassed these people, and even surpassed them by an entire level. Therefore, Lin Xian was well aware that these people were planning to kill him. This first prince was truly courting death. It seemed like there was a need to kill him. Lin Xian looked ahead, his heart filled with killing intent. At this moment, the Yang saint laughed coldly. "I'll give you 2 divine gems. Brother Lin, can you sell it to me?" The 2 of them were extremely arrogant, as if they did not put Lin Xian in their eyes at all. The other holy sons and holy daughters frowned. They didn't know what the 2 of them were up to. I took out 3 crystals. At this moment, the Central State Twin Kings stepped forward and strode forward. At the same time, he named a price. I took out 4 of them. "I have 5. The Tuoba family, Nangong family, Myriad Lightning Sacred Ground, 5 Element Palace, and 9 Firmament Divine Emperors." People stepped forward. "Place the bid." It seemed like he really wanted to fight for this ancient Taoist robe. However, the price made people's mouths twitch. Not to mention 10, even 50 or 100 gems. They wouldn't be able to buy it. These people were clearly provoking the other party by offering such a low price. Not good. What were these people trying to do? Brother Lin seemed to be in danger. In the distance, No Flower frowned when he saw this scene. This was because he realized that the people who had gone forward to report the price had unknowingly surrounded Lin Xian. "Brother Lin, look at how many of us are bidding. Why don't you give us a response? Who do you intend to sell this ancient Taoist robe to?" As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding experts who had made a bid attacked together. Their attacks were very sudden, and they were decisive in their attacks. All sorts of great mystiques and killing moves instantly shot towards Lin Xian. The sky was covered, and the void in front of him was instantly blasted apart. Boom, boom, boom. The violent energy made people tremble, and many people fell to the ground. Not good. Yi Wu Dao, No Flower, and the others cried out in alarm. In the distance, Morong Qing Chen, Shen Jingqiu, and the others cried out in alarm. The warriors of the Immortal Palace shouted crazily, "Palace Master!" They didn't expect these people to be so despicable. So many people attacked together, and it was a sneak attack. It's over. That kid is dead for sure. With so many powerful saints attacking, even a peerless almighty would be blasted to pieces. That was for sure. Let him be arrogant again. This time let's see how he dies. In the distance, the dark red dragon, Xing Tian, Morong Qing Qing, Shen Jingqiu, and the others quickly flew over. No Flower and Yi Wudao also wanted to attack. However, the twin kings, the crown prince, the Yin Yang saint, and the others sneered. They joined hands, and the two sides confronted each other. Damn it, get out of the way. How dare you attack Brother Xian? The dark red dragon, Murong Qingqing, and the others roared angrily. Their bodies were filled with biting, cold-killing intent. Humph, you want to save him? Stop dreaming. Today is the day this kid dies. The Yin Yang saint sneered. The crown prince's expression was even more ferocious. He dared to go against the Tai dynasty. It's already a miracle that he's still alive. Do you think he can still live? How dare he kill my saint? He deserves to die. That's right. It's too easy to kill him. The people of the 5 Elements Palace, the 1,000 Thunder Sacred Ground, and the 9 Firmaments, Saint Emperor, also sneered. They had finally avenged their saint. However, amidst the laughter, a cold voice sounded. So many people attacked together. You are indeed despicable and shameless. However, do you think you can hurt me like this? What a joke! Ignorant. This voice floated clearly into everyone's ears. What? The eyelids of those who attacked were twitching wildly. The surrounding people were also stunned. They all turned their heads to look. A figure appeared in the void in the distance. Was it Lin Xian? His ancient Taoist robe fluttered in the wind. He didn't look injured at all. He wasn't injured. That's impossible. The twin kings of the middle ground were shocked. The Yin Yang saint, the crown prince, and the crown prince were also crazed. No, even if it was a heaven-grade treasure robe, it couldn't withstand the joint attack of so many people. Indeed, they were crazy. How could Lin Xian resist them? They didn't know that the moment they attacked, Lin Xian had already used the teleportation black jade platform to break through the void and teleport out. He didn't receive any energy impact at all. Humph, you're courting death. How dare you attack me together? Get ready. Kneel down obediently and accept your death. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He wouldn't spare any of them. Whoosh! Lin Xian's body swayed as he charged forward. His target was the crown prince of the Tai dynasty. The surrounding people were shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. As soon as he was out of danger, he launched a strong counterattack. The chosen jumped in fright, and the first prince's pupils constricted. However, he soon revealed a sinister smile. Boom! An earth-shattering sound was heard. Then Lin Xian was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood in the air and stabilized his body. The ancient Taoist robe on his body burned fiercely, neutralizing most of the power. What happened? That kid was sent flying. And he was injured? Heavens, I'm not dreaming, am I? When did the crown prince become so powerful? His strength has already surpassed that of a saint. Exclamations of surprise were heard. The dark red divine dragon, Murong Qingqing, and the others were also nervous again. Originally, they were relieved that Lin Xian had escaped, but now they were nervous again. Damn it, who the hell is he? How can the crown prince be so powerful? Could it be that he swallowed some kind of pill? Yi Wudao, No Flower, and the Alcade Saint were also focused. They didn't understand what had happened. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. Chapter 2549. It was an old man with a head full of white hair and an aged face. A royal elder. Everyone exclaimed, and their eyelids twitched. So that was the case. It was not the first prince of the Tai dynasty who could force the other party to retreat with one palm. It was the royal elder who did it. The royal elder's aura was too terrifying. His eyes were like a magic lamp, shining in all directions. Obviously, he was a powerful being whose cultivation had reached the late-stage 8-star king realm. All the saints had grave expressions on their faces. Such a peerless expert posed a great threat to their lives. However, the first prince, the Yin-Yang saint, the twin kings, and the others sneered. This time, the other party was dead for sure. Damn it! The dark red divine dragon appeared. Murong Qingqing and the others roared angrily. Xing Tian even roared. They wanted to attack, but the twin kings and the others stopped them. You want to save me? Stop dreaming. I'll definitely die today. No one can save me. Cold laughter could be heard. Xing Tian roared angrily and was about to attack. However, at this moment, loud laughter could be heard from afar. Ha 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 ha! Ha 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 ha! As soon as this voice was heard, everyone was stunned. Xing Tian did not attack, and the two sides faced each other. For a moment, countless people looked into the distance. They realized that the person who laughed was Lin Xian. Lin Xian stopped, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and stood up. A late-stage 8-star king. Lin Xian said coldly, "I've underestimated your shamelessness. You sent a late-stage 8-star king to kill me. Kid, no matter what you say, you'll definitely die today." The royal elder's voice was cold. "You're already doing me a great favor by asking me to kill you. What last words do you have? Leave them all. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. You're just a late-stage 8-star king. You want to kill me? You're too naive." Lin Xian stopped smiling, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. A terrifying aura rose from his body. No way. This kid wants to fight a late-stage 8-star king? What a joke. Although he was powerful, the difference between them was too great. This kid seemed to have an incredible trump card. That's right. Didn't he say that he had something belonging to a saint? Voices of discussion could be heard, and the royal elder at the front sneered. "Brat, so what if you have a trump card? Do you think that as members of the royal family we don't?" He shouted coldly, and a heaven-grade saber instantly appeared on his body, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. Heaven rank rat blade. It seemed that the Tai dynasty was well prepared. That's right, the imperial family's elders should have many other trump cards. However, a late-stage 8-star expert could easily kill his opponent with a heaven-grade saber. He didn't even need to use his other trump cards. The imperial family elder held the treasured saber in his hand and revealed a ferocious smile as he walked forward step by step. "For me to kill you is no different from crushing an ant. Now kneel down and kowtow to my Tai dynasty and admit your wrongs. I can give you a quick death. You want me to kowtow and admit my mistake? Dream on. Old man, you will soon regret this." Lin Xian sneered as killing intent surfaced in his eyes. Acting recklessly, in front of absolute power, you can't resist at all. The imperial family elder was unmoved. So what if his opponent had a treasure? He was not strong enough to unleash the power of the treasure, and he was a late-stage 8-star expert. His strength was absolutely terrifying and unimaginable. He slashed out with his saber, and an incomparably terrifying power pierced through heaven and earth, completely enveloping Lin Xian. "Damn it! Stop it!" Xing Tian, the dark red dragon, Murong Qingqing, and Shen Jingqiu attacked crazily at this moment. However, the twin kings of Zhongzhou were not to be trifled with. With so many saints joining forces, they blocked the attacks of Xing Tian and the others for a while. Boom! 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 Then a scream was heard. A figure was sent flying, crashing through the void. What? Those who were watching the battle from afar were stunned. That was because they realized that the person who flew backward was not Lin Xian, but the imperial family elder. How was that possible? How could the imperial family elder fly backward? He was a late-stage 8-star expert, and he was invincible. Everyone was stunned. Even the Yin-Yang saint, the twin kings, and the crown prince did not attack. They retreated frantically and turned their heads to look behind them. The Imperial Dynasty's martial artists screamed, even louder. Xing Tian and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Although they did not know what had happened, it seemed that Lin Xian should be fine. Brother Xian! Brother Lin Xian! Murong Qingqing and Xinjingqiu also shouted softly. In front of them, the light that filled the sky disappeared. Lin Xian stood in the void unharmed. In front of him stood a blood-red figure, exuding a terrifying aura. What is that? Everyone looked over and was so frightened that their scalps went numb. Bat King! Damn it, it was actually Bat King. Everyone went crazy. They quickly retreated, their faces full of horror. Even Yi Wudao, the Alcade Saint, No Flower, and the others were facing a formidable enemy. It couldn't be helped. Bat King had left a deep impression on them. Thinking back, how much effort had they expended and how many trump cards had they used before they were able to kill him? But they did not expect him to appear again. For a moment, everyone was in danger. However, Murong Qingqing and the others breathed a sigh of relief, because they knew what was going on. But the others screamed, "That's not right. Why is Bat King standing there and not attacking that kid? Damn it. Why does it look like he's protecting that kid?" When this voice came out, everyone's eyes popped out. How was this possible? Bat King was such a terrifying tomb guardian. He did not even care about the people of Demon Imperial Palace and killed them mercilessly. How could he protect a human kid? Everyone could not believe it. In the distance, the people of Demon Imperial Palace were also stunned when they saw this scene. Impossible. How did this kid do it? The powerhouses of Demon Imperial Palace were shocked. Hua Tiandu's face was gloomy. Yan Ruyu, however, narrowed her eyes. Just now, even she wanted to lend a hand and help. Who would have thought that the other party would turn the tables so quickly? But soon, Yan Ruyu's lips curled into a smile. Ah! An angry roar rang out, and the endless void shattered. An old figure quickly charged over. He carried a murderous aura that filled the sky, as if he was a peerless demon. Damn kid! This figure was naturally the Imperial Family Grand Elder. He had just been sent flying by a huge force. He was injured and spat out blood. But what was even more shocking was his soul. He was about to go crazy. How could the other party send him flying? Could it be that the other party still had some shocking trump card? Or was there a hidden, peerless expert on Immortal Palace's side? When he flew nearby, he was stunned. He realized that his guess was right. It was indeed not Lin Xian who did it, but it was not an expert from Immortal Palace either. It was Bat King. Bat King. The Imperial Family Grand Elder's body trembled, and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Not long ago, they had been hunted down by the Bat King. They had spent a great deal of effort to kill him. Chapter 2550. Why would the Bat King appear here? Why didn't it attack the opponent? Why did it only attack him? This puzzled the royal family elder. No one could understand. For a moment, countless eyes looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's voice was cold. Go and kill him. Whoosh! The Bat King's body flickered, turning into a red flash and rushing forward. What? This guy can control the Bat King. Seeing this scene, everyone went crazy, especially those from the Tai dynasty. They were so scared that their scalps went numb. Impossible. How did he do it? Isn't the Bat King the guardian of the ancient tomb? This is something that was personally refined by a saint. How can it control it? Exclamations and discussions sounded. Whether it was the Yi family, the Gu family, or the Demon Imperial Palace, they were all stunned. Damn it, Dai! The Tai dynasty's elder roared and slashed forward with a huge saber light. The Bat King did not dodge at all and faced the attack head-on. His body flickered with a blood-red light, and he did not suffer any impact. Roar! The Bat King did not waste any time and directly used the deprived divine power to forcefully seize it. Oh no! The elder's blood! The royal elder screamed. He felt the blood in his body churning and wanting to leave his body. This scene scared him out of his wits. Suppress! He roared crazily, and his dragon Dao aura surged, trying to suppress it. However, other than Lin Xian's dragon Sword Soul, who could easily destroy it, no one else could do so. Even with the dragon Dao aura, it was difficult to resist for a while. Streaks of blood stained his skin and rushed into the sky. No, the royal elder screamed. He detonated the dragon Dao aura on his body and exploded in the sky, forming countless terrifying black holes. Only then did he cut off the mysterious connection. The royal elder's face turned pale. In just an instant, 1/3 of his blood had been taken away. This mystique was simply too terrifying. Damn it! How can this be? How can he control the rotary Bat King? The royal elder's face was ferocious. The others felt their scalps go numb and retreated. The Yin Saint, the twin kings of Zhongzhou, the crown prince, and the others' faces twitched. They were terrified. If the Bat King targeted them, it would be difficult for them to escape. But the only thing that made them feel at ease was Bat King. If there were a few more, they wouldn't be able to escape. Whoa! The royal elder gritted his teeth and took out a large bronze bell from the void. Dragons were crawling all over it. This was one of his secret treasures, called the Wandering Dragon Bell. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, he was going to use it to fight against the Bloodwing Bat King. No one made a move. He didn't ask anyone to help because Bat King was too scary. Die for me. After the imperial family elder swallowed the recovery pill, he once again erupted with power. He controlled the Wandering Dragon Bell and charged forward. There was a dragon bell that released 10,000 streaks of light, continuously becoming larger. It was like a great mountain as it rampaged through the sky, smashing through the void. It fiercely pressed forward. Whoa! The Bat King roared. His body swayed, and he disappeared in the air. When he reappeared, he was already next to the first prince. The first prince was so scared that his scalp went numb. He screamed again and again. Elder, save me. As he screamed, he retreated. Brother Yin Yang, Brother Gemini, save me. He looked to both sides for help. However, the Yin Yang Saint, Zhongzhou's Gemini Kings, and the others instantly left, ignoring him. What a joke! They didn't dare to fight against the Bloodwing Bat King. Damn it, a bunch of bastards. The first prince screamed crazily. He didn't expect that the team that had originally joined forces would scatter at this moment. No one helped him. This made him feel a sense of despair. The first prince. Behind him, the people of the Tai dynasty screamed crazily. The royal elder exclaimed in shock. Damn it! He controlled the Wandering Dragon Bell to change direction and fly down to rescue the first prince. However, it was too late. The Bat King opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the first prince in an instant. In the sky, the blood-red mouth made cracking noises. When it opened again, only a human skin was left. What? The first prince was killed. Everyone cried out in alarm. Their eyes were wide open and filled with fear. The Bat King was too terrifying. Everyone retreated crazily. Even Yi Wu Dao, No Flower, and the others retreated with their people. Damn it! Go to hell! The royal elder went crazy. The first prince had been killed. How was he going to explain it to the empress when he returned? He couldn't explain it at all. He could only kill the monster in front of him. Clang! The Bat King didn't dodge at all. Its body was comparable to a heaven-grade treasure, so it slapped out with its palm. With a bang, it collided with the Wandering Dragon Bell. The two collided with an earth-shattering sound. The Wandering Dragon Bell was sent flying. The royal elder also screamed and spat out blood as he retreated. Damn it! The royal elder roared like a madman. He turned around and charged at Lin Xian. Since he couldn't kill the Bat Kings, he had to kill this kid. He would use this kid's head to avenge the first prince. He launched a crazy attack. The terrifying energy could even kill a saint. However, Lin Xian didn't resist at all. The demigods and semi-devils flashed in the sky at extreme speed. Lin Xian's speed wasn't slower than the royal elder's. Therefore, the royal elder couldn't catch him at all. Ah, I'm so angry. Damn kid, don't run if you have the guts. The royal elder was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He didn't expect the other party to be so fast. Behind him, the people of the Tai dynasty had red eyes. They roared angrily, "Kill them!" Those martial artists charged out as if they had gone mad. However, in the next moment, they screamed in pain. The Bat King roared and rushed into the midst of those martial artists, killing in all directions. It was too terrifying. No one could stop it. Blood mists burst open, and human skins fell one after another. In an instant, more than 10 martial artists of the Tai dynasty were killed. No, that scene made the royal elder scream. Many of their elders were outside fighting against the Big Dipper coffin. Most of the people there were young disciples. He was secretly following them. Other than him, there were only 2 other elders in the group. However, he couldn't fight against it at all, so there weren't that many people. Thinking of that, he screamed and charged back again. He swore that he would kill that bat. Otherwise, the people of Tai dynasty would have been killed by the other party. Damn it! Everyone attacked together. The Yin-Yang saint roared angrily. He pulled out a yin-yang blade and roared crazily. Sure enough, the others also responded. Among them, the people of the 5 Elements Palace, the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Land, and the 9 Firmaments Divine Emperor stood out without hesitation. The people of the Nangong family and the Toba family also had sinister smiles on their faces. The twin kings of Zhongzhou stared at Lin Xian like lightning. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. Xing Tian, the dark red dragon, and Murong Qingqing also stepped out with cold expressions. Extremely terrifying auras surged from their bodies. Do you want to fight? Come, come, come. Grandpa Dragon will teach you how to behave. The dark red dragon roared, and countless immortal palaces flew over from the distance. In addition, the people of the Purple Dawn Sacred Land and the Jade Lake Sacred Land also flew over. They stared ahead angrily. Previously, when they cooperated with Lin Xian and the others, they were very happy and obtained many treasures. Chapter 2551. On the other side, Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, and No Flower also walked up. Their eyes shone with a cold light. There were conflicts and alliances between the sacred grounds. At this moment, they chose to side with Lin Xian. This scene made the twin kings and the others of Zhongzhou change their expressions. The Yin-Yang saint also looked gloomy and gritted his teeth. Damn it! Why are the clan of the ancients helping him? Damn it, this is too despicable. While they were in a stalemate, on the other side, the royal elder was screaming in agony. This was because he was being mercilessly chased by the Bat King and was in a miserable state. Although he was a late-stage 8-star expert with a heaven-grade treasure, powerful armor, and royal superpowers, the Bat King was even more terrifying. It was a mutated species and was very powerful. Now that it had been refined by the ancient saint of the shifter race, its body was engraved with Tao patterns. It also had the superpowers of draining blood. These superpowers were impossible to defend against. The royal elder was at a disadvantage again. Moreover, his attacks could not hurt the Bat King at all. Even if he was hurt, the Tao patterns in his body could be restored. Last time, the Tai dynasty had gathered a lot of forces to kill the blood-robed Bat King. Now that he was alone, it was already a great fortune for him to be able to resist and not be killed. However, this could not go on. His aura was getting weaker and weaker. He wanted to escape and ask for help from his royal family companions. Seeing this, the Tai royal family members also looked terrible. Damn it, go and help him. This was an elder of their royal family. They would not allow any accidents to happen to him. Buzz! 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 The Tai dynasty martial artists could not wait any longer. Hearing CIG's order, they flew out like crazy. But soon they screamed in agony. They were no match for the Bat King at all. Screams rang out one after another as blood, mist exploded. In front of the Bat King, they could not fight back at all. Not to mention the royal elder who was helping them. Damn it, run. The royal elder's eyes were red. Other than him, no one else could fight back. Therefore, for a moment, the royal family martial artists did not dare to go forward. They retreated in horror. Damn it. The Yin Yang Saint roared. Everyone, let's kill Bat King together. Otherwise, we will all be in danger. Hearing this, the twin kings of the Central Plains and the people of the Tuoba family nodded in agreement. Indeed, as long as Bat King was not eliminated, it would be difficult to ensure their safety. If Lin Xian used the Bat King to deal with them, it would be difficult for them to resist. So now, although they were still safe and sound, they were still determined to get rid of this terrifying Bat King. Boom! In the next moment, these chosens all moved out and charged forward. If you want to fight, I'll play with you. Lin Xian let out a long roar. The dragon's sword domain flew out, and countless sword lights flew in all directions. On the other side, Murong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, Xing Tian, and An Hong attacked together. Terrifying light exploded in all directions as the dark red divine dragon opened its mouth and spat out ray formations. It enveloped a part of the world. In addition, Gu Santong, Yi Wu Dao, No Flower, and the others also made their moves. Damn it! The Yin Yang Saint and the others roared in anger. They were about to go crazy. Yi Wu Dao, No Flower, Shen Jingqiu, and Murong Qingqing were all peerless geniuses with terrifying trump cards. They were not weaker than them at all. In an instant, they were greatly obstructed. Damn brat, get out of my way! The Yin Yang Saint roared in anger. He struck out with both hands and charged forward. However, all his attacks were split apart by Lin Xian's sword. Lin Xian sneered. What? You can't stand this little bit of attack? Humph. Your nightmare is yet to come. Lin Xian sneered, a piercing light in his eyes. He quickly charged forward and killed the Yin Yang Saint with one strike. Although the Yin Yang Saint was powerful, he was not Lin Xian's match. So he spat out a mouthful of blood, and a crack appeared on his armor. Ah! The Yin Yang Saint roared in anger. He pulled out his Yin Yang saber and swung it quickly. A huge black and white saber radiance swept across the sky, slashing towards Lin Xian's dragon abyss ancient sword. The two collided, making a clanging sound. Boom! Violent energy blasted in all directions, causing everyone to tremble. With a clang, the Yin Yang saber radiance was shattered. However, the Dragon Rock ancient sword was also blocked in midair. Light appeared on the Yin Yang Saint's body, enveloping his body. Yin and Yang aura roared, and he swallowed all sorts of treasures. Finally, he suppressed his injuries. Damn brat! The Yin Yang Saint's face was cold. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Because his opponent was too terrifying, he had injured him with one strike. How could this be? He could not believe it. He was very powerful, and he was very confident in his Yin and Yang power. In his opinion, he could definitely kill his opponent with his Yin Yang saber. But he did not expect it to be blocked. Brat, I won't let you go. The Yin Yang Saint sneered in front. He held the Yin Yang saber in his hand, and the Yin and Yang qi on his body circulated rapidly. He was filled with murderous intent. He could not defeat his opponent previously because he did not use his trump card. Now that he had used his trump card, he did not believe that he could not kill his opponent. Yin Yang / Yin Yang split. A huge saber radiance swept across the sky, and the Yin and Yang qi swirled, forming a terrifying force. At this moment, everyone trembled, and their faces were filled with fear. They felt as if their bodies were being torn apart. There seemed to be a force of life and a force of death in their bodies. This scene was too terrifying. Many people vomited blood and were sent flying. The people from Immortal Palace were also affected. Brat, go to hell. The Yin Yang Saint sneered, and his Yin Yang saber enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He also felt that the two forces were trying to pull him into heaven and hell. Brat, be careful. The yin and yang power is very strange. The dark red divine dragon warned him, but he did not dare to get close. Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. The yin-yang sect was indeed a great sect that had been passed down since ancient times. The yin and yang power was indeed terrifying and could not be underestimated. However, although the yin and yang power was powerful, the yin-yang saint was not very powerful. He was indeed a peerless prodigy and a powerful saint, but that was only in the eyes of ordinary geniuses. In Lin Xian's eyes, the other party's strength was not enough. The yin and yang power? Sure enough, he was strong enough, reaching the acme of perfection, unmistakable even to gods and ghosts. But it's a pity that you're useless. You can't fully display the power of the yin and yang power. So, you can't do anything to me. A cold voice came from the terrifying light, and everyone's expression changed. Chapter 2552. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The other party was looking down on him. He could not tolerate it. He was the saint. He was usually high and mighty. When had he ever been looked down on like this? 1 against 1, €7 damn it. I will definitely kill you. I'll let you know how much harm Miley gave I #8 you gave V ____________. The other party acknowledged the yin-yang sect's strength, but did not acknowledge his strength? He was completely mad. The yin-yang power in his body exploded rapidly. The yin-yang blade became even more terrifying. The power of life and death tore the void apart, forming a heaven and a hell that floated in the sky. In heaven, Yu City wanted to tell everyone, they were extremely white and had wings on their backs. Their bodies shone brightly, and they had the most serene smiles on their faces. Their eyes were pure. Behind them were countless palaces, surrounded by all kinds of rare beasts. It was like a paradise on earth. This was the world's best pure land. The space below kept tumbling. It was pitch black and filled with the power of death. It formed 18 levels of hell. Every floor was surrounded by extremely terrifying evil spirits, and there were no vengeful spirits. One look at it would make one's scalp tingle and one's body tremble. It was impossible to resist. The yin-yang power completely enveloped Lin Xian, trying to tear him in half. Lin Xian felt the impact. He snorted, and his flame blade burst into flames. Endless flames surrounded him, resisting this terrifying power. However, this power was too strange. Even though the flame Taoist robe was a medium-grade heaven-class artifact, it could not completely block the yin-yang power. Kid, stop struggling. You can't resist the yin-yang power at all. The yin-yang saint stood in the sky and looked down. At this moment, he was like the divine king who controlled time. His cold and emotionless eyes stared at Lin Xian. Can't resist? You think too highly of yourself. Lin Xian sneered. If it was the yin-yang sect leader, I might not be able to resist. But you are not qualified. Today, I will destroy your heaven and hell. Lin Xian roared. Sword light exploded from his body and slashed in all directions. Dream on. You're underestimating the power of yin and yang. Today, you will definitely die. The yin-yang saint revealed a look of disdain. He did not think that Yi Fuqian could escape from his ultimate move. He had already used this god to kill many powerful kings. Among them were many elders and peerless geniuses. Although the other party was strong, in the face of his sure-kill ability, he still couldn't resist. Humph! Lin Xian didn't say anything. With a cold snort, the great dragon sword soul in his body erupted. The sharp sword light on his body grew brighter and brighter, as if it was going to break through the clouds. With a roar, a dragon-shaped sword shadow soared into the sky, transforming into a huge dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws as it charged towards heaven in the sky. Roar! The cries of dragons and swords reverberated in all directions, tearing the void apart. Many of the weaker martial artists in the surroundings were smashed into pieces, causing them to lie flat on the ground. Even the other inceptive sages, experts, and elders who were engaged in battle also turned their heads to look at Zhang Xian in horror. Heavens! This brat's sword skill was really too terrifying. They were incomparably shocked, but at the same time they rejoiced. That was because they weren't the ones fighting the other party. With this thought, these peerless geniuses were all stunned. They had never had such fearful thoughts about anyone before. But now, they actually felt fear towards a young man. Boom! Boom! Intense collisions sounded in front of them. The huge dragon shadow charged towards heaven. Its huge body crashed into those angels and immortal palaces, instantly erupting with a fierce light. The terrifying power blasted everything in all directions. The illusions of the angels and celestial palaces were quickly shattered. Damn it! Kill him for me! The Yin-Yang saint roared. Those shattered angels and immortal palaces reformed once again. They were the same, emitting a bright light like the sun. The dragon-shaped sword shadow wanted to completely destroy them. An intense battle erupted. The two forces clashed in the sky. The terrifying energy impact made everyone despair. But in the end, the sky full of palaces and countless angels turned into endless spirit chi with a boom. They dissipated in all directions, never to appear again. Puff! The Yin-Yang saint took a step back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale. Damn it! How could it be? Damn it, he actually broke my yang power. He was really too shocked. But what made him even more terrified was yet to come. That was because another sword will burst out from Lin Xian's body. This time, it was a huge sword that reached the heavens, with ancient patterns surrounding it. It emitted a terrifying sword intent. This sword seemed to fly out of time and space from ancient times. It directly slashed towards the 18 levels of hell below. The 18 levels of hell were extremely dark. It was the power of death. It was very evil. It could take away anyone's life. Now that it felt threatened, the 18 levels of hell shone brightly. Countless vengeful spirits and evil spirits rushed out. They rushed into the sky, emitting a cold aura that made everyone tremble. Countless vengeful spirits and evil spirits rushed into the sky, wanting to destroy the heavenly sword. But in an instant they screamed. It was as if their bodies were made of ice that had encountered a raging fire. They emitted sounds time and time again, and even emitted white smoke. Destroy! Damn it! Go to hell! The Yin-Yang saint roared. 18 extremely strange demon faces appeared in the 18 levels of hell. They opened their bloody mouths and crazily devoured the power of the heavenly sword. Oh no! Retreat! Everyone around went crazy and screamed. They felt the life force in their bodies rapidly draining away. Many of them even began to age, and their hair turned white. This made them extremely terrified. The saints stopped attacking and protected the disciples of their sacred grounds to prevent their lives from being taken by the power of death. Humph! Yi Wu Dao snorted coldly. His golden qi surged into the sky. He waved his golden fist and smashed it in all directions, directly shattering the power of death. Amitabha. No flower formed a Buddhist seal. Countless rays of Buddhist light appeared on his body. They flickered in the sky and blocked the power of death. Humph! Xin Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing also used their ultimate techniques to block. The dark red dragon roared, and the dragon blood on its body surged. The Alcade saint's body flickered with 108 god fiends. The great Xia prince's sword slashed across the sky. Every expert was using their ultimate techniques to defend themselves, but no one was relaxed and no one was happy, because they knew that this was just the aftermath of the power of death. Just the aftermath emitted such terrifying power and energy. They had to be careful. They had to admit that the Yin-Yang saint's strength was too terrifying. It seemed that they had underestimated the Yin-Yang saint. The Yin-Yang saint revealed a ferocious expression. Damn brat, Now you know my power of yin and yang. You have no chance to regret it. Go to hell for me." His expression was ferocious. The yin-yang sect martial artists behind him also exclaimed excitedly, "That's great. As expected of a saint. He's really powerful. That's for sure. When has the power of yin and yang ever been defeated? No one can resist it." Chapter 2553. The disciples of the yin-yang sect were too excited. Lin Xian's strength had made them despair. Now that their holy son was able to suppress such a powerful enemy, this was definitely something that they were very excited about. The people of the Tai dynasty, 5 Elements Palace, 9 Heavens Sacred Ground, and 10,000 Thunders Sacred Ground were also excited. Even if they couldn't kill Lin Xian, they would be thrilled to see him fall into the 18th level of hell with their own eyes. They knew that the 18th level of hell was extremely terrifying. Once they entered, they wouldn't be able to die just because they wanted to. They would be subjected to the cruelest punishment in the world. They would definitely experience what it meant to live a life worse than death. Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu were worried again. They couldn't help but want to help. Lin Xian also felt great danger. He felt that the life in his body was being taken away. His lifespan was being drained. This phenomenon was very similar to the Bat King's blood deprivation superpower. However, it was far more terrifying than the blood deprivation superpower. This was because the Bat King was taking away his lifespan. If he lost his blood, he could still regenerate it. However, if he lost his lifespan, he wouldn't be able to recover it. Therefore, he didn't dare to be careless. With a cold shout, the great dragon sword soul in his body exploded. The dragon-shaped sword shadow destroyed the surrounding death energy. Instantly, he felt that his life was no longer draining away. This made him heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the great dragon sword soul could also destroy the death energy. What's going on? What happened? The yin-yang saint was stunned. As the one who attacked, he was the most shocked. Previously, he saw Lin Xian's face turn pale and his lips curl into a hideous smile. He knew that Lin Xian couldn't resist his death energy. However, in just an instant, Lin Xian stopped. His face was no longer pale. It seemed that his life wasn't draining away. But how was this possible? Could it be that the death energy had lost its effect? What a joke! His death energy could definitely take away everything. It was even more terrifying than the Bat King's superpower. Didn't he see that the saints and saintesses were all hiding far away? He had to be careful. One could imagine how terrifying it was to be enveloped by the death energy. Damn it, what's going on? Could it be that this brat used some kind of secret technique? The yin-yang saint's face darkened. He knew that it was unrealistic to kill the other party like this. After all, as Immortal Palace's lord, the other party definitely had many trump cards. But so what? He did not believe his opponent's land card could resist his force of death. Thinking of this, a ferocious look appeared in his eyes. He once again unleashed a powerful force and poured it into the 18 levels of hell. He even took out 2 secret pills from his storage ring and swallowed them, causing the spiritual energy in his body to erupt like a vast ocean. Roar, roar, roar. As expected, after swallowing the Buddha's secret pill, the 18 levels of hell became even more eerie and sinister. The 18 faces of the devils were extremely ferocious as the power of death exploded out. Lin Xian was once again in danger. Absorbing energy? I'll let you absorb as much as you want. Lin Xian snorted coldly. A dragon-shaped sword shadow rushed out from his body and rushed downwards. It's useless. Stop struggling. Nothing can resist the power of death. The yin-yang saint sneered disdainfully. Lin Xian did not answer him. This time, he did not slash the power of death at all. Instead, he continued to unleash it. The great dragon sword soul exploded, and waves of terrifying energy swept across the land. It was like a vast ocean, crashing down in all directions. The surrounding space collapsed rapidly, and black holes appeared one after another. No one could see what was happening inside. The 18 faces of the devils in the 18 levels of hell revealed greedy expressions. They had never encountered such a powerful force of life before. Such powerful force. They devoured crazily, like beggars who had been hungry for a long time and had once again found delicious food. Indeed, to them, the great dragon sword soul was delicious food that could make up for their greed. But after absorbing for a while, the 18 ghost faces widened their eyes in shock. Damn it, stop! Enough! They were full. They could not take it anymore. Although their Yin energy could devour everything, there was a limit to it. After all, they were summoned by the Yin-Yang Saint, not the Yin-Yang sect leader. No matter how strong the Yin-Yang Saint was, he was only a prodigy of the younger generation. Therefore, the power they could devour was also very limited. But now, they had devoured enough life force and power. However, the life force and power above them continued to surge. They could not devour it at all, but as the element of the power of death, they could not stop it. Moreover, the Yin-Yang Saint had also gone crazy and was using it recklessly. Therefore, the 18 faces expanded more and more. The entire 18 levels of hell also swelled up as if they had become balloons. Whoosh, 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 boom. Finally, when it reached its limit, there was an earth-shattering boom. The 18 layers of hell exploded and shattered into pieces. The evil demon's face inside was instantly turned into ashes. Boom, boom, boom. This force was too terrifying. After all, the 18 levels of hell formed by the power of death were already extremely powerful. Moreover, they had also absorbed the endless power of the great dragon's sword soul. Therefore, this explosion was extremely terrifying. A huge crack appeared in the sky and spread in all directions. Heaven and earth shook. Everyone was pushed back. The weaker ones spat out mouthfuls of blood and fainted. The stronger ones also activated their king's domains to defend themselves. The entire palace shook. Heaven and earth shook as if it was about to be destroyed. Damn it, what happened? Could it be that the brat fought back? Impossible. That brat could not destroy the 18 levels of hell at all. Could it be that he had been devoured and refined? Screams rang out. However, the Yin-Yang Saint spat out blood and flew back. This time, he suffered a very serious backlash. 3 cracks appeared on his body and almost split his body into pieces. His face had become incomparably pale, without a trace of blood, and even his eyes had dimmed. He had no choice. His ultimate technique had been destroyed. Naturally, he was severely injured. Saint. Seeing this, the Yin-Yang sect members screamed. They flew out crazily and caught the Yin-Yang Saint. They consumed all kinds of heavenly treasures without any regard for their lives. What happened? What happened? Why was the saint injured? Oh my God, could it be that the brat fought back? Damn it. Could it be that the brat used the power of a saint? Impossible. Screams and cries rang out one after another. They really couldn't understand what was going on. The Tai dynasty, the Middle Ground Twin Kings, the 5 Elements Palace, and the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground were all stunned. They were also very surprised. Their faces instantly became extremely ferocious. They approached the Yin-Yang Saint and quickly asked, "Brother Yin-Yang, what happened? Could it be that you failed?" "That brat is already so powerful." Screams rang out. Chapter 2554. Impossible. I don't believe it. How could he have broken through my ultimate divine power? The Yin-Yang Saint went crazy. He saw heaven being destroyed with his own eyes. But why was hell also destroyed? How did he do it? He didn't know because the black hole had completely isolated everything. He didn't see it at all, nor did his soul capture it. He wasn't the only one. The others were the same. Humph. Is your ultimate divine power that powerful? You want to kill me? You're overestimating yourself. A cold voice was heard. It was like a sharp sword that cut through the void. The sky full of light was mercilessly torn apart, and then a figure walked out. He was surrounded by sword halos, and a dragon shadow appeared under his feet. It was like a peerless, immortal light that made people tremble. Damn it, it's that kid. He's not injured at all. How is that possible? Everyone went crazy because they realized that the aura on their bodies didn't weaken. Instead, it became even more violent than before. They didn't know that after the 18 levels of hell exploded, the power of the divine power was released. The absorbed power of the great dragon sword soul was completely released. Not only that, after being refined in the 18 levels of hell, the power became purer than before. Therefore, the power of the great dragon's sword soul increased. This made Lin Xian very happy. He didn't expect that a battle could increase the power of the great dragon sword soul. This was really an unexpected surprise. So when he came out, he looked at the Yin Yang Saint and smiled. To be honest, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you, my strength wouldn't have increased again. So don't worry, I'll give you a quick death later. Hearing this, the Yin Yang sect martial artists trembled. Their faces were full of fear. The Yin Yang Saint was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. Damn kid, I'm going to kill you. I'll definitely kill you. He was really angry. The next moment, he waved his hand, and an ancient drum appeared in his hand. The drum was white on one side and black on the other. It was very strange. This was a secret treasure of his called the Yin Yang drum. Once the drum sounded, it could instantly kill a strong enemy. Kid, go to hell. The Yin Yang Saint roared. He waved his hand and was about to use the Yin Yang drum. However, he didn't have the chance. A piercingly cold sword light flew out and instantly chopped off his arm. The Yin Yang Saint had just grabbed the Yin Yang drum when his arm broke. Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the Yin Yang drum and the void red. Ah! The Yin Yang Saint screamed and flew backward. He covered his wound and kept rolling in the air. The others sucked in a breath of cold air as their scalps went numb. Crack! Yin and Yang Qi flowed around the Yin Yang Saint's body. Instantly his severed arm grew back. He kept gasping for breath, and his face was filled with malevolence. He wanted to attack again. However, he discovered that the Yin Yang Valley was enveloped by countless sword lights. For a moment, it was hard for him to break free. As for him, he was once again sent flying by a sword light. Ah! The Yin Yang Saint still wanted to use his trump card, but Lin Xian did not give him the chance. Sword after sword, he swung out in succession. For a time, countless sword lights crisscrossed, forming a sea of swords that enveloped the area. The Yin Yang Saint was forced to retreat continuously. He had no chance to attack again. The armor on his body shattered, and the Yin and Yang energies grew dim. His body split apart, and an arm was hacked off. Not only that, but the sword strike that followed was even more devastating, directly splitting him into two halves. Half of his body was completely shattered by the sword light. Buzz! The other half of the Yin Yang Saint's body rushed out. Countless rays of light formed a Yin Yang shield that enveloped him and brought him back. Stay here. 5 elements sword. 5 elements as one. Lin Xian swung his ancient sword, and the 5 elements sword danced in the sky. They quickly combined to form an even sharper divine sword shadow that directly shattered the Yin Yang escape. It even cut the Yin Yang Saint's remaining half of his body into 2. Boom! Blood. Mist exploded. It was a tragic sight. A saint. The Yin Yang sect member screamed. They looked at this scene with despair. Could it be that their holy son had also been killed? The others were also extremely shocked. Those peerless prodigies and powerful cultivators were extremely terrified. Could it be that another saint had died? Boom! Whoosh! Just as everyone was shocked, a figure appeared in the void in the distance. It was the Yin Yang Saint. At this moment, his face was as pale as paper, without a trace of blood. He looked extremely weak. Boom! With an earth-shattering sound, the Yin Yang drum shattered the sword light that filled the sky. It arrived around the Yin Yang Saint and completely enveloped him. He was not killed, the surrounding people exclaimed. However, the Yin Yang sect martial artists cried out crazily. They were too excited. Their holy son had not been killed, which made them completely relieved. Lin Xian frowned. That was because he was very surprised by this scene. The other party was actually able to survive after such a fierce attack. It was really surprising. Yin Yang Talisman of Life and Death. Yi Wu Dao said solemnly. Hearing this, many martial artists were puzzled. However, the eyelids of the powerful saints twitched violently. Yin Yang Talisman of Life and Death. Damn it, it's actually that thing. They did not expect the Yin Yang sect to be so cautious this time. Yes, the Yin Yang saint was really lucky. He actually obtained the Yin Yang Talisman of Life and Death. It seemed that his life was saved this time. What was the Yin Yang Talisman of Life and Death? Lin Xian frowned. It seemed to be a very terrifying thing. Otherwise, Yi Wu Dao and the other saints would not be so shocked. Behind him, Xing Tian quickly transmitted his voice. Young master, the Yin Yang Life and Death Talisman is a very terrifying talisman. It could have been refined by a supreme king or even a saint. It is an exceptional mystique of the Yin Yang sect. It was not an offensive mystique, but a life-saving one. After being refined, it would be placed in the Yin Yang saint's body. At a critical moment, it would come out and replace the original body. This was equivalent to having an extra chance of survival. Previously, the Yin Yang saint had been able to escape the sword light that filled the sky. He must have activated the Yin Yang Life and Death Talisman. There was such a magical thing. After hearing this, Lin Xian was very envious. To be able to replace one death. This was an extremely precious item. After all, using this item was equivalent to having a second life. One more life than others. He had to admit that the Yin Yang saint was really lucky to have such an item on him. Damn brat, I will not let you off. The Yin Yang saint trembled with anger. He did not expect the other party to make him use the Yin Yang Life and Death Talisman. This was indeed planted in his body by the Yin Yang sect leader. It was equivalent to having a second life. However, he could not use it on his own. It could only take effect automatically when he was threatened with death. That was why he was still alive. However, this item was extremely rare. It was a treasure of heaven and earth. He did not want to waste it like this. He had originally thought that he would use the Yin Yang Life and Death Talisman to save his life when he encountered extreme danger in the ancient tomb. But now he had used it in advance. Moreover, he had fallen at the hands of a young martial artist like him. The Yin Yang Life and Death Talisman was indeed a good item. Do you have any more on you? Chapter 2555. Being stared at, the Yin Yang saint shuddered and almost wet himself. He did not expect Lin Fan to attack him. The members of the Yin Yang sect also surrounded the Yin Yang saint tightly. They were extremely nervous, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. If not for the Yin Yang Life and Death Talisman, their saint would have been killed. And now, Lin Xian still wanted to attack. How could they not be nervous? The Yin Yang saint's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and said, "Brat, just you wait. I will not let you off." As soon as he finished speaking, he led the Yin Yang sect members away without looking back. He even used a secret technique to transform into Yin Yang Qi, shattering the void and disappearing. The 5 elements palace, 9 heavens sacred ground, 10,000 thunders sacred ground, Tai dynasty and Toba family were all stunned. The others were also stunned. Their scalps went numb. The Yin Yang saint had actually escaped. The Yin Yang sect had been defeated. No one could believe it. The Yin Yang sect was a powerful sect in middle ground. They were extremely powerful. Together with their Yin Yang Qi, they were extremely terrifying. The Yin Yang saint was one of the top talents of the younger generation. But this terrifying young talent had fled. He fled like a stray dog. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. Humph! What a piece of trash! So weak! How could he escape so quickly? Lin Xian did not chase after them. He looked at the shattered void in disdain. The other party was no longer a threat to him, so he ignored them. Instead, he turned around and stared at the remaining people. How dare you join forces to assassinate me? Li Yundong thought. Kneel down and accept your death. Lin Xian shouted coldly. His voice was like thunder exploding in the sky. The Tai Dynasty, 5 Elements Palace, and 10,000 Thunder, sacred ground cultivators who had gone against Lin Xian trembled and almost fell from the sky. Their prodigy elders, on the other hand, looked gloomy. Brat, you are too arrogant. Just then, a hideous voice rang out. Don't think that you can show off in front of me just because you defeated the Yin Yang Saint. To be honest, you're still far from it. Now, hand over the ancient Taoist robe obediently, and give me all the resources you've collected. I can only cripple your cultivation and spare your life. Otherwise, if you dare to resist, I'll make sure you lose your life. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked and their scalps went numb. Heavens, who is it? How dare he be so arrogant? Didn't he see that even the Yin Yang Saint had been struck by the other party? He had almost lost his life here. Now, there was actually someone who dared to provoke Lin Xian. It had to be said that he was truly audacious. However, when they looked up at the figure in the sky, they cried out in surprise. The twin kings of the Central State. What? It's him. Was he going to make a move? Everyone was extremely shocked. The Central State's twin kings were extremely terrifying existences. He was probably even more powerful than the Yin Yang Saint. Moreover, it was a two-headed monster. Although it did not possess the power of yin and yang, it possessed the power of light and darkness. When the two completely opposite forces merged together, it would definitely be an extremely terrifying killing move. That's great. If the twin kings of the Central State were to make a move, that kid would definitely die. That might not be the case. Don't forget that they had fought before. But that time, the twin kings of the Central State had failed. In fact, they were so close to killing each other. Therefore, I think that kid is more powerful. Impossible. Although that kid is powerful, it's impossible for him to kill the twin kings of the Central State. Last time, he had relied on his soul power to launch a surprise attack and cause the twin kings to suffer. Now, with the previous experience, the twin kings of the Central State would definitely defend their soul power. Without the soul power, that kid would definitely not be a match for the twin kings of the Central State. Indeed, I think so too. Discussions broke out. In this battle, they were certain that the twin kings of the Central State would win. This was because the other party's reputation in the Central State was simply too strong. Even people like Yi Wudao and the prince of the great Xia dynasty did not think that they could win. Not to mention Lin Xian. On the other side, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as a disdainful smile appeared on his face. I was wondering who it was. So it's you, the two-headed monster. What? Was the lesson I taught you last time not enough? You still dare to cause trouble? Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? If you know what's good for you, scram and disappear from my sight. Otherwise, I'll kill you. At the end of his words, a biting, cold killing intent rang out between heaven and earth. It was like a peerless sword light that swept across the world. How terrifying! This Lin Xian was too arrogant. He dared to provoke the twin kings of the Central State. Just wait, he will lose without a doubt. Discussions broke out. However, the dark red dragon and the others sneered. Two-headed monster, go to hell. You are not a match for Brother Lin Xian. Brother Xian, defeat him. Ah, you can go to hell for me. The twin kings of the Central State went crazy. Their strength suddenly erupted. Last time, he had indeed suffered a loss at the hands of the other party. Therefore, this time he must return the favor. He wanted to kill the other party in front of everyone to prove his strength. Boom! On behalf of the gods, I punish you. The virtuous one's face was merciful. Golden light overflowed from his body, making him look like a Buddha. On the other side, the evil one's black hair danced wildly. Demonic chi surged from his body, making him look like a peerless demon king. Two terrifying auras burst out sweeping across the world and shattering the surrounding void. The spectators frantically retreated, distancing themselves. It was too terrifying. It was much more powerful than the Yin Yang Saint's power. It was undeniable that it made people tremble. At this moment, Yi Wu Dao, No Flower, the Alcade Saint, and the others all had grave expressions. Murong Qingqing and Xinjing Qiu were also worried. Although they had mocked Lin Xian before, they were still worried for him after sensing the power. "Brother Lin Xian, are you all right?" Xinjing Qiu looked worried. However, the dark red dragon laughed. "Don't worry, that kid won't lose so easily." As expected, Lin Xian roared. Sword qi erupted from his body. Sword waves spread out in all directions with him as the center. It collided with the golden light that filled the sky and the terrifying demonic qi. The three forces collided in the air, tearing the void apart. Hundreds of large cracks appeared. Each of them was like a huge canyon spreading across the sky. It was extremely ferocious. The surrounding martial artists were horrified. Just the collision of their auras had already caused such a terrifying scene. They wondered what would happen when the two of them fought. It would probably be an earth-shattering battle. Fortunately, this was the tomb of a saint. Even if they fought until the heavens fell and the earth cracked, it was still fine. Even if it was earth-shattering, the saint's tomb would not shatter. Hence, they just had to keep a safe distance. Buzz. After the three forces collided, Lin Xian made his move. Since the other party was courting death, he would fulfill his wish. The chaotic Heaven Destroyer's sword erupted with a terrifying sword light that swept across the world. The Zhongzhou twin kings also roared. The virtuous one wielded the heavenly Dharma wheel, while the evil one wielded the death scythe. The two of them charged out together. Not only that, but a huge square seal formed above their heads, radiating thousands of rays of light. Chapter 2556. Brat, we've already protected our souls with our previous experience. You won't be able to break our soul protection. Let's see what you can do without your soul attack. The Zhongzhou twin kings laughed sinisterly as they quickly rushed over. Sure enough, when the surrounding people saw this scene, they cried out in alarm. Haha, without the soul attack, this brat's strength would be greatly reduced. He wouldn't be a match for the Zhongzhou twin kings. This was for sure. Just wait and see. This time he's definitely dead. The surrounding people sneered. Lin Xian coldly snorted. The other party was too naive. Did they really think that his strength would be greatly reduced without his soul power? What a joke! His soul power was only his trump card. His true strength wasn't something these people could imagine. In the next moment, he waved his ancient sword. 3 runes unraveled, and a shocking sword light flashed out. Boom! Today's collision sounded. The sky fell, and the earth cracked. The terrifying power shattered everything in all directions. It even blasted the Zhongzhou twin kings away. What? The Zhongzhou twin kings were blasted away. How was this possible? Everyone was stunned. This was completely different from what they had expected. In their opinion, without his soul power, Lin Xian wouldn't be a match for the twin kings at all. But now, the other party was still incomparably strong. He directly blasted the Zhongzhou twin kings away. The twin kings of Central State were also stunned. Their minds went blank. They retreated for a long time before they stopped. Damn it! How could this brat be so strong? Brother, don't be careless. This brat must have obtained some opportunity in this ancient tomb that allowed his cultivation to increase. That's why he could erupt with such power, right? The virtuous one said in a deep voice. The evil child was able to move the demonic energy that filled the sky. He snorted coldly. Damn it, this brat's luck was really good. He actually broke through. But so what? Did he really think that we didn't have any opportunities? Today, we'll let him see how powerful we are. The Zhongzhou twin kings smiled. They didn't attack again. Instead, they stopped in midair. Soon, light flickered on their bodies. They took out something from their storage rings. It was an array disc with words carved on a stone. It was abnormally old and covered with cracks. 1/3 of the edges had even disappeared. Obviously, this was not a complete thing. However, the Central Province's twin kings were extremely cautious and excited as they held the treasure in their hands. From the looks of it, the value of this stone plate was beyond their imagination. "Brat, I'll show you our fortuitous encounter." The two of them grinned and waved their palms, pouring their power into the stone plate. Suddenly, the stone plate trembled, and the patterns on it lit up quickly. It was very mysterious. One rune after another floated out and rotated above them. Wong! An earth-shattering voice rang out as a tall figure walked out from the runes that filled the sky. It was a stone golem. It was 2 meters tall, and its body was filled with the texture of rocks. However, it was full of cracks, and 1/3 of it had even disappeared. Clearly, the degree of damage was the same as that of the stone plate. This stone man was summoned by the stone plate. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. What was that? It sounded like the Zhongzhou twin kings had obtained a treasure from the saint's tomb. But what was the use of this stone man? Attack? Or were they puppets? There was a lot of discussion, but soon they found out. The stone man should be a kind of attacking puppet. In the sky, the tall stone man's body swayed and directly smashed through the void, instantly arriving in front of Lin Xian. Boom! The large stone hand slapped out, forming terrifying black holes one after another, completely enveloping Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body swayed, and he instantly dodged. At the same time, he slashed the stone man with his sword. Clang! An earth-shattering sound rang out, and sparks flew. However, the stone man was not damaged at all. He only took a few steps back, roared again, and charged forward. What a strong defense! Everyone exclaimed. They had seen how terrifying Lin Xian's sword technique was. He had directly split the yin-yang saint in half with one slash. Even a top-notch saint would have a headache if he saw such sword chi. However, the stone man in front of them, he actually took a hit from the sword without being injured at all. This was really beyond everyone's expectations. Treasure. This was definitely an earth-shattering treasure. This defensive power was even more terrifying than a heaven-grade treasure. No wonder the Middle Ground twin kings were so excited earlier. They had definitely struck gold. Their luck was too good to be able to find such a treasure in the saint's tomb. Exclamations rang out. Obviously, the stone man's defense was indeed beyond their expectations. Lin Xian also frowned, and his face became gloomy. What a terrifying defensive power! He knew his own sword technique best. Even a peerless almighty would not dare to take a hit from his sword. However, the stone man withstood it. No wonder the Middle Ground twin kings were so confident. Kid, did you see that? In front of our fortuitous opportunity. Your fortuitous opportunity is nothing at all. In terms of talent, you are no match for us. In terms of fortuitous opportunity, you are no match for us. Therefore, you can die in peace. Is that so? Lin Xian sneered. However, you are too confident. The fortuitous opportunity you are so proud of is nothing at all in front of me. Stubborn fellow, who do you think you are? The stone man's defense is far beyond your imagination. You can't break it at all. The twin kings snorted coldly. Their eyes were filled with disdain because they had tested it before. Even they could not break it. They could only kill it if they used their super trump cards. Therefore, they did not believe that the other party could break it so easily. Lin Xian did not say anything. Instead, he stretched out his hand and grabbed a few black bugs. Go, it's time to show your strength. Lin Xian grabbed 5 bugs and threw them out. These bugs danced in the sky and rushed toward the stone man. In an instant, they landed on the honest man. What were those things? The surrounding people were stunned at first. How many bugs did the other party take out? What kind of joke was that? Was the other party an idiot? How could a few bugs kill such a terrifying stone man? They did not believe it at all. The Middle Ground twin kings also sneered disdainfully. Kid, It seems that you are really at the end of your rope. In that case, let me finish you off. They controlled the stone plate again and made the stone man attack, crazily. However, very soon, the stone men stopped in midair. It was because a small stone had fallen from their bodies. Although it was very small, it still attracted everyone's attention, especially the middle ground twin kings. Their pupils constricted. Damn it, what was going on? Something actually fell down? The evil son was shocked. The virtuous son said, "Brother, don't worry, it must be something else." How could the stone man be damaged? That was true. The evil son recovered his expression and snorted coldly again. However, not long after, a few more small stones fell. Moreover, the stone man in front of him slowed down. In fact, a crack appeared on his body. A crack that should not have appeared. Damn it, the stone man was injured. This time, it wasn't just the twin kings. The other chosen powerhouses had also witnessed this scene. They were stunned. What was going on? Such a powerful stone man and peerless sword chi could not break it. At this moment, it was actually damaged? Damn it, it had something to do with that bug. Chapter 25:57. Damn it! Aren't those black bugs similar to the metal-devouring bugs? Some powerhouses exclaimed. What? Are you talking about the bugs that were created with the dark night gold in the cave? The others also came back to their senses. They looked carefully and exclaimed in surprise. Damn it, it's really them. They thought that they looked familiar, but they did not think that way. That was because they had suppressed some of those bugs in their sacred grounds. However, they did not dare to use them. Those bugs contained the will of the saints, which was extremely terrifying. They did not dare to use them now. They could only use them after the elders of their sacred grounds refined them. But now, the other party had taken out a few black bugs. Was he not afraid that the will of the saints would leak and cause some unforeseen events? No, damn it, the stone golem had blasted those bugs away many times. Those bugs all flew back to attack the stone golem. That shouldn't be. Those bugs attacked indiscriminately. Why are they only attacking the stone golem this time? Just as they were feeling puzzled, the stone golem in front of them shattered again, and a few holes appeared on its body. There was also a hole in between his eyebrows, so he stopped in midair. What happened? Why isn't it moving? Everyone was surprised again. Lin Xian, on the other hand, smiled. It seemed that he had indeed destroyed the stone golem. Not only did he have the black bugs, but he also had the heavenly secret divine eye. He discovered that there was a rune in the stone golem's head. Therefore, he asked the black bugs to bite the rune. As expected, the stone golem in front of them, it stopped moving. Damn it! Move! The middle crease twin kings roared like they had gone mad. However, no matter how they tried to control it, the stone golem seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep and stopped moving. It had truly turned into a statue. Come back! Lin Xian waved his hand, and all the black bugs returned to his side as he put them away. Seeing that scene, everyone went crazy. Damn it, what did that kid do? He actually took back the black bugs. So easily? Oh my God! Why do I feel that he can control those black bugs? One of the saints screamed. When the others heard that, they were even more terrified. Don't talk nonsense. How could he possibly control it? That was because the black worm contained the will of a saint, and he could not erase it. I say, stop scaring people. Voices rang out one after another. Clearly, no one dared to believe this fact. Lin Xian didn't explain. What he wanted was a sense of mystery. Only then would these saints and experts fear him. Sure enough, at this moment, the way everyone looked at Lin Xian changed. Damn it, this brat is too freaky. First, there was the terrifying soul power, and then there was the peerless sword art. Now there was the black bug. In fact, he could even control it. Who the hell was this kid? Why do I feel that the twin kings of the Central Prefecture are in danger this time? Don't speak nonsense. Although the stone man was damaged, the Central State twin kings were not injured. With the twin king's strength, defeating this brat was not a difficult task. However, there were also people who shook their heads. Haven't you noticed? Ever since this kid appeared, he hasn't lost a single battle. Whether it was the 5-element saint, the myriad thunder saint, the yin-yang saint, or the twin kings this time, every opponent became stronger and stronger. But the other party also became stronger and even had more trump cards. The other party was like a bottomless pit, able to defeat all the experts and stay in an invincible position. Was this true? Everyone was horrified. They thought carefully and found that it was true. Since they knew him, he had never been defeated. God, this was the potential of a great emperor, an old man exclaimed, and the others turned their heads to look. It was rumored that when the great emperor was young, he had defeated all his peers and had never been defeated. It was common for him to kill enemies of a higher level. Only by defeating all the experts in the world could he become a great emperor. The brat in front of them seemed to be on the path of an ancient, great emperor. The saint of all beginnings' eyes flickered as she spoke in a deep voice. Ancient, great emperor. These 4 words were like a mountain, pressuring people to the point that they couldn't breathe. All the saints and saintesses were silent. They stared at Lin Xian, and a piercing light flashed in their eyes. Each of them looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy, because as top geniuses and peerless geniuses, their goals were not only to become the saint lords of their respective holy lands. They also had a more ambitious goal, which was to become a great emperor. Because only by becoming a great emperor could one rule the world and be qualified to enter the legendary immortal realm. Only then could one be qualified to become an immortal. They had been working tirelessly for this goal. However, at that moment, there was someone walking ahead of them. The other party had already shown the potential and demeanor of a young great emperor, which made them extremely vigilant. On the road to becoming a great emperor, everyone was an enemy. The twin kings of Zhongzhou also understood this truth. Therefore, they did not hold back at all. They exerted all their strength and attacked. This was an extremely exciting battle. The two fought until the sky fell and the earth cracked, and the sun and moon lost their light. Countless rays of light shone in the sky, and cracks were everywhere. The monstrous sea of blood surged and dyed the entire sky red. The ancient dragon abyss sword crossed the sky, and every time it slashed down, it was accompanied by a shocking dragon roar. On the opposite side, the heavenly treasure Dharma wheel and the death scythe were also becoming more and more terrifying. They evolved magical powers all over the sky to compete with the piercing sword chi in the sky. Buzz! The shock wave of the shocking attack spread out in all directions. Suddenly, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Many experts did not have time to retreat and were directly sent flying by the shock wave. The other saints and experts' faces changed. It was too terrifying. Just the shock wave alone was so powerful, and it made them extremely shocked. The others also retreated crazily and no longer dared to go forward. Lin Xian also frowned. He had to admit that the twin kings of Zhongzhou were indeed terrifying. They were indeed powerful to be able to dominate Zhongzhou for so many years. If he did not have the great dragon sword soul to display his super powerful combat strength, it would be difficult for him to fight until now. After all, it was equivalent to him fighting against two saints with his own strength. Boom! 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 In the sky, there was another collision of ultimate skills. The power of light and darkness rushed toward Lin Xian together. Lin Xian used his 4 major killer moves to contend with them. Puff! The twin kings of Zhongzhou vomited blood and retreated. Lin Xian also kept retreating. His robe was dyed red with blood. The collision of magical powers caused both of them to be injured. Buzz! In the sky, Lin Xian stopped and activated the longevity incantation. The power in his body surged, and the light on his body flowed quickly, forming a dragon-shaped shadow that enveloped him. The giant dragon roared and sucked hard. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth in all directions was sucked into his body and poured into Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian activated the longevity incantation and used the power to repair his body. On the other side, the twin kings of Zhongzhou were also roaring. The golden light on their bodies and the monstrous demonic qi kept rolling and repairing their wounds. Kid, I have to admit that you are strong and are our opponent. No one has been able to fight with us for so long. You are the first. However, this is the end. Next, I will let you know what true despair is.